Hi, hello, good evening, my young officers. Welcome to this exclusive marathon series for upcoming UPSC Prelims 2021. So this is Nisha Nujumudeen, your educated Unacademy, an expert in Indian economy, current affairs and MCQs. Apart from that, I'm also the assistant professor at Hindustan University, economist for Government of India, and also one of the top plus educated Unacademy, handling a load of batch courses including economy NCRTs, the MCQs, current affairs, etc. To follow me for all the updates, below the description box of this particular video, you have my Unacademy profile link. So here we go. So this is yet again another marathon series for the month of September. So you have very few days left for your upcoming UPSC Prelims examination. Taking into consideration that last month, that is August, we did a marathon for solid 3 hours exclusively on these topics: money, monetary policy, RBI, banking, inflation, etc. Just in 3 hours, the entire thing, right from the scratch to the advanced level with the updation of current affairs. Today, whatever you studied on that particular marathon series, guys, you will be doing a complete MCQ perspective of that. That too, UPSC level or standard MCQs will be taught to you people in a short, crisp and to the point manner. And every year, if you see, at least 1 or 2 questions from the economy syllabus of UPSC will come from this particular area which I'm going to discuss. This is the hit list or the most important area which you should never miss before going to attempt your UPSC Prelims 2021. So everything and anything that you should know from this particular area will be covered in this solid marathon series. Clear? And now the next important thing is, this is not just an MCQ class wherein you will be shown, the UPSC level MCQs. The 360-degree coverage of these particular concepts or topics will also be done for you people, both static plus current affairs perspective questions. So there is no need for you to get back to your books to revise the same concept once again. At the same time, another important unique feature of our class is the method of KEC, Keyword Elimination Comparison Technique, exclusively introduced by me to help you people to solve any tricky or brainstorming MCQs so that you will be able to give a very good performance for the examination. I mean the UPSC Prelims examination. So all the tips, the tricks, the kalatram, sab kuch is going to happen here. Yes, Sindhija, good evening. Hi, Pradosh. Yes. Hi, Priya. Yes, Muhammad Arman. Am I audible and visible to you people? Is everything fine? Yes, Krishna, good evening. Yes, Ganesh, good evening. Hi, Soham. Yes, RS. Yes, Shilpa. So, yes, slowly my young officers are joining. I could see the Josh in you people. So, all ready because this is a marathon series. You should be indeed. And this is a very important topic, guys. Every year, as I told you before also, questions do come from this area. So, if multiple choice questions are scaring you, do not worry. I'm here to help you people to become the masters of it through my classes. Clear? So get ready for this mock MCQs from this particular area, guys, exclusively, which you can expect questions for the examination. Then a 360-degree coverage of the same. At the same time, you will be fully packed up with the kind of questions and keywords that you can expect for the examination. So this is a short MCQ series, I can tell you. Clear? You can just go through the schedules of my classes in the free and plus class, guys. I've just given it here in the Unacademy platform. To be a part of the free or the plus platform, you can use the code Nisha IAS Live. Okay, that is to become an IAS officer. Come and study live with me. That is Nisha IAS Live. Before that, guys, another important announcement is that within 10 days, we crossed 1 lakh plus views for the again the so-called marathon series on the same topic: money, monetary policy, RBI, etc. That was theoretical class. To the point, discussion of important concepts which you should know for the prelims examination. Now the same marathon series we're going to do in the form of MCQs, which is highly exam oriented. Take care. So let's hope this particular session is even more crossing 1 lakh plus, that too in a period of less than 7 or 10 days. So this is a happy news that I wanted to share with you people as well. That's why I just told you. So all these marathons are proving to be a great hit. Let's hope for the best. Anyways, so without much of delay, here we go, my young officers. I want each and every one to do 2 things. That is, yes, Sindhija, thank you. Yes, Pradosh. What you got to do is, in the description box of this particular video, you can find, the profile of my Unacademy link. In that, in the special classes, if you see, there is something called as, the polling option. That is not available in YouTube classes, but that is okay. Let's say, for example, whatever questions I'm asking you, question number 1, A, B, C. Question number C, B, if you feel the answer is D, put B and then D. You got the point. So I have put the questions as 1, 2, 3. So 1A, 2B, 3C, like that you can go. You got the point. So I will be able to understand how it works. Yes, Priya. Mentimeter doesn't work today. So you got to give the answers in the chat box. That's the only option. But do not worry. As long as it is MCQs, it will be kind of, pretty much interesting for you people. So yes, all ready? You should be here. Come on. Indeed. Yes. So here we go, my young officers. Rock the test. Don't stress. Just do your best. Because this is highly an interactive session because it is MCQs. So 2 things are important. I want all of you to give the answers in the chat box based on the questions. And second important thing, apply the smart method of approach introduced by me called as keyword elimination comparison. Before starting the class, quickly I'll tell you how to apply this method. When a question is given to you, identify the keyword, whether to go for the correct or the incorrect statement. The moment you understand that, okay, you are supposed to identify the correct statement or the incorrect statement, 95 to 100% of your silly or let's say careless mistakes can be avoided. The next thing is comparison technique. Once you get to know this, for example, the question is based on inflation. Okay, wholesale price index, something like that. Keeping that secondary keyword in mind, out of 1, 2, 3 given statements, do the comparison technique. If you find some sort of dissimilarities, then apply the most intelligent technique of UPSC called as elimination technique. That's called as the queen of MCQs. Out of the given options, A tells 1 and 2, B tells 2 and 3, eliminate the options where 2 is there. So what remains at the last becomes your answer. It's a very simple technique. Apart from that, there are also other techniques that I've taught you, like CWT. What is that? Cheat word technique. Then extreme word technique. Then playing of words. Lot of collaterums as such. Hai na? So get ready and make sure that you're going to apply this here. Yes, Ajay, good evening. So already quickly give me a thumbs up. Let me see the thumbs up of you people. You got a lot of surprises there. Today I'm going to give you an Unacademy hat over here. You can see this. I'll be giving you this as a gift. There are a lot of chocolate boxes kept out there. A lot of new surprises out there. If you want me to unbox the box of chocolate, you got to give me the right answers. As always, I tell in the, special classes of Unacademy. The same thing. Today the gifts are, n number because it's a marathon series. You'll even get hampers, Unacademy hampers of mine. So let me see how many of you are going to give me the right answers. So all ready? So keep this technique in mind to get 100% success for any tricky or brainstorming questions out there. So here we go. The very first questions for the exclusive marathon for prelims from the economy subject is, consider the following statement. Slowdown is a situation in an economy in which GDP growth slows but does not decline. Second, recession refers to negative GDP growth rate for 2 consecutive quarters or more. Quickly give the right answer. Come on, your time starts now. It could only be 1 or 2 or both 1 and 2 or neither 1 or 2. I will not be reading the code hereafter. You got to read it by yourself. Come on guys, quick. Oh my goodness. I wanted to give question number 1A or 1B, 1C like that. Yes, perfect. Look at Sindhija how she gave. Like that you got to give. Yes, Shilpa. Come on. I could see people going with D, C and all Y and some with A. Oh my goodness. Pata nahi kya hai wo hai. Come on, my young officers. The answer is option C. Both 1 and 2 is perfectly correct. That's a kudos to those young officers for the right answer. Both 1 and 2 is right. Now, whenever a question is given to you, what will you do? Apply this technique called as KEC. What is the keyword here? So now let me tell you practically how to apply this. I'll be explaining this only for this one simple question, under the impression that you'll be able to apply this technique in every other question that comes forward. Take care. So here we go. So keyword is what? It is not given on the top of the question. Rather, what is given towards the end. Which of the statements are correct or incorrect? That's called as keyword analysis. Once you understand that, go to the secondary keyword. So there is nothing particular in the question. So out of the first and the second one, you got to know that the keyword is based on GDP, because both the statements are having that. Now apply the comparison technique. Now, recession, slowdown, both are connected. Don't you think so? What is recession? Slowing down of economic activities. When there is no investment, when there is no employment, a lot of things like that. So don't you think so? When there is a slowdown, yeah, GDP will growth will decline, will come down, but does not decline. That is true. It will slowly come down, but doesn't mean it will become negative. It will take time. Similarly, don't you think so? Recession is not something that refers to negative GDP growth for 2 consecutive quarters or more? Yes. Because when slowing down of economic activity happens and no actions are taken to rectify that, automatically for GDP the result will be like this. That is in the context of COVID-19 pandemic. You can take the example of that as well. So practically if you see, both 1 and 2 is highly connected. The method of comparison made you understand that nothing to eliminate, and that is why the answer becomes C. Did you understand? Adding the option, for example, the first option is telling that slow down is something in which GDP is declining, not slowing down means it is wrong. In that situation, A, C and D is eliminated and the answer becomes B. Here, elimination technique will play the role of king and queen. You got the point? So this is how you will apply the technique of keyword elimination comparison. Is it clear for each and everyone in the class? Yes, Tamil? Perfect. So I will not be explaining this technique in detail again. You got to apply this using your brains. Okay? A lot of collaterums, a lot of trick, a lot of traps, all these will be there for you. So get ready. Collect chocolates from me, not andas. I mean the eggs, by giving wrong answers. So here we go. The next question. Consider the following statements regarding GDP. This is indeed a very, very important area, I can tell you. And here this is connected in the context of inflation. Okay. First one, GDP deflator is a ratio between GDP at current price and GDP at constant price. Second, nominal GDP includes inflation, whereas real GDP does not include inflation. Come on guys, quickly give me the right answer. Let me see the smartness out there. Come on, quick. The keyword is correct. Next is GDP. Crystal clear. I can see people giving B, some are saying A, Serigo A, D. Oh my goodness, fir shuru ho gayi. And that's a kudos to Priya and Serigo in the class and Krishna as well. Wonderful, wonderful. Yes, Soham. The answer is A. Only the first one is correct, whereas second one is wrong. Which means that GDP deflator, what are they? It's a ratio between the gross domestic product at current price and constant price. The base year and the current year. Base year is 2011-12 and current is 2021. The difference of that or the ratio is so called as GDP deflator, right? For example, if the GDP at current price is equal to the GDP at constant price, what about the deflator? The GDP deflator will be 1. Meaning of that is there is no change in the price level. Sometimes if the GDP deflator is found to be 2, the meaning of that is the price is increasing by a factor of 2. Simple as that. So it has a combination series out there. Now the second statement has something called as extreme word. Applying the KEZ technique, very simple again. Keyword is correct, next is GDP. Now second statement is capturing your attention. Why? Because there is a word called as not there, which comes under the category called as extreme words. You can write it. Words like only, all, whole, never, cannot, fully, always, etc. etc. These come under the category called as extreme word. What is the rule? The rule is that 95% chance is there for that statement to be incorrect. Only 5% chance is there for the statement having extreme words like only and not to be correct. So let's cross check it once again, right? Now, nominal. Nominal means gross value. Do you think it consists of inflation? Definitely no. It is the ulta thing, don't you think so? Yes, I have just given it ulta for you. That is nominal does not include inflation, whereas real is what? Real GDP do include inflation. That is, your gross salary is, let's say for example 20,000. The net will only be 15,000 minusing inflation and taxes. So net is after minusing inflation. Gross is the total amount. Simple as that. You got the point. Yes, Serigo. Serigo is saying, next please. Listen, let me tell you something. This is not just a fatafat MCQ class. With the speed I have, I can complete 200 questions also in 2 hours. Okay, I can do that. I will not do that. This is a series where I'll explain to you how to solve the MCQs, the tricks and the tips behind that, and also a 360-degree coverage, so that you will not even forget this particular question or topic till your examination. I can guarantee you that. Clear? So let's go in this pattern, because I don't believe in fatafat taking the questions for you, because that you can download a PDF from anywhere and you can just read it and go by yourself. That is the reason. Clear? Perfect. Yes, Indija. Yes, Aman. Did you understand, guys, why the second is wrong? So now, when the second is wrong, what happened? Automatically applying the elimination technique, eliminate B, C, D. So what remains is A, and that becomes the answer. Simple as that. So this is the, effectiveness of using the technique called as keyword elimination comparison. Clear? So as Aman Hafiz has said, your GDP price deflator is what? Nominal GDP divided by real GDP into 100. Simple as that. And one more thing. Many a times if you see nominal GDP, take it, the gross one will always be higher than real GDP. That's what I tell you. Your salary is 20k, for example. Before taxation, before minusing inflation, it is 20. But after minusing all this, it becomes 15. So always nominal is greater than real one. You understand? That is something which you have to keep in mind. The next one. The major trades of recession are what? There is a general fall in demand, inflation remains lower, employment rate falls, and 4. Industries resort to price cut. Is it price cut or price increase? Quick, your time starts now. Let me see how many of you are smart enough. The box of chocolates are all ready, guys. See, today the chocolate box is like this. I have opened it for you all. See? You can't even see what is inside, but I have opened it. It is facing towards me. So if you want me to show that, then here we go. Quick, quick. I want 95 to 97% of people with the right answer. Not 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. Write your scores somewhere so you can check out how much you got towards the end of the session. I'll be asking you the total score. I could see a lot of people saying A, some are saying B, 1 or 2 saying A. Come on, that's a kudos to those who said the answer as D. Brilliant, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sab kuch is correct, guys. That is as far as recession, the slowing down of economic activity is concerned. Don't you think so? Demand will fall. And inflation, yes, it will be lower. Now you understood that 1 and 2 is correct. Every single option is having 1 and 2. Now out of 3 and 4, apply the KEZ technique and use your brains. Now, industry resort to price cut. When there is a slowing down of economic activity, don't you think so? They will definitely resort to price cut. Yes. So now search for the options having 1, 2, 4 together. Okay. So when you do have 1, 2, 4, 1 second guys, hold on for a while. 1, 2, 4 together, what happens? Option number A and C is eliminated. Because you don't have 1, 2, 4 together. Only B and D is have. Now come to the third one. Recession means obviously the employment will fall down. No doubt in that. So now 1, 2, 3, 4. Sab kuch is correct. Clear? Is it clear for all of you? Perfect. The next one. Consider the following statements regarding CAR, capital adequacy ratio. First one, it is a ratio of bank's capital in relation to the risk-weighted assets and current liabilities. Second, a lower CAR means the bank can absorb losses without diluting capital. So use your brains, aram se think karo and quickly give the right answer. Here we go. Do you think it is current liabilities or the previous liabilities? Do you think the bank can absorb losses without or with diluting? Come on, with or without is the next keyword that you have to use your brains, and here we go. So I can see Ria telling the answer is A. Really? Come on, you got to use your brains. That's a great kudos. I could see majority with option A. Brilliant. Yes, the answer is A. I think my clues has literally helped you people. Anyways, if you see the answer is option A, guys, only the first one is correct, whereas second one is wrong. With a little of brains, you got to understand that a lower capital adequacy ratio. Do you think the bank can absorb the losses? And that too, it is said without diluting. Again, applying the KEZ technique. Keyword is correct. Next is CAR. Using the comparison technique, you could find out that there is an extreme word called as without in your question. So what is the rule? To eliminate it. But let's still read the statement once again for a clarity. So whenever your capital adequacy ratio is less, what is the meaning of that? The bank can absorb losses, but they should dilute capital in reality. Don't you think so? If you feel the first statement is correct, that talks about the definition of the capital adequacy ratio. So taking into consideration that, the whole point is they can absorb the losses. Clear? And now, here, why do you think that the option B is wrong? Is it because of the keyword without alone? No, actually it is because of the keyword lower. It is said that a capital capital adequacy ratio in that context, bank can absorb losses, but it's not the context in the terms of with or without, but rather when there is a higher CAR, then they can do it without diluting. When there is a lower CAR, that is not the case. It should be with diluting. So that is a major point of difference out here. Clear? Which made the second one incorrect. As simple as that. Now, so what is the meaning of that, guys? What is this higher CAR meaning the bank can absorb losses and all? It is talking about the measure of a bank's ability to meet the obligation. That is why the answer is option number A. Clear? The next one, consider the following statements regarding net interest margin. First one tells it is the difference between interest earned by a bank on loans and the interest it pays on deposits. Second, NIM will be high for banks with high low cost deposits or high lending rates. Quickly give me the right answer. Come on, think. Come on here, oh my goodness, people are running behind A and C. Why you love A and C so much? And that's a big kudos to Amad and Mahima and who is Krishna for giving the right answer. Brilliant, yes, both 1 and 2. With regard to net interest margin is 101% correct. So here we go, guys. As far as the question is concerned, what is net interest margin? See, net interest margin is nothing but the difference between whatever interest is earned by a bank. On what? On the loans that they have given and the interest they are paying the depositors. For example, I have deposited 10 lakhs rupees in the bank. And let's say, for example, Sindhuja or Krishna or Shilpa, they come to take a loan. Sindhuja is going for 3 lakh, Shilpa for 2 lakh and Krishna for 5 lakh. So now, you have to pay an interest for the amount that you have taken. Right? Which means that I being a depositor has deposited 10 lakh in the bank. And I'll be earning an interest of let's say 1,000 or let's say 10,000 as such. Whereas when you come and take a loan, and the bank is giving the money out of the deposits what I have made, they charge you a higher rate of interest and that's how the bank earns profit. Clear? That's called as net interest margin. The difference between the interest the bank is getting on the loans they give to the customers and the interest they are paying to the depositors who are depositing, like a fixed deposit and all. Clear? Yes, Naina, ma'am, it is also known as spread. See, the spread interest margin is different from this, Naina. I'll explain to you that. Now, talking about this net interest margin is that it will be high for banks with a higher low cost deposit or let's say high lending rates. Now, low NIM or let's say high NPA, that is non-performing assets, your bad loan. That is indeed a galatwala combination. I mean the bad combinations. Clear? Perfect. Now, having understood the point NPA, non-performing assets. Come on, what does it mean here? It is indeed a very, very, very important hit list topics. No doubt in that. Clear? So NPA, bad loans. Come on, guys, you tell me what is the next thing that comes to your brain when you think about NPA and bad loan? Of course, R. Vijay Mallya, hai na? The first economic fugitive offender, the economic fugitive bill and the economic offender, it was Vijay Mallya. Then you have Nirav Modi, a lot of cases, because these were the people who were notable for the issue of NPA. That these are all the burning current affairs that has happened over the years. Clear? You can somehow connect this to polity as well. So tell me, how many of you want these beautiful Unacademy hat from me? You give me the right answers, you'll be getting it. I'm noting it out. Who are the ones who are giving right answers? Take a piece of paper and write down your scores. How much you scored out of these, MCQ series. Clear? No kallatharams. Strictly no kallatharams. Anyways. The next one. This is a question from the 2015 Prelims question paper. Very, very important. A decrease in tax to GDP ratio of a country indicates which of the following? Slowing economic growth rate, less equitable distribution of national income. So let me see how if you're going to give me the right answer. Here we go. Come on here, quick. Hadn't it been the free special live class, I would have said the polling starts right now. But there is no polling option. You got to type your answers. Here we go. The typing starts right now. I should redefine, I think. Oh my goodness, don't give me, blunderwala answers like this. Use your brain. This is a previous year question. And that's a damn kudos. Damn kudos to Shilpa in the class. Wonderful Shilpa. Only she gave the right answer along with Amudan. Wonderful. It is A. Which means that only the first one is correct, whereas second is wrong. That was the biggest kallatharam in this question. I know that people will tend to give the answer as C. Because slowing economic growth and less equitable distribution, both are somehow connected. But my question was very, very clear that, yes, Mohit, your answer is right. My question was based on decrease in tax to GDP ratio. In that context, yeah, economic growth will come down. But do you think less equitable distribution? The meaning of that is, you do have equitable distribution, and because of this decrease in tax to GDP, the distribution is decreasing. What nonsense. Do you think it makes a sense? No. It's absolutely a blunder statement. Pata nahi kya hai, wo dimag kharab ho gaya mera young officers. That you give me the answer as C. And this was a previous year question, guys. So I expected people to give me right answers. Don't worry. Complete economy, previous year questions from 2013 to 2020 with explanation will be done by me tomorrow at Namma IAS Academy YouTube channel, again free of cost, from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. So tomorrow 7 to 10 you will be having exclusive economy current affairs MCQs, previous year questions only with explanations. Clear? Don't worry, I know that people need to be a little boosted up because previous year questions are supposed to give answers fatafat like that. You shouldn't even tend to make a mistake in that. You should be very clear. And Shilpa, I think from the day one I have been telling you regarding this. Remember, she's a very old student of mine again, regarding previous year questions, previous year stuff. And I'm very happy to see that, sportiveness in that student who gave the right answer. Because I always tell my students, previous year question should be like a tablet for you. At 8, even if I'm calling you in the mid, the mid of your sleep, you should be like a robot where you should give me the right answer. That is the, advantage of previous year questions. Yes, Pradosh, definitely I'll be taking it tomorrow. Do not worry. Because previous year question also you need to have a, revision. So instead of taking any PDFs out there, my classes will help you with the trick, tips, the techniques and stuffs like that. Take care. Yes, Mohit. Yes, Indija, no life without poll. Do not worry, kabhi it's okay to type also. You will be having your marathon continuously. Okay, of MCQs, UPSC level, MCQs, last 30 days revision in the special class series. Till October 8th, October 5th I will do. 5th or 6th. Because 10th is exam now. Till then I will do. Do not worry for that. There you can fatafat poll. Don't worry. Okay. I'll tell you guys why the second one is wrong. Yes, Priya, I will tell you regarding the timings of special class, okay. But marathon is 7 p.m. and Krishna, it will be English, don't worry. Namma IAS Academy doesn't mean that I'll be taking in Tamil or Malayalam. Aisa nahi hai. Hindi I won't use, it will be purely English. Kabhi. Konchu Tamil, korchu Malayalam, something like that I may use in between for interactions. But content and questions purely English, because even my north side students should benefit out of it. So it's exclusively English sessions. Clear? Perfect. The link of that will be shared to you very soon. It is also there in the channel as well. You can subscribe to the channel as well. Nama is Academy. Now back to the topic of discussion. You know what is tax to GDP ratio? You should know what is that. If you know the meaning of this concept, you will be able to apply the practicality of this question, guys, as well in a very easier manner. Now tax to GDP ratio is what? The amount of tax collected as a proportion to a country's GDP. What is the tax that you collect in comparison to what? The so-called GDP of your country. That's called as tax to GDP ratio. For example, if the kind of tax, the revenue that you get is higher. Okay, higher the tax to GDP ratio will be what? Lot of revenue you are getting. Automatically you will have a very good GDP in the country, which talks about a better financial position of the country. What about lower tax to GDP ratio? The economy is not functioning properly. The COVID-19 pandemic. Do you think people were in a situation to pay taxes? The entire economy was in a shock, or let's say the entire economy was somewhat entering the stage of recession. So now it was weakening the financial position, to be honest. So lower tax to GDP ratio will lead to a lower financial position perspective. Not the higher one. Okay. So now this ratio is also talking that the government is able to finance the expenditure. Thus, it is reducing the government dependence on borrowing when they have a better revenue. But if they do not have a better revenue, what happened? Fiscal deficit arises. This is again connected to the next hit list topic, FD. Not fixed deposit, this is fiscal deficit. What is deficit? Gap. When the public revenue falls short of public expenditure, that is called as fiscal deficit. So the government is getting 100 crore as revenue, but the expenditure is 200 crore. So there arises a gap of again what? 100 CR. So what will the government do? Can the government say, "Arey, listen, we can't do any expenditure activities. We can't, spend for the infrastructure. We can't spend for the welfare." Can they do that? Definitely no. They have to do it. So they'll resort to borrowing to finance all these activities, because it is the responsibility of the government to do that. So automatically borrowings increase, liability of government increase. That's how it goes. Clear? Now, through this, the next connected current affairs topic from this area is, along with fiscal deficit, is deficit financing, printing of currencies, which is done by the central bank of our country, that is RBI. And the next current affairs of this particular topic, now this is called as method of engaging. The ultimate 3C mantra for studying economics, called as 3C method, which I introduced for you people. Apply this here. And also the BRMM. What is that? That is also another method introduced by me. All my plus class students will know it, of Unacademy. Brain retention memory method. I repeat, brain retention memory method. That is the method of interengaging from one topic to another topic. Fatafat, like a chain. When you start connecting, it's a quick revision, wherein you will have a long-term memory retention capacity as well. Clear? Very good, Priya. The quantitative and the qualitative instruments of monetary policy, you can even connect that, because they are also the next related current affairs topic from this particular area. Most importantly, when it is borrowing, what is the new current affairs of borrowing? There is something called as fiscal deficit. In the budget, one second guys, in the budget every year, the government will place a limit on borrowing. That is 3% is the fiscal deficit limit the government is placing. Now, because of COVID, extra 1% was allowed, which means 4% is the FD that is allowed, fiscal deficit. But do you think in the limit of 4%, the government will be able to finance or manage all the expenditure activities? Definitely no. So what they'll do? They have to borrow. They'll resort to something called as off-budget borrowing. In the 9:30 PM economy class, the current affairs classes, in various of the MCQ class, I've taught you this. The third party who will borrow on behalf of government, the kallatrams out there, remember I've taught you, just to show that the fiscal deficit is in balance. At the same time, government is using somebody like PSB, public sector banks, your private sector stakeholders, to borrow money on behalf of the government and give it to them. Legally, the government is not involved, but they're getting the money through them. You got the point? This is how they do something called as off-budget borrowing. These are all very, very important related economic current affairs topic, which you should note down and go through before appearing for the UPSC Prelims 2021. Clear? So one topic has given rise to another 6 to 7 hit list topics out there. So study like this will help you to a greater extent. Not only for UPSC, for any examinations out there, apply the method of interlinkaging. That's very, very important these days to make your preparation more effective. Clear? As far as this particular question is concerned, we all know that when there is a decrease in the tax to GDP ratio, of course, the economic growth rates will come down. Now, why is the second one wrong? It is said that less equitable distribution of national income. Now, let me tell you something. If you see the second statement, in reality, if you see tax to GDP ratio, they does not even cover, let's say does not uncover the distribution of income across the country. Because here, tax has nothing to talk about the other perspective of income. You got the point? That is, they does not even uncover the distribution of income. So, how could we say that when there is a decrease in the tax to GDP ratio, the income will come down? Because they are representing a sum total of the picture of the entire tax which you are collecting from all the domestic residents to the GDP which you are adding by all the domestic residents. That is why the second one is wrong. Clear? And when there is a higher tax to GDP ratio means the economy's tax BNC, that is strong, and the share of tax revenue is increasing, which means that more revenue, better GDP, better financial position. Simple as that. And when there is a low tax GDP ratio, automatically, the meaning of that is government has to spend more and more for expenditure activities, in which they will resort to borrowing. And they will have to meet all their fiscal deficit targets as such. The next one, which of the following are covered under willful default? Deliberate non-payment of dues, then mispresentation or falsification of records, 3. Disposal or removal of securities without bank's knowledge, and fraudulent transactions by the borrower. Quick, click the right answer. This is a question which I have taken from the area NPA. Non-performing assets or bad loan. In an indirect way, I have given you the keyword. Quick, very important. The options are also given in such a manner. Use your brains, apply the technique of KC, and then go for the polling. Don't be in a hurry-burry. Wonderful. And here we go. The answer is, oh my goodness, people didn't give the right answers. What's this? No, this is not fair. Come on. People are saying C. Really? Wonderful. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sab kuch is correct with regard to willful defaulter. Yeah, we all know that. That is, willful default is what? When you're doing a fraudulent transactions, when you do kallatarams, when there is a misinterpretation or let's say falsification of record. So you know that 2 and 4 is correct. Even if you're not sure about the first and third one also, 2 and 4 is 101% true. Falsification, fraudulent transactions. That is the key word associated with willful default. Applying the KZ technique, search for the options having 2 and 4 together. Only option number C has that, which means A, B, D, fatafat eliminated. Automatically got to know that even the first and the third one is correct because option number C consists of 2 and 4. Along with that, 1 and 3 is also there. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Sab kuch is correct. Clear? Yes, Devadarshini. It was not A, it was C actually. Anyways, the next question. That's a simple question it was. The next one. Consider the following statements regarding current and savings account ratio. CASA, the CASA ratio. First one, it is a proportion of current account and savings account deposits in the total deposit of the bank. Second, a low CASA ratio means the bank relies heavily on costlier wholesale funding, which can hurt its interest margin. Think guys, think and give the right answer. Let me see how many of you are smart enough. Come on guys, quick. I will not give you more time. Yes, Sindhuja is saying D, neither 1 or 2. Use your brains. If you do blunder mistakes here, you will get 2 to 3 from me now. Look at the question carefully. Look at the keyword. Wonderful. Yes. And that's a kudos only to Sindhuja and Priya in the class for giving the right answer, which is option number what? No. What did you give, guys? Oh, you gave D. Come on, that's not the answer. What is the keyword here? Nobody gave here. That's a anda for you people. 0 for you people. Come on. Yes, wonderful Priya. It is actually incorrect. It is not correct statement. You all gave me the yes, Pradosh. Very good. You gave it as C. Really? It is not C also again. It is D. Yes, Priya, it is D only. It is D. I was just kind of, doing kallatarams with you, test your brain. I was just waiting to see whether you'll change from C to D. And I could see a lot of people saying suddenly it is C. Anyways, jokes apart. Yes, you gave D only now. Yes, Sinduja, you gave D only. You and Priya gave D, yeah. Then people came with D. Anyways, if you see applying the technique of keyword elimination comparison introduced by me, the keyword is which of the statements are correct or incorrect. A lot of people made, silly mistakes because many a times you forget to understand what is a keyword. That is why I keep on and on telling you for every single question. Whenever you see a question, apply that so-called technique of KZ introduced by me, guys. Your eyes should be fixed on the down portion of your statement or sentence, I can tell you. Which is, which of the statements are correct or incorrect? Because people tend to make a load of mistakes here. In fact, silly and careless mistake. So the moment you are sure about your keyword, you are 101% sure about what you're going to find in the question. It is wrong answers or let's say incorrect statement you have to find. Which means that both are correct. Both the statements with regard to CASA ratio is correct. Nothing is wrong. That is why the answer, both the statements are wrong. No, both are correct. That is why the answer is D. Because hadn't the keyword been which of the statements are correct, then you would have gone for option number what? Option number C, which means that both 1 and 2 is correct. But since the keyword is incorrect or let's say wrong statement, you have to go for D. Neither 1 or 2 is wrong, which means both are correct. Clear? So basically what is CASA? We all know that it stands for current and saving account ratio. It's kind of ratio, guys, of the bank or let's say it's a ratio of deposits in the current and saving account of total deposit. When there is a lower CASA ratio, automatically the meaning of that is what? Obviously the bank is relying heavily on costly wholesale funding. So the margins of that can be factored to a greater extent. That's the meaning. And higher CASA means the opposite of that. It is in a favorable position. Because it indicates what? When there is a higher CASA ratio, current account and saving account ratio, it indicates a lower cost of fund because banks do not usually give any interest on current account deposit because they're business deposits, right? Whereas savings account they do give. So, but that is again very, very low. So, this is what the meaning of higher CASA ratio is all about. Clear? And now one thing I can tell you that, for example, it is generally understood that, for example, when there is a higher current account and saving account ratio, it leads to higher net interest margin. And in our country, India, do you think we use this? Obviously, this CASA ratio is used as one of the important metrics or measure. For what? To access the profitability of the bank. Is the banking earning better? Is the bank's financial position better? Are they stable? You got the point. So, CASA ratio is not a joke. For our country, India, practically, we are using it as one of the important measure or metrics, guys, to understand the profitability of the bank. That is the commercial banks. Clear? Yes, Pradho. These are all practical questions. The next one. And how are the questions, guys? I don't think you have done these questions before. I have not given you this in the special class also, nor you have done it before. These are all different things for you. I thought I should exclusively drill your brains for this. Yes, Raj, namaste to you as well. Here we go. The next one is ROA. What is that? Return on assets. Consider the following statements based on that. First one, it shows how profitable a bank's assets are in generating revenue. Second, a higher return on assets mean that bank is not able to utilize assets efficiently. Think and give the right answer quick. Oh my goodness, the moment the question is put out, Sindhuja is fatafat giving the right answer. Kya baat hai? 1, 2, 3. Yes, Soham, UPSC level. Yes, it is indeed. Yes, Pradosh, new questions. Oh my goodness, that's a double Josh. Come on, simple question. So I know that people will give me right answer. But still, that's another hat for my young officers with Unacademy tagline. Here we go. The answer is option number A. Wonderful. Yes, guys, only the first one is correct. We all know that. Return on asset. Applying the technique of keyword elimination comparison. Keyword is correct. Next is ROA. Don't you think so? Return means the kind of profit that you get in generating revenue. So the first one is correct. Second is when there is a higher return on asset means you're getting more revenue. But here the question tells you that the bank is not able to utilize. Again, the keyword not is coming under extreme category. As per the rule, what did I tell you? 95% chance is there for the statement to be incorrect, which means you will eliminate it. At the end of the day, B, C, D is fatafat eliminated using the elimination technique, the most intelligent technique of UPSC. So what remains is A and that becomes the answer. Simple as that. Right? Yes, Pradosh. So most are correct. Unbox a chocolate. This Kallatram will not work for me. I think it's time for me to open the lithium shake. So your brains will be twisted now. Seriously. So all these special class and plus class cut tricks, the lithium shake, the choline shake, all these kind of things will come now. So get ready, guys. The questions are going to become a little trickier for you people now. Anyways. If you see, okay, your return on assets is something which shows the profitability of the bank with regard to the revenue that they generate if the assets are performing well. When there is a lower return on asset only, the meaning of that is bank is not able to utilize the assets efficiently. When there is a higher return on asset, means the bank is able to utilize. Actually, the second one is the opposite. It should be a lower ROA, not higher ROA. That is why it is incorrect. Clear? Yes, Vineet, bring it on. Yes, I will. No, these are, transparent lithium wala shake. So those who are attentive in my plus class and free class of Unacademy will know that, kind of kallatharams and the techniques behind the lithium shake and all the stuff. So you come there, you'll get more and more lithium shakes and, choline shaker stories out there. Anyways, here we go. The next one. The very interesting question, indeed, the hit list question of the day. Consider the following statements regarding Operation Twist. It is also a twisting wala question only. First one, it is launched by RBI to bring down interest rate. Look at the keyword carefully, RBI. Maybe. Second, in the operation, central bank uses the proceeds from the sale of long-term government debt papers to buy short-term security. Long-term to buy short-term or short-term to buy long-term? Use your... It doesn't mean that you will not make. You got the... Guys, am I audible and visible to you people? Is everything fine? Can you hear me? I don't know. It was some network issues. Yeah, I'm not sure what was the real issue. Even I was talking, but then when I saw your messages only, I got to know that chalo something has happened in between. Operation Twist question has really done an Operation Twist in our class also. What Kallatharam was that? Pata nahi kya hai wo. Anyways, back to class. So as I was telling you people, the answer is option number A. So in reality, our country India, that is the central bank of our country, that is RBI, we launched something called as Operation Twist, which is a US style way to bring down the interest rate. So now in your second statement it is given ulta. That is why I had to eliminate the second one. What we'll do is normally whatever proceeds or income we get from selling the short-term securities through the Operation Twist, they'll try to buy the long-term government debt papers. It was given ulta, so we had to eliminate. So fatafat B, C, D is gone. What remains is A, and that becomes the answer. Clear? And why do you think such kind of Operation Twist is there? Because they wanted to make sure that such an operation is management of the yield or income curve. So it will help to make all the loans less expensive. That is, for example, you are going to a bank to take 10 lakh or 10 lakh or let's say 50 lakh loan. You need not pay 20 to 30% interest rate for that amount. Rather, it will be 7%, 5%. So now the burden of the interest on the loans taken by you becomes less. So people who are taking loans for buying home, for car and also other things, it becomes quite, feasible to them, not burdensome. Because they are not ending up paying much interest now. That is the whole advantage of Operation Twist, which is indeed a good thing to encourage people to take loan, because the next current affairs, again connected, money supply, that will increase. If you do not have money supply in the economy, then yeah, the entire economy will shut down. The COVID-19 pandemic, when the money supply was less, what happened? The traditional or the conventional instruments of monetary policy, repo rate, reverse repo rate, CRR, cash reserve ratio, SLR, saturated liquidity ratio, bank rate, open market operations, nothing worked. So the government and also a few economists suggested to go for the unconventional or non-traditional monetary policies like helicopter money, LTRO, long-term repo operations, then QE, quantitative easing, just because they want to inject money supply into the economy. These are also indeed important hit list topics. Make a note of it. So another 6 to 7 points I've told you. Make a note of it. These topics are also very, very important. Clear? The next one. Which of the following are the effects of overheating of an economy? First one. Overheating is always preceded by higher than average economic growth. Second. Demand pull inflation occurs due to growing aggregate demand. That is total demand. Third. Central bank often tighten the monetary policy. Now, this particular question has 3 different statements. And 3 different statements are indirectly related to each other. Overheating is the keyword. But you have demand pull, you have also monetary policy expansion and contraction, that is tightening and contraction monetary policy question perspective out there. Quickly give the right answer. Come on. Fatafat. Oh my goodness. People are going with B. Really? B, C, D. Brilliant. Started. Fir shuru ho gayi. Use your brains. Overheating means, what is the meaning of that? You have an extreme word called as always in the question. Think. There's an extreme word. Brilliant. Yes. That's a damn kudos to my young officers for the right answer, which is option number C. Only the second and third one is correct, whereas first one is wrong. By the way, what is overheating? It occurs when its productive capacity, it is unable to keep pace with the so-called growing aggregate total demand. But your question tells it is always higher than the average economic growth. Bullshit it is. Don't you think so? And applying the KEZ technique and the extreme word, technique, you got to know that the keyword always is there. Eliminate. Now, when you understood that the first one is wrong, search for the options having 1. A and B is fatafat eliminated. Now you got to know that the second one is 101% correct. Why? Because you have option number 2 in both C and D. Now go for the third one. Don't you think so? Central banks will often tighten monetary policy. Yes. They always want to make sure that their inflations, their monetary policies, their CRR, everything is tightened up. So the economy can be monitored properly. If you kind of loosen up, what happened? Then things will work the way they want, which will not have a clarity at all or a stability at all. Right? Because growth with stability is the biggest objective of monetary policy. If that has to take place, then the RBI or the central bank have to tighten their monetary policy. Clear? So third one also makes some sense. That is why the answer is C. Clear? Yes, Krishna, ma'am, as there are supply shortage, cost push inflation will not occur along demand pull. See, Krishna, demand pull and cost push inflation are the 2 different factors of inflation, I can tell you. Demand pull inflation is something where there is excess demand and less of supply. Supply and cost push inflation is the opposite. Too much of supply, less of demand. You got the point. So, how can both occur simultaneously when there is a supply shortage? It is cost push inflation. Sorry, it is demand pull inflation. That is too much of demand, less of supply. You got the point. That is how it works. Now, what are the effects of overeating? I told you what is overeating. That is, it is when the productive capacity, they are unable to keep pace with growing aggregate demand. Now, generally this overheating is preceded, this concept, by lower than average economic growth. But the question tells you it is higher than. The keyword higher, and always higher than made the first one wrong. It is, in reality, it is preceded by lower than average economic growth. Clear? Have you done this concept overeating before? I have not given you this in the special classes. But I have taught you, when I taught you the tightening monetary policy perspective. But the keyword I have not given. Actually, why I gave you overeating is, in reality, the keyword is demand pull inflation and tightening monetary policy. You got the point? But if I give you that, I know that you will easily understand the question. Just to twist it, I gave you this keyword called as overeating. Clear? So through that, a new concept is also understood for you people. So these are new kallatrams, guys, and new concepts which will actually broaden your knowledge as well. Now, the next one. That is enough. Though those explanations are fine. Okay, there is no need for you to study everything under the earth and sun. To the point discussion, to the point explanation, that will do the needful. Next one regarding bad bank. First one, it is not bad loan but rather bad bank. Don't confuse with your NPA. It is bad bank. The bad banks are set up to resolve the problem of NPA or loans which borrowers have defaulted. Second, bad banks are also involved in lending and taking deposits. 3. The takeover of a bad loan is normally below the book value of the loan. Is it below the book value or it's normally in lieu or par with the book value or higher than the book value? Use your brains. And what about second one? Do you think bad banks are involved in lending and taking deposit? What a brilliant statement is that. Come on guys, use your brains. Sometimes all the above can be correct or only 1 and 2. It depends. People are all saying no. B is 100% wrong. Hannah? Wonderful. Yes guys. B doesn't make a sense. Applying the KEZ technique. Keyword is correct. Next is bad bank. Do you think bad bank consists of lending and taking deposit? No. It's only one function. So the second one is wrong because of another reason as well. Because they have something called as extreme word. That is also. Only, all, also, never, whole, fully, cannot, explicitly, implicitly. All these keywords are called as extreme word. The rule is that 95% chance is there for the statement to be incorrect with such kind of extreme word. 5% they could be correct, but then the chance is very rare or few, right? So now eliminate it. Automatically applying the elimination technique that I've taught you, C and D is gone. Out of A and B, you got to know that A is correct because both the statements are having 1. Now, third one. Don't you think so? Obviously, when you go for a bad loan takeover, they'll be below the book value. Yes, it will be. That is why the answer is A. Clear? Yeah, majority gave right answers. I don't know why you gave. We have done this question before. Not the same questions, but the topic in the special classes. I still remember. I think Teachers' Day special UPSC level MCQ also I did this question with you. Anyways. But don't think that I'll unbox a chocolate. Today, let me think. Should I really unbox it? But I'm going to hide it and show you. It's still here with me. But I'm not going to show it to you. No Shilpa, no chocolate box. Because these are simple things, You got to give answers for the right things. So, then I'll give you. Anyways. Here we go. Basically, what is a bad bank? It is a ARC, Asset Reconstruction Company. Or let's say AMC, Asset Management Company. That's how we technically call a bad bank as. Now what they do is they'll take over the bad loans of all the commercial bank and then they'll kind of manage them and they'll finally recover the money over a period of time. So now the whole point of setting up such a kind of asset reconstruction company or bad bank is nothing but they want to resolve the growing issue, the burning issue of bad loans or NPA, non-performing asset. Because when the people like Vijay Mallya, when people like Nirav Modi, when they've defaulted their loans after taking crores and crores of rupees from the public sector banks, obviously these banks end up in losses. The financial stability goes down. So ARC or bad bank is one such way in which they can resolve the issue of what? The NPA. Clear? That is why they are being encouraged. And if you see this bad bank, they're not involved in lending and taking deposits. But rather what do? Their job is to help the commercial banks like State Bank or Canara Bank or any other bank to clean up their balance sheets and resolve the biggest burning issue of bad loans or NPA, non-performing assets. Simple as that. And the takeover of such kind of bad loan, they are normally below the book value of the loan. And the bad bank, what do? They try to recover as much possible subsequently. This is what you should know with regard to this concept called as bad loan. And now if at all another question comes from this area, it will be in the context of asset reconstruction company or asset management company. Clear? These keywords they can use in this particular question as well. So have a look into that as well. Clear? That is enough. Revolving these keywords only questions will come. Nothing more is required. Now, consider the following statements regarding PCR. What is PCR? Not your RT-PCR. This is some other PCR. Provision coverage ratio. First one tells, it refers to the prescribed percentage of fund to be set aside by the banks for covering the prospective losses due to bad loan. Second, higher the PCR, higher is the unexposed part of the bad debts. Aram se think karo, it is a question in lieu with the NPA, the very, very important current affairs. NPA, bad loans, bad bank, that is ARC, etc., etc. Quick. Yes, in the Jasafrazi is also in context of this. Don't give clues. 2 to 3 heads I'll give you. Yes, Soham? Ma'am, you don't unbox, you will alone need to leave. Yes, I will. You give me right answers. 100 out of 100. 100 questions are there. Then I'll give you the chocolates. Here we have Mridals, Indija and all saying A. Why you people love option by A more? Why it can't be B? Why it can be C also? Here we have a Krishna Kiran with C. Really, Krishna? Use your brains. But still some of them are saying, no, we are so strong with, A. Wonderful, my young officers. The answer is A. Only the first one is correct, whereas second is wrong. See, it talks about the provision coverage ratio. Okay. The first statement tells you that it is a percentage of fund which has to be kept by the bank for covering all the losses that they get because of bad loans or NPA. Now, do you think when the PCR is higher will be the unexposed, I repeat, unexposed part of bad debt? This is something to be thought. If you feel the first one is correct, using a little of common sense and the method of KAC, you will get to know that the second one is a blunder statement, which will lead to elimination of that. And the answer becomes A. Don't you think so? Yes or no? Yes. Look at this. When there is a higher PCR, that is provisioning coverage ratio, let's say ideally above 70%, the meaning of that is most asset quality issues, they have been taken care of and the bank is not vulnerable. Which means higher the PCR, lower is the unexposed part of bad debt. How could you say it is higher the unexposed? It is not having a direct or positive relationship. When one is high, the other is also high. It is the opposite. When the PCR or provisioning coverage ratio is high, the unexposed part is lower. Because you have a kind of transparency there. You got the point. The keyword higher made the second one wrong. Higher the PCR, lower the unexposed part. You got the point? Yes, Vinny, this is kind of tricky wala question. Good to see the Amazon Wala also for the class. Good to see. I'm hoping that you will also go for the UPSC examination. Sometimes, kabhi, when you see your best friends attending your classes, it makes you feel very good. Be it Pradosh, be it Vineet, all these people, very close people to me, and when I see them for the classes, I feel very good. Which means they're very dedicated for UPSC again. It's not like they want to do the UPSC exam. These MCQs are practically helping them to a greater extent, I feel. That's why they never miss the classes, if I'm not wrong. Anyways, thank you for that. So here we go. Is it very clear, all of you, why the second is wrong? That's enough. Nothing more is required. That is enough. Clear? So today you learned another new concept, PCR. Normally I have not taken this topic before for you, but still. Yes, Sintuja, of course you are. No doubt in that. I am talking about people out of UPSC. You are going to become IPS. I know that. But they are like, somebody who's out of the track, who is not that particular in writing UPSC, but they come for their practical knowledge. I know personally that. That is the reason I made a comment. See, I am kabhi, I'm a person who's kind of vocal in what I want to say. That's a reality. People think that only the UPSC people come out here. But if you see, you can even find my, students. That is my MBA wala students of Hindustan University who's coming here for the classes. You know why? They have a subject called as bank management. Where they know me very well. I am the queen of Kallattaram. That is why they come for this class also. Okay, ma'am can even ask questions from this. Let us learn the KEZ technique. Let us kind of practice with UPSC level. So they even come for that. So the kind of notion is not only UPSC students. The UPSC level questions is indeed a hit list for people to gain practical knowledge. Some for the general knowledge perspective. Some for the academic perspective. The dimensions are vivid. So I'm quite happy to see a gathering of people out there. That's indeed very interesting, right? I even have people who are 40 plus also, who cannot write the UPSC exam in this class. Seriously, who are 40 plus. They cannot write. They come because they will see this and teach their students out there. So I don't want to mention the names anyways. So these kind of things will make us feel very interesting. People who are coming to see a class, to take the classes for their students out there through these tricks, tips. People of different categories who teach in Unacademy do come. So when I get to know the comments like that, I feel very happy. A lot of people like that are also there. Yes, Shilpa, we will come after clearing. You will say, yeah, come on here. You should indeed. You should. I'll be waiting for that. Anyways, the next question of the day from the exclusive marathon is, consider the following statements regarding payment banks in India. Now, payment bank is a hit list topic. So please write it down somewhere. It is an important topic. First one, no credit lending is allowed for the payment bank. Second, they cannot accept demand deposit. Look at the keyword demand deposit. Very important. My question is payment bank, not NPA. So not NBFC. So use your brain. Third, they offer payment and remittance service, issuance of prepaid payment instrument, functioning as business correspondents for other banks. Quick. Come on, think. Come on, yeah, such a simple question. Do you think they cannot accept demand deposit? No. Brilliant, brilliant. Do like this only. Take care. Do such kind of blunder things. Brilliant. Why don't you think the answer is all the above, guys? 1, 2, 3. People are eliminating B and saying. Good. People do have some brains, I feel. Anyways, the answer is option number what? It is C. Sorry, it is B. Only the first and the third one is correct. The second one is wrong. As you people told me, yes, the answer is B. A lot of people went at D, but that's not the case. See, it's payment bank. I told you, NBFC. You know why I told you that clue? Non-bank financial company. I have taught you this. Both are similar. That is, NBFC and bank is similar, but bank is having a broader perspective compared to what the NBFC. Bank can accept deposit, demand deposit also. Whereas NBFC, they cannot accept demand deposit because they are a shorter or narrow version of bank. At your demand, through the checks or whatever, they cannot withdraw the money. Same thing happens with payment banks also. They cannot accept demand deposit. It is actually a wrong statement. So don't confuse the NBFC. In reality, supposing if the keyword was, let's say NBFC, then the second one is correct. That's why I give a clue to you, NBFC. In case of non-bank financial company, they cannot accept demand deposit. That is DD. Whereas payment banks, why? Do you think they cannot accept? They can. So now the keyword, that is the extreme word cannot, and the technique called as KC made you understand that second is galat. Fatafat eliminate C and D. What remains is A and B, and you got to know that the answer is B because we all know that credit lending, that is not allowed for payment banks, and they offer a lot of stuffs like issues of prepaid payment, business correspondent, etc., etc. That is why the answer is what? The answer is B. Clear? For example, some of the important features of this payment banks which you can normally find is, see, payment banks we all know, just because they want to increase the financial inclusion by providing small savings accounts, payment or remittance services to migrant laborers, low-income household, to small business, etc., etc., especially the informal and unorganized sector, this has been brought in. The biggest objective of government is what? The biggest objective of government is to have a financial inclusion, guys, for every sectors, including agriculture sector. So payment bank is one such concept in that scenario. It is a very important topic. And now this payment banks, if you see, don't you think so? They can accept demand deposit, obviously, but there lies the kallattaram. Now, a lot of people would have thought that the second one is correct because in reality, only current account and saving account they can accept, not any other demand deposit. You got the point. So there is a clause, or let's say a limitation as well. Payment banks can accept demand deposit, but only current account and saving account, not every demand deposits. You got the point. That is something which you have to keep in mind. Clear? But since the question was generic in nature, you got to understand that, yeah, it is wrong. Because it was said that they cannot accept. So you got to eliminate applying the extreme word card technique and tricks. Clear? What this payment banks will do is, initially they will be restricted to, let's say, holding a maximum balance of 1 lakh per customer. Based on the performance, the central bank or RBI, they could enhance or increase the limit. That is how it goes. From 1 lakh to 1,50,000. It goes like that. Clear? And one more thing, this payment bank, they cannot set up subsidiaries to undertake non-banking financial company business. So payment bank is also in lieu or connection with the next hit list topic, that is NBFC. So when you study payment bank, don't forget to study about NBFC as well. That is also important. Clear? Yes, Tejesh? And how are the questions, guys? Is it brainstorming for you people? It should be indeed. Now, the next important question is, consider the following statements regarding the effects of inflation. First one, inflation redistributes wealth from debtors to creditors. Second, during inflation, holding money remains an intelligent economic decision. Really? Think. Third one, generally in case of inflation, the currency of the economy depreciates. Do they appreciate or depreciate? Come on, quick. Yes, Pradosh. In prelims, can it be specific like words such as can accept demand deposit only current and saving? Pradosh, it can be. It can be, but they will not give you as such. If at all the question is they can accept deposit means they will give savings and current account. If they give they cannot means they will not mention it because the statement itself is wrong with the keyword cannot. So it is generic statement. That is how the technique or the keyword of framing the questions goes. Clear? Yes, I can see people saying D. Sindhuja says it is, what is it? A. Who are the others? Teja Shuddhi. Okay. Mridul is saying A. Come on. Not even a single fellow with the right answer. Oh my goodness. What happened to your eyes? You got to start checking it, guys. The keyword was incorrect. Applying the technique of keyword elimination comparison, you are supposed to identify the wrong statement. How could you tell me the answer is, A, B and all? It is not A, B, D. Rather it is C. Only the first and the second one is wrong. Whereas third one is correct. Clear? Now, during inflation, holding money remains an intelligent economic decision. What a foolish statement is that. Do you think in reality, holding money is a good option? Definitely no. Applying the keyword elimination comparison technique, second one happens to be wrong. Though it is wrong also, you cannot eliminate it. Why? Because you are supposed to identify the wrong statement. And applying this KZ technique, every single option is having 2, which means that second one is 101% the wrong option. And that happens to be the correct one because the directive keyword is incorrect. Now, among 1 and 3, you have to make a choice. Take it. So, out of B, C, D, you have to make a choice. Now, apply the technique called as CWT, cheat word technique. 2 and 3, 1 and 2, 1, 2 and 3. Had in the statement been 1 and 3, 1 and 2. The coding, I'm talking about the coding. Then apply the technique called as cheat word technique, what I've taught you. Because using such kind of CWT technique, if supposing B was 1 and 3 and C is 1 and 2, then the answer is 1, 2 and 3, 101%, no doubt in that. But here the sequencing is wrong. I repeat, the sequencing is wrong. As I taught you in the special class of Unacademy, it is not 1 and 3, it is 2 and 3. Because of which you can't apply the technique called as cheat word technique which I've taught you, which comes from the KC again. Sequencing is wrong now, so you can't say D is the right answer. You have to be very careful in reconsidering them. You got the point. Here the answer is 1 and 2. In reality, in case of inflation, what is inflation? When there is a price rise. I mean a persistent or a continuous rise in general price level. Don't you think so? The currency of economy will decrease or depreciate? Obviously, because too much of money will start chasing too few goods. Automatically this happens. The third one happens to be what? It happens to be a correct statement. Which means B and D is eliminated because they are the correct statement. They have 3 also. What remains is C, and you got to know that the first and the second one, even including the first one, it is what? It is a wrong statement. But that happens to be the right answer because of the directive keyword incorrect. Did you get it, all of you, the technique behind this question? And don't you think so? As a part of the effects of inflation, do they redistribute wealth from debtors to creditors? When there is a price rise, people are not having money in their hands. So how will they, if I have borrowed some money from somebody, I will not be able to give it back. You got the point? It doesn't make a sense at all. It doesn't redistribute. So eliminate. And during inflation, holding of money is not at all an intelligent economic decision. It is a galat wala, option at all. I can tell you. The reason is that the money loses value with every increase in inflation or price rise. So how can you even think of holding money? It is not logical. And there are multi-dimensional effects of inflation, guys, on an economy, both at micro as well as macro level. So inflation will redistribute wealth from creditors to debtors. That is lenders, the one who gave money. For example, if I have given money to somebody, then we will be suffering because of price rise. And during inflation, the borrowers will benefit. Debtors will benefit because price rise has happened. And the opposite takes place when inflation decreases. When there is deflation, now the borrowers will suffer and the creditors will benefit. You got the point? That's how it works practically. And with every inflation or price rise, what happens to the currency of a country? Of course, it depreciates or decreases. Why? Because they'll start losing the exchange value in front of a foreign currency. Indian rupees and US dollar. Indian rupees will fall. It will depreciate compared to US dollar, because you'll have to end up paying, let's say, for $1, you have to pay 75 rupees. Now it becomes 80 rupees to buy $1 if inflation is happening. Because our value is depreciating and they are increasing. Got the point? And they're following something called as flexible currency regime. That is exchange rate again coming up. They are also important hit list topics to be considered. Clear? The next one, a question from the nationalization of banks. Very important. Which of the following was or were the main reasons for nationalization of bank? First one, as the banks were owned and managed by the private sector, the services of the banking were having a narrow reach. Second, the planned development of the economy required a certain degree of government control on the capital generated by the economy. So nationalization. Think. Why do you think there should be nationalization? Quick. When there is public means, the service is wider. Private means, yeah, it could be narrow also. So first one may or may not be correct. I give a clue to you. Private, public. Narrow, wider. Think. Don't you think the government control is sometimes required for the capital that is generated by the economy? So nationalization will give a better perspective to it. Brilliant. Only 1%. Oh my goodness. Others are in the thinking mode, I think. Pata nahi kya hai wo hai. What is happening to them? They are in the thinking mode. Very few people with the right answer. No, now people have started thinking. I think they're copying from each other. Anyways, that's okay for all the kallatrams out there. The answer is C. Both 1 and 2 is 101% correct. Using a little of common sense, we all know that with regard to the keyword nationalization, guys. Okay. Don't you think so? Before nationalizations, yeah, the entire banks were owned and managed the private sector. Don't you think so? Public sector banks have to come forefront, because that only will contribute to more of service, perspective. That is one reason. That's what the first statement is telling. And nationalization means little of government control is coming up, where you'll be able to, manage things properly. So both 1 and 2 is connected. Using the comparison technique of the KEC taught by me, you got to know that the answer is C. So in this particular question, comparison technically will give you the right answer. With the keyword nationalization of banks, when you start comparing first and second statement, you can find some sense there. The keywords are highly related. Nothing to eliminate, and the answer becomes C. Clear? And when did you have nationalization, guys? If you see the so-called development of the entire banking industry in India, TK, I can tell you it has been intertwined with the story of nationalization. And once the central bank for country RBI, when they were nationalized in the 1949, central banking was in the place, they are the apex of the core banking and the government. They started reconsidering the nationalization of every other private banks, because they wanted to make sure that the banking sector as a whole is having some sort of reform. And that is the reason this nationalization came up. That time it was Narasimhan again. You have a Narasimhan committee as well on the nationalization of banks. Those are quite important things to be studied. Clear? See, the whole point is the government wanted to make sure that the resources are directed in such a way that greater public benefit is happening. For that, government control is required. Not completely, but then at least to an extent. Today we have something called as triple P. What is that? Your public-private partnership. So we cannot say we cannot involve the private sectors. We do involve them because they have better funding. But 51% share with the government and 49% with the private. But still PPP concept is working these days. Even your railways, your airports, your energy, every single sector today, the important, the core sectors is having an involvement of private. But with the limitations. That's how the government play. The highly diplomatic tactic of government. Hai na? Anyways. The next one. Consider the following statements regarding the cooperative banks in India. First one. They mostly serve the needs of agriculture and land activity. Second, they are not allowed to raise money via public issue and private placement of equity or preference shares. 3. The cooperative society is responsible for their regulatory functions. Quickly give the right answer. Here we go. Think. I'll not give you much time. People are taking a lot of time, and the answer is, come on, nobody gave the right answer. This is not fair. Is it slow that the people are giving the right answers? People are quite slow in giving it anyways. And the answer is, option number what? It is C. Only the first one is correct, whereas second and third is absolutely galat wala statement. Why? Because applying the technique of KEC, again, the keyword is correct. Next is cooperative bank. Now the second statement has something called as not, the keyword not there, which is coming under the category called as extreme word. Do you think the cooperative banks are not allowed to raise money via public issue and private placement? Definitely no, they can do that. No doubt in that. So the second one happens to be incorrect. So eliminate 2. Automatically what happens, even if you're not sure about the first and the third one also, applying the KEZ technique and the elimination technique out of that, fataфат eliminate options having 2. 1, 2, 4. That is A, B, D. Fataфат eliminated. What happens is that the answer becomes C. That is only left out option. And that becomes the answer. Clear? Simple as that. So even if you're not sure about the other options also, you got the answer. You got the point. That's how you apply the technique of KZ. But I could see only Mridul giving the right answer. What happened to the others? They were thinking, I think. Anyways, if you see, with regard to the question, that is cooperative banks, how could we say they mostly serve the needs of agricultural activity? No, that lies with the RRB, Regional Rural Bank. Don't get confused with cooperative and RRBs. Clear? So even agriculture means, of course, the RRB comes up. And now in the context of cooperative banks, yeah, they also make a point of ensuring that they are what? They are serving the needs of allied activity as well. And they also focus on what? The other activities where rural credit is very, very important, like the RRB. And now second one, it talks about what? It talks about they're not allowed to raise money. No, they can do that. And third one talks about the cooperative society is responsible for their regulatory functions. So now if you see the cooperative society, take care. They are currently under the dual control of cooperative society and also the central bank of a country, RBI. So how can we say the society is responsible? We cannot say that. Even they are also coming under the purview of RBI. So while the role of cooperative society includes incorporation, registration, management, audit, suppression of board of directors and liquidation, for the regulatory function it is not the society. That is cooperative society. Rather, it comes under the apex banking, that is RBI. The regulatory function of cooperative banks lies with RBI. Clear? That is why third one is incorrect. So in a general perspective, when you see, yeah, both happens to be correct, but this is how the explanation goes. The tiny tricks and tips that is lying out there. The next one, this is a question from the 2017 question paper. You can see it here. Very, very important. Very simple question, guys, but yet tricky. Excuse me. Regarding the commercial banks. First one, the operation of all these commercial banks are regulated by the RBI. Second, the income of a commercial bank is the difference between the rates which they charge to borrowers and pay to depositors. Having understood the meaning of commercial banks, the application question is this, which has appeared in the 2017 question paper. Think and give the right answer. Quick! I don't know what happened. People are in the slow mode. Pata nahi kya hai wo hai. Slowly they are polling. Slowly. Do. It's a previous year question. Use your brains. Brilliant. Yes. Here we go. That's a double kudos to my young officers for the right answer. The answer is C, guys. Both 1 and 2 is 101% correct. That is with regard to commercial banks. In spite of the, extreme word called as all in the first statement also it is correct. Applying the KEZ technique, the keyword is correct. Next is commercial bank. Now first statement has an extreme word called as all, where you are supposed to eliminate it. But in practicality, if you see the entire operations of commercial bank, yes, they come under RBI because RBI is the apex bank. Every single commercial bank, scheduled or unscheduled, they come under RBI. No doubt in that. So in spite of the extreme word all also, it's making a sense. So it is correct. Now don't you think so? If the income of the commercial bank is what they get is something based on what they charge to the borrowers and what they get from them and what they pay to depositors. Simple as that. Nothing to think. It's just the application level, practicality. Clear? That is why the answer is C. And I told you this second statement also before with regard to the net interest margin. When I asked a question called as net interest margin, remember? The second statement I explained there, which means that in the year 2021, the same commercial bank question, the second statement, they can ask you in the context of NIM, that is net interest margin. They will not give you the same keyword, but in a different keyword, the same meaning of the statement is coming up. You got the point? That is why I give you questions in such a manner or in such a fashion, I can tell you. Based on the previous year questions, such kind of questions, topics can also come because the meaning is the same at the end of the day. Net interest margin question, you can just have a look into what I've taught you, and also this 2017 ka commercial bank question. The second statement is almost similar. Clear? The next one, it's called as match the following. Let me see how many of you are good in mixing and matching out there. I know all are good in matching. Match list 1 with list 2. Okay, and find out the right answer. This I'll give you a little time, don't worry. List 1, boom, they say severe and prolonged downturn in economic activity. Recession, business cycle stage following a recession that is characterized by a sustained period of improving business activity. Depression, period of rapid economic expansion resulting in higher GDP, lower unemployment. Look at the keyword, higher GDP, lower unemployment. It makes a sense. Think. Recovery, significant economic downturn spread across the economy that lasts more than a few quarters. So option B tells A2, B1, C2, D1. This is A, B, C, D. Which is matching? Think. Boom is option number 2 or recession is option number 1. That's how what the first one is telling. The chances of D for 2 is more, probable, because every single option is having, D2. That is recovery. They talks about, the second option, business cycle stage and all. Think. Come on guys, quick. Why not even a single answer? Is that so difficult for you people? Oh my goodness, not even a single person with the right answer. What's this? Yes, here comes Gudia. Where were you, Gudia? Sleeping or what? For so many, hours. Didn't even see you for the classes. Tejesh, Crazy, Photon, all are saying B, D and C. Kya baat hai? Brilliant. Now say A also. Start singing the song. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. I'll start singing that. Because you poll like that. A, B, C, D, sab kuch like that. Come on guys, the answer is option B. That's a great kudos for those who give the right answer. C. Boom is what? Boom is a period of expansion. Don't you think so? Here the keyword expansion is happening up in option number 3. Boom is what? Expansion. Now, recession is something that is slowing down, which means significant economic downturn. That is recession. So A3, B4. Search for options having A3 and then B4 out of your every single option. Okay. Applying the KEZ technique. Forget about the depression and recovery. The only options where A3 and B4 is coming after A3, B4 is option but B. No other options having A3 and B4 combination, which means the answer is B itself. Automatically you got to know that C, depression is 1 and recovery is what? It is 2. You got the point? Simple as that. This is the way you will identify the right answer. Did you understand, all of you? Those who got confused? What is a boom, guys? See, this is a question from the business cycle. This is not a snake. This is a business cycle. Okay, and let me show you that. People will think, what is this? Ma'am is drawing a snake out there. Not your Nagin and all. This is a business cycle. The top portion is called as boom. What is that? It is a period of rapid economic expansion, which results in a higher gross domestic product. At the same time, the unemployment is very, very less, and a higher price rise inflation rate, and also the rising asset price, the top portion. It's again a imaginary kind of situation. Recession is the middle part. Slowing down of economic activities, when there is a decline in economic activity and all. Now the last down portion is called as depression. So recession is a warning signal. If you do not take care of the economy during the slowing down of economic activities like recession, then it will go to depression. Just like that. Nothing can be done. The economy will completely thrashed. You can take the case of the 2008-9 global financial crisis. You can take the 1920s depression, the Great Period of Depression by J.M. Keynes, that is John Maynard Keynes, economist. You got the point. So now depression is something that is the worst. For example, when a person is sick, if you don't take care of them mentally, they are sick, they'll slowly go into depression, active depression, acute depression, then they can go to PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, which is very, very dangerous. But if you're able to recover the person at the initial stage, you can save them from complete depression and other serious consequence of that, which can even result in coma and all, right? Similarly, the case of economy also. When you get the signals, the case of COVID-19 pandemic, when you feel that, okay, the economy is not proper, you got to get them back to track. If you see the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, the 20 lakh crore economic stimulus package that was put forward by the government. Why? The measures were introduced. The 5 tranches of measures in every single sector was introduced to bring the economy back to track. At least to bring them to some extent, if not completely. Otherwise, we would have once again felt or tasted depression out there, which is very, very bad for the economy to a greater extent. Whatever growth we've achieved till then would have literally shown a setback. Clear? So this is the way you got to connect the statements. What about depression, guys? The same thing. Continuous and severe prolonged downturn in economic activity. So basically in economics, if you see the keyword depression, just like how a person is entering into acute depressions and all, for the economy it is an extreme recession and it lasts for longer duration, like 3 or more years, which can even lead to a decline in the real GDP of at least 10%. What is recovery? The economy is getting back to track. That is the business cycle stage. Following a recession, it will be characterized by a sustained period of improving business activity. That is before going to depression, when the economy is in recession. In the context of COVID-19 pandemic, when the economy was in recession, through Atmanirbhar Bharat, we slowly recovered using the V curve and K curve. These I've taught you, which means we are slowly improving the business activity. It's a kind of recovery. Before going to depression, when you are in recession, you are trying to recover. That's called as economic recovery period. Like when you have a sickness, okay, before you dying or something like depression, or before you dying, you are recovered. That's called as economic recovery here in the economy perspective. Clear? And normally during the economic recovery, the GDP, that will increase, the income will increase, unemployment will decrease, and the economy will kind of rebound, kind of become more strong, I can tell you. Clear? This is how practically it happens. Now this particular question is equal to one chapter. I repeat, one chapter in the comprehensive economy syllabus, guys. There is a chapter called as business cycle. This is perfectly fine. I just took one question in the context of match the following, and those 4 statements are perfectly fine. The theory plus the practical applicability, guys, to cover the chapter. Nothing more is required. Just in 3 slides I covered. And also the questions which you can get also I covered for you. Fine? Yes? Perfect. The next one, again, as I told you, K shape, V shape, U shape and all. Here we go. Which of the following explains the U-shaped economic recovery? So here you do not have A, B, C, D coding, just one answer. The highest priority options will be the right answer here. So U-shaped. Think about U. It is decreasing, constant and again increasing. That is U, right? It's coming down, stabilizing and slowly increasing. Think. Which one will be the right answer? Yes, Tini? See here? Brilliant. And she here comes a lot of kallatarams. I'm not telling out. Anyways, wonderful. Brilliant, guys. Yes, the answer is C. The U-shaped economic recovery. It is none other than a scenario where you can see the economy after they are falling, they'll struggle and muddle around, let's say, a very low growth rate for some point of time. Then slowly or gradually they'll increase to the usual level. They'll come down, be stable, again they'll slowly increase. It's a U, just like alphabet U. It's called as U-shaped recovery. That's brilliant. People have really used some common sense out there, I should tell you. Anyways. Now, in this particular question, why this question is given to you people by me is, you are going to study about the different, recovery shapes. U, V, K, Z and all. So, quickly through this particular question, several other curves or shapes are also covered. So, let's quickly have a look into what is Z shape. The Z shape recovery is the most optimistic or positive scenario. What happens in Z is what you know. Quickly the economy will rise like a phoenix after a crash. Like a phoenix bird rising from the ashes now. Fatafat the economy will recover. So it's more than what they make up for the lost ground. You got the point. So this is something which is a faster perspective. Then V shape. Coming down and again going up. Something like U it is. Where the economy will quickly recoup. The lost ground will get back to track to the normal growth trend and all. Now, what about U? It's something like where after falling they're struggling. Fatafat they will not grow. They'll struggle and then they'll come up. From a low growth rate for some time, gradually they'll increase to high. That is, this is U, right? So now they decreased. Now they're struggling, slowly they'll come up. Whereas if you see Z is not like that. Fatafat they're growing. And even if V is also vertical or let's say V shape is also very faster, they're getting back to the normal growth line. In case of U, they are growing, but after struggling and muddling, a lower growth rate, then they'll go to higher growth rate. That is a transition phase. What about W? W, just like the alphabet W. In your childhood, when you study X, Y, Z, W, Z and all, you always tend to write W difficultly, in a difficult way. Children are like that. Because 2 V's is W. Hai na? Similarly, it's a dangerous creature, I can tell you. Because the growth will fall and then rises. But falls again before recovering yet again. which means it's having a W-like chart. You can see 2 V's combine, you get W, guys, wherein you can see it's coming, going up, again coming, going up. So it's kind of fluctuating like the alphabet. You got the point. What about L shape? If W shape is the dangerous creature, L shape is the worst case scenario, where the growth after falling, they'll stagnate. Look at the alphabet L. It's coming down. Then they are not increasing, rather they are vertical. Sorry, they are horizontal. L is horizontal, they are kind of stagnant at low levels, and they will not even recover for a long period of time. Like the alphabet L, it is coming down, then they are not going up like V or U. Rather, they are stabilizing slowly. So they kind of stagnant. And you have something called as J as well. What is J? J is very interesting again. J-shaped recovery is, it's a very unrealistic scenario, something like a myth, I can say. Here they are saying that growth is increasing sharply from the low as to a very higher level, and then they'll remain there. See, that cannot take place, guys. Growth from a very low level or grassroots level, how can they go to a higher level just like that faster without any interventions and all? It cannot be the case. Something that is unrealistic. But still, there is a recovery called as J-shaped recovery as well. Clear? So I taught you Z, then Z, V, U, W, L. Z, V, U, W, L. Zubul it is. है ना? What an amazing term. Anyways. Yes, Shilpa, economy de ellu uri. Ella ellu urum Shilpa. These kind of recovery curves are also like that. Ellum, nuttum, bolt to ella urum. Everything will, be removed. The nut and bolt. Anyways. Is it clear, all of you? Yes, Induja? Our mothers know how they made us write alphabets. Yeah, that's true, yeah. Because A, B, C. Because children, normally if you see the children, W, they say W. They don't say W. W, they say. It's quite difficult for them. Just like that, in the economy also, W is a dangerous thing. And the worst is L. Yes, Pradosh, everything under one single umbrella I brought in. So I wanted you guys to know all these curves. So no matter whatever questions you get, be it J or L or W or U or V or K or whatever, you will be able to write now. These are enough. One word, guys. Perfectly fine. These are enough for you to understand. Clear? So shall I go to the next question? After learning all the curves, people are thinking, which curve should we really think about? So next time when you see alphabet, A, B, C, D, you'll start thinking about this. Acha, now ma'am has told U is this curve, V is that curve, L is this curve. You'll start thinking like that because you are UPSC candidate. Anyways, the next one. Consider the following statements regarding ICR, interest coverage ratio. First one, it helps to determine how easily a company can pay interest on its outstanding debt. Second, the higher a borrowing company's level of interest coverage ratio, the worse is its ability to service its debt. Quickly give the right answer. Come on, guys, quick. It should be really fast. Yes? Oh my goodness, people are still thinking which one to go for. Seriously. And the answer is option number A. Only the first one is correct. Why did you go for option number C, guys? Acha, majority is with A. Brilliant. Only the first one is correct. Because anybody with common sense will know that the second is wrong. It is said that higher a borrowing company's level of interest coverage, worse it is ability. See, it is lower the borrowing company's level of interest coverage, the worse the ability to serve. It is the opposite. You got the point. It is not higher. That is why you got to eliminate it. Clear? If you see, basically interest coverage ratio, what are they? They are a debt and profitability ratio which you will actually use to determine how easily a company can pay the interest. On what? On the outstanding debt. So how do you calculate such kind of ratio? ICR is calculated by dividing the company's earning before interest and tax. Let's say for example, they are getting 10 crore before interest and tax by the interest expense during any given period. That's how they calculate your interest coverage ratio practically. So now when the interest coverage ratio is less, higher the company's debt burden and greater the possibility of default or let's say bankruptcy for the company. That's how it goes. When there is a lower interest coverage ratio means less earnings available by the company, so they are unable to meet their interest payments and the business is more vulnerable. To increase what? To increase in interest rate. That's how it works practically. Clear? The second statement was ulta in the question, so you have to eliminate it. The next one. Consider the following statements regarding devaluation of a currency. Quick! It may promote export. I repeat, may promote. Why? They can't promote. What may is again a doubtful scenario. Play with words. UPSC is smart in that, so you also use your brains. Second, price of the country's products, that is domestic product in the international market, may fall due to devaluation. Again, may is coming. May fall. Why? Are they not likely to fall? May, likely, will. All these are terms to be thought about. Third one, devaluation of a currency can lower the country's current account deficit. Again, can is coming. It's again a clause. It may or may not. Yes, Sindhu, that's a very good question you asked me. Let me ask you the score. Anyway, 25 questions now. I will ask you the score now. Wait. Quick. People are thinking. Yes, Gudiya and Shilpa saying, ma'am, it is D. Why? May and can is there. One may can also be wrong. It could be C also. See, I gave a clue to you. By devaluation may fall or it will fall. See, may means they may or may not fall, guys. Use your brains. So, sometimes second can also be the right answer. You can even change. Since you are typing the answers, you can change your answers also. There is a provision like that. Brilliant. What a brilliant answers are coming. Yes, Prabhakar. Started. Soham started. Soham is so confident. No, the answer is D, ma'am. 1, 2, 3. Really? Brilliant. Yes, the answer is option B, guys. I couldn't confuse you people today. Both smart. I think people have drank the lithium shake and come. That they will not make a mistake. Brilliant. Wonderful, guys. The answer is option B. 1, 2, 3. In spite of the extreme words like may and can in the statements, in reality, if you see devaluation or let's say decrease in the value of currency, yes, they will promote export and the domestic products price in international market will definitely decrease and it can even lower the country's current account deficit. No doubt in that. So applying the KEZ technique taught by me, the comparison technique is making you understand that nothing to eliminate and the answer is D. Clear? Yes, Soham, your words prove that it is correct. Hacha, I was stressing on may and can. I know that. But who will come and help you for the UPSC examination? Maybe like an angel, I'll come on top of you like this. Look. Look at the question, look at the options, apply the KEC, apply the CWT technique. I'll come in your brains, don't worry. Say, yes, Sindhuja, wonderful. Out of 25, you got 12. What is this? At least you got 2 digits. I'm happy for that. Where are the others? Come on, guys. Now, take 30 seconds. Put down your scores. I'm going to make a note of your scores. Out of 25. Sindhuja, 12. The next one. Shilpa is how much? Priya is how much? 21. Brilliant, yaar. Krishna, 20 on 25. 18, huh? Good, very good. Where are the others? Why others are not calculating or what? Chumma, don't tell me, okay, 20, 21, 25 and all. 2 to 3 will get in your head. If it is Unacademy special classes, all these Kallatrams won't work. Directly on the leaderboard will be there. Tomorrow, let me see whether I can use Mentimeter for you. There is an app, okay. You can actually poll in the live class. You can poll in that. That is, 2 devices are to be used. One is laptop and one is phone, or 2 phones, whatever it is. In one you will poll, your scores will be reflected in the class itself. So that there is a way in which you kind of do it. Anyways, let me see tomorrow if I can see. Yes, Tejash. Ma'am, currently we can economy concepts want to improve. Do not worry, Tejash. You can actually watch my Unacademy articulate channels ka fundamental of economy video, booster videos of economy, the current economy, current affairs classes going on. Then in Unacademy special classes, MCQs. You can just follow those. It should be fine. And to make your concepts more clearer, the NCRT batch course is starting on this 15th of September from the scratch. That is the concepts to the comprehensive part and the current affairs updation. A totally unique way of teaching NCRT. 9, 10, 11, 12 class I'll be doing. You can join for that. All those are plus courses. You have to get a subscription. You can even use my code Nisha IAS Live to get a subscription. It's clear? So you will be able to be a part of that. Yes, Pradosh. Yes, Mentimeter. Good. Yes, Shilpa, use live Google Sheet. Shilpa, live Google Sheet, is there an option like that? But I have to display the questions for you on the screen. Your score should be shown up, right? I have to show your scores as well. Yes, Sindhuja, I know that. Don't worry. Slow and steady wins the race. Yes. We'll think about Mentimeters there and also this, this Google Sheet, na? Yes, Goody, I am very poor in economics, still with KCM alive. Kya baat hai, brilliant. You should be smart enough. Come for the NCRT classes. If I don't see you for the 15th batch course, 2 to 3 heads I'll give. Yes, Shilpa, score will not show, we'll put answers there. Acha, okay, you can do that also, right? Let me see, because I know there is a way in which you can reflect your scores through Mentimeter app. I will figure it out, how to get it done. Take care. I'll do it. For tomorrow also 7 p.m. you have in Namma's Academy. Na? I will try to do it. What I'll do is, by afternoon itself tomorrow, I'll give you an idea of how to use. I'll do a video, less than 1 minute, how to use this Mentimeter polling. That's a code, I remember. I believe there is a code to be used. I'll give you a code. Yes, Priya, Menti is like live poll. That is, you can poll there and you can see the question. So automatically it will be reflected. I will do that, don't worry. I'll figure out how to do it and we'll do it. We'll make it more interesting. Anyways, as far as this question is concerned, all the 3 options are correct. Take care. Now, a strong currency. What is the meaning of that? It's not necessarily in a nation's best interest. And a weak domestic currency makes the nation's export more competitive, I can tell you, where in the global overseas market. At the same time, when the export is very competitive, the import will be little expensive, no doubt in that. Now, when there is a higher export, we all know that more of export and less of import is always good for the country's BOP, that is balance of payment, to be in equilibrium. Because export means we'll be able to earn in terms of what? Foreign exchange or forex as such, which will boost up our economy's growth to a greater extent. Import means we end up paying more money. That's what they're trying to tell you. Clear? The next one. Consider the following statements. Certificate of deposit is a long-term financial instrument issued by scheduled commercial banks to individuals, companies and corporations. Second, call money is a short-term finance used for interbank transactions. Quick! This is a question from your capital market, money market, now what you studied. Security markets. Quick! Is it long-term or short-term? It is a money market instrument, organized money market. I can give you a guarantee for that. If you feel it is long term, see, the answer cannot be all the above. I mean, option number C, 1 and 2. Because one statement tells long term, one statement tells short term. Use your brains. And look at the keyword. I can see if crazy foot on seeing it is yay. You have some brains, I understood that. Come on, yeah, look at the question carefully. Did I ask you the correct statement for you to tell me the answer is neither 1 or 2? 2 to 3 in your heads. The answer is option number A. My question was, which of the statements are incorrect? I repeat, incorrect. Applying the K-easy technique. If you see, the keyword is incorrect. If you see, the second one is correct actually. Call money is a short-term finance and they are used for interbank transactions, which means B, C and D cannot be the case. Fatafat eliminated. They are the right answer. What remains is A, and automatically you got to know that the answer is what? It is A. Oh, why are you saying the answer is B, guys? Pata nahi kya hai, why you love B so much? B is the correct one. See, come on guys, B is the correct answer. My question was to identify the galat or wrong wala statement, which means incorrect. Look at your keyword. Open your eyes. Do you want a box of spectacles? I'll even offer you that. Go better wash your eyes and come and sit for the class. Oh my goodness. Pata nahi kya hai wo hai. At a stretch they're saying B. B is correct if the keyword was which of the statements are correct. But here it is incorrect. So eliminate all the options with 2 because they are correct answer. What remains is A and that becomes the answer. Now what is COD, guys? Certificate of deposit, CD. It's a money market instrument and they are short-term one. They are not long-term. That's what I told you. Short-term and long-term was a keyword in this particular question. In reality, CD is actually a short-term financial instrument, not long-term. So eliminate. But that happens to be the correct one because of the directive keyword incorrect or wrong statement. Clear? Basically a certificate of deposit, which is a money market, organized money market instrument, they are for a short period and they issued in a dematerialized form. Against what? The fund that has been deposited in a bank for one particular period of time. And who issues the CD or certificate of deposit, guys? The scheduled commercial bank. And they select few financial institutions in our country, India, which is allowed by the central bank of country, RBI, within a limit. And who are the people to whom the CD is issued? Not the Adawala CD. This is certificate of deposit to individuals, to companies and to corporations. Clear? What is called money? They are a short-term finance. The minimum short-term finance. Repayable on demand. At your demand, it will be repaid to you. And you have a maturity for a very, very short period, like 1 to 15 days. Like 2 weeks, or let's say overnight to fortnight also. Fatafat like that. So they are basically used for all the interbank transactions. Clear? Both CD and call money, they are short-term instruments only of the organized money market. The next one. The most interesting question. In fact, the common sense wala question. ATM. Automated teller machines. That is, consider the following statements about different types of ATM in India. First one, I have taught you this. Blue, brown, black. In the plus class or free class, I don't remember, but I have taught you this. Think. Brown label ATMs are owned by third parties and cash handling and bank and server connectivity is handled by the concerned bank. Second, white label ATMs are owned and operated by a third party. Yes, Pradosh, in the free class, 6 p.m. class I have taught you. I've explained also. Blue, brown, white, pink ATMs. Remember? Yes, Maharaj. Yes, Soham did not see the keyword. I think you're sleepy. That's why. 2 to 3 on your heads now. Yes, Raj Kohli. Come on, quick. Why are you so slow in typing? Why no energy for you people? Oh my goodness, people are taking more time. So I think I have to start going with Mentimeter tomorrow, the app. So you'll have only less time to poll. What a brilliant wrong answers. What a unity in giving wrong answers. Very good. Carry on. Do like this only. Oh my goodness, the majority said the answer is D. Really? Come on, my officers. The answer is C. Both 1 and 2 is 101% correct. Nobody gave that. I don't know what happened to you people. See. This ATM, or let's say automated teller machine, when did it come to our country, India? By the late 1980s. And there are 3 types. You have bank-owned ATMs, then brown label ATM and white label ATM. What are bank-owned ATM? The concerned bank, State Bank or Canara Bank, Indian Bank, they will be owning and operating them. And they carry the bank's logo, SBI ka ATM, Canara Bank ATM. Normally we find them. And they are costliest way to provide such service to bank customers. Okay, the bank-owned ATM. Brown label ATM means third parties will be owning it. Let's say, for example, a non-banking firm. Even I can do that. So now brown label ATMs means the concerned banks only handle a part of the process. That is cash handling. And the bank and server connectivity. They carry the logo of the bank which outsource their service. Simple as that. Third parties come in the brown label. Whereas in white label, what happened? They own and again, they are owned and operated by whom? By the third parties. Clear? Again, the same thing, non-banking firm. Now, the major difference between brown and white is both brown and white label ATMs, they are owned and operated by a third party. Okay, but the whole point, brown and white is that brown is owned by third party, whereas white is owned and operated by the third party. In brown, you can see the logo. Okay, they carry the logo of the bank, which from where they outsource the service. In white, you cannot find the logo of the banks they serve. That is why such a name. Instead of that, they carry the logo of the firm. For example, if I am the third party means the logo of my firm will be there in white label ATM. In brown label ATM, the concerned bank, let's say State Bank or Punjab National Bank or Indian Bank, whichever they are outsourcing their service, the logo of that bank will be there by the third party. That's a major difference between brown and white. Clear? So both are having the same meaning with minute differences. These are tricks, guys, that will come to you. Look at Shilpa. Logo is Nisha AS. That will also be the case. Do you know the other kind of, ATMs, guys? White label, then you have blue, brown label bank ATM. That's very important. That is Example, I'll give an example for you to memorize. You can just write it. Example is, see, bank owned ATM. That is, B ATM is SBI Bank ATM, ICICI Bank ATM, Canara Bank ATM. What about brown label ATM? Brown label ATM means the logo of the bank. It could be any third party and they have the logo of the bank. You can use a brown label ATM, will be a third party. You will use a State Bank logo. Whereas white label, now I'll tell you the example. Have you seen ATMs like IndiCash, Tata IndiCash? You will understand if the example is given to you now, because people tend to get confused with brown and white. Brown is what you know. State Bank and Canara Bank ATMs can also be operated and controlled by a third party using their own logo. You got the point. Whereas white label means it's exclusively ATMs like Tata IndiCash. Then Muthoot Finance, it's very popular in Kerala. Muthoot Finance, yeah, that is white label ATM. Then if you see in such kind of ATMs now, there is no bank logo. The logo of Muthoot will be there. The logo of Tata IndiCash will be there. You got the point. That's the whole point. Now it is clear, guys. Those who got confused between brown and white label, I know this doubt will be there. That's why I gave you example to make it more simplified. Yes, Pradosh, this IndiCash wala thing I've taught you in the Unacademy class. That's why I keep telling you, come for the Unacademy special classes. It's brilliant, guys. The plus or the special. And now there is a feature called as raise a hand. You know what is raise a hand? Only the plus students can do that. You raise your hands, you can talk to me. I can listen, you people now. It will be even more interesting. All those features like that. So try to utilize those features and make sure that you're coming for the Unacademy Plus platform and free platform. It's even more interesting. Anyways, the next one, again, a question with regard to commercial banks. I think we have done this. Yeah, this is a question from 2017, guys. What we did, I've just repeated. Quick. If you don't give me right answers for this now, 2 to 3 on a heads I'll give. Come on, quick. Very good. Yes, Krishna. Very good. What we did only, guys, the answer is C. Both 1 and 2 is correct. So I'm just skipping it off because we did this. The next one. Consider the following statements regarding banking operations. Now, bank use all the money deposited by the public with themselves in cash form. Second, bank offer a higher interest rate on deposits than what they charge on loans. Think and give the right answer. The question is, which of the above statements are correct with reference to service provided by banks? I repeat, service provided by banks. Out of 1 and 2 statements, the keyword is based on services. This is a very, very interesting question. You have 2 keywords to be noticed. Okay, so think. Yes, Shankar, good evening. I can see Gudia, Krishna, all are saying D. Really? Why, guys? Why D? Oh, because you have an extreme word called as all. Then you have an extreme word called as, than in the second one. So both are wrong. Brilliant. Yes. Neither 1 or 2 is correct. Very good, guys. Applying the technique of KAC and the, extreme word technique. Both are wrong. If you see, the first statement tells, bank use all the money deposited by public with themselves in cash form. What nonsense is that? They will never do that. Hannah. And also bank will offer a higher interest rate on deposit. They always offer a lower interest rate and they'll charge a higher interest rate on loan. Anybody with common sense will understand that both are absolutely ridiculous statements. If you see, banks always they'll only keep a small portion of their deposits as cash with themselves. Like your CRR, cash reserve ratio with RBI, then SLR, statutory liquidity ratio with themselves. Remaining amount of money they'll make sure they are circulating in the economy in the form of money supply. Clear? And now always in the case of loans, the banks will charge a higher interest rate because they get a profit out of it. They kind of earn out of it. Whereas for the depositors, the bank will pay them a little of lesser amount compared to the interest they charge from the borrowers because they're not going to get any profit out there. That is why. Clear? Because whatever interest is being charged from the borrowers by the bank on loans is the profit of the bank. So that will be higher compared to the interest paid by the banks to the depositors. You got the point. Simple as that. Next one. Consider the following institutions involved in credit disbursement. Use your brains carefully. This is a very, very practical question. Credit disbursement. Banks, cooperative, money lenders, traders. Now, the next part of the question is which of the above are seen as a part of formal sector loan? So, 1 and 2 questions are to be combined with these given options. Quick. Your time starts now. Yes, Mithun? Hello, ma'am. Long time no see. All see only. You are the one who has not seen. I was there in the plus and the free class. YouTube I do daily. The 9:30 economy current affairs. People are saying yay. My question is formal sector loan. Formal. Think. Very simple. Wonderful. Brilliant, guys. The answer is option number A. Everybody knows. Why? Because the keyword formal. We all know formal means there will be a proper documentation. There will be a proper, documentation verification. Money lenders, we all know that they are the number one informal sector loan. Informal sector for giving loans and all, right? Which will loot the farmers in general. So, fatafat eliminate, applying the keyword elimination comparison technique. Search for the options having 3 to eliminate it. B, C, D. That's all. What remains is A, and you got to know that the answer is only 1 and 2. Now, you even got to know that fourth one is wrong because the answer doesn't consist of 4 anywhere. Now, for example, if supposing the second part of the question was not there, if the question was only based on the institutions involved in credit disbursement. Now, credit or money disbursement means banks and cooperative and money lending is involved. But formal sector loan, the second part of the question is made you very clear that the third one is a rubbish statement, right? So, your answer becomes A. Simple as that. Yes, Shilpa didn't see formal. I expected this. See, some people, what happens is like, they will think that which of the statements are correct or incorrect in the, down part of the question, which I kind of practice with you people. Now, I thought I'll change the pattern in YouTube. That is, first part of the question is also a keyword. Second part, instead of telling you correct or incorrect, another keyword is put in. So, this test, this is a kind of test for your presence of mind, cognitive ability, your, concentration capacity. This kind of questions is actually, testing all those. How well you are reading each and every statement in the question. So, presence of mind is important. So, you thought that formal sector was, it was actually, I think it was invisible to your eyes. Yes, Pradosh, marathon is today like real prelims of a great one. Yeah, yes, it should be because this is an area where every year you can expect at least 2 to 3 questions. Believe me. This year it could even be 5 questions. See, I told you this year, economy, environment, science and tech, history is important. The areas and subjects I'm telling you. This year economy is very, very important. Like last year, polity and environment as I predicted. So, my subject being economics, don't you think so? I will literally, promote that. Obvious I will, because this year the chance is more for questions to come from this area. Mithun, agriculture is inclusive in the economy again, from the current affairs perspective. No, Sindhuja, we have little more to go. We'll finish soon. Don't worry. Is it clear, all of you? So, how was the marathon? People are in the josh with the marathon, Hannah. Good to know that. Now, the next one. Consider the following statements regarding CP. What is CP? Commercial paper. First one, it is an unsecured money market instrument issued in the form of a promissory note. Second, it acts as a debt instrument to be used by large corporate companies for borrowing short-term monetary fund. Third, NRIs and FIIs, that is foreign institutional investors, are not allowed to invest in CP. Quickly give me the right answer. Here we go. Come on, quick. CP, commercial paper. And by the way, all those who are watching this video, don't forget to like the video. Very important. That shows your interest as such. So don't forget to do that. Thumbs ups in the video, I mean. The like option in the video. And to subscribe if you have not subscribed. Again started. People with A, D, pata nahi kya hai wo hai. Majority with D. Very good. And that's a kudos to 2 people, Mithun and Photon, for giving the right answer. It is A. Only the first and the second is correct. Very good. If you see, applying the KEZ technique with regard to commercial paper, it is said that NRIs and foreign institutional investors are not allowed to invest. The extreme word is not. Do you think they are not allowed? Look at the first statement. It is said that the commercial paper, they are an unsecured money market instrument in which they are using in the form of promissory note. If you feel the first one is the definition of the CP, then apply the comparison technique to compare option 1 and 3. You can find some dissimilarities where you eliminate the third one. Automatically, applying the elimination technique, B and C is gone. Out of A and D, you got to know second one is correct. And already you know that the first one is correct, which means the answer is A. Clear? As simple as that. And yes, commercial paper, they are in the form of promissory note. That is how they issue them, and they come under money market, the unsecured money market instrument. And this is not a new concept. I can tell you this commercial paper that was introduced in our country India way back in the year 1990. Why? Because they want to enable highly rated corporate borrowers. So they'll start diversifying their sources of short-term borrowings and provide an extra additional instrument to hook the investors. So subsequently, if you see all the primary dealers and all Indian financial institutions, they are also permitted slowly, apart from the corporate borrowers, even these people, they were permitted to issue commercial paper. So when they are permitted to use that, automatically they are able to meet their short-term funding requirements for all the operational activities. That's how it was expanded from the corporate borrowers to the primary dealers and also the all India financial institutions. Clear? And now it's let's say for example the short-term thing. So even for a period of 7 days minimum, and maximum up to 1 year, that is less than 365 days, you can issue your commercial paper from the date of issue. Today if you're issuing it, let's say for example today is September 13, right? From today till September 12 it is. So from today to another week, 7 days, or even for 1 year time, you can do it. Not more than that, because they're individual things. They're short-term things. If you see the kind of organizations or bodies who can invest in the commercial paper is individuals, banking companies, corporate bodies who is registered or let's say incorporated in a country, India, even the unincorporated bodies, the NRIs, the FIIs, all these people can actually invest. The question tells that the NRIs and foreign institutional investors cannot. They are not allowed. That's nothing like they can do it. See why? Because when they are acting as a debt instrument which has been used by the large corporate companies, this large corporate company, okay, look at the second statement. Corporate means again foreign institutional investors and corporate companies. They are connected. So don't you think so even the third one is correct? But they say that the question tells you they are not allowed to invest. In reality, they are allowed to invest in the commercial paper. Clear? Yes, good, yeah. Oh, I thought A, but ma'am, the way you give options, it's like D, you change the style of giving options. I didn't change the style of giving options. I changed the style of, keyword. Because every year if I give the same thing, you will be like, there'll not be, much of fun or maza, hai na? Let's have some fun as well, guys, in the options out there to twist and drill your brains. It's drilling of brains that is happening in this marathon series. So every single question will have every single, tricks, tips, collaterums to the core. So get ready for that. Because UPSC is also like that. They're unpredictable. But we are here to battle with the unpredictable to make it predictable, right? And to make the impossible to the possible. Simple as that. That is why I've given you a weapon. Imagine that you're warriors. You're in the battlefield of UPSC and your goal is to fight every single battle. Matlab every single questions using the weapon. The sword in your hand is keyword elimination comparison technique, the most effective one. It's giving a surety to you have killed your enemy. Matlab you have completely solved the questions correct. That's KAC. It's kind of giving you a damn surety that you have literally done it. So what else you need? So be warriors and fight in the battlefield with the weapon or the sword of KAC. Clear? And come back with victory, my young officers. I'm here to welcome you people as always, being your UPSC faculty. Anyways. Yes, good, yeah. Yes, Sindhuja, Krishna and all. Very good. The next one. See, one more thing, this is fine, take care. I mean, these explanations are perfectly fine, guys. Last minute revisions. There is no need for you to revise much on these topics, but provided all these topics are noted down. I'll give you one clue. Definitely questions will come from this area, no doubt in that. Whatever I've predicted from economy. That is why I'm doing this marathon, that too in the YouTube itself. Because some people in the special classes, they'll miss it. So this year I want to do it in YouTube. So even if you do not have an Unacademy app also, any UPSC student can access YouTube, no doubt in that. And now make a point that you even download the Unacademy app and watch classes there, because more quality sessions always happen there on a continuous basis. Of course, here also quality is there, but over there continuously you can have the polling sessions and stuffs like that. Clear? The next one, you have a question from 2018 Prelims question paper, guys. Which one of the following statements correctly describes the meaning of legal tender money? You know why I discussed these questions with you, like call money, then commercial paper, certificate deposits, organized money market? Because in the year 2018, you had a question from that area. That is legal tender money. So those are related hit list topics where you can get a question. That is why. Clear? Here we go. Quickly give the right answer. Legal tender money. Come on, quick. People are thinking which one to answer. Is it so? It's time for me to unlock. Today, you have a beautiful surprise. I want to give you, apart from the black box of chocolate, the pink box of chocolate, I had a beautiful lion wala cup for you people. The lion cup of chocolates for the brave people out there. Do you want to see that? Yes? You want to see? Okay. You give me the right answers, then I will, unveil the gift for you people. The lion cup of chocolates. Okay. But the options are not 95%. People are fighting with B and C wala options. Fix one. Is it B or C? It could be D also. Think. Wait, let me show you that. Hold on. I was just taking, the beautiful lion wala cup of chocolates for you people. And here we go. The answer is B, which means that legal tender money. What is that? The money which a creditor is under compulsion to accept in settlement of his claim. Simple as that. It's called as legal. Legal tender means the money is having a value. You have to accept. No doubt in that. That's why the term is legal out there. So that's a kudos to you people. And here we have the beautiful Shota wala lion, printed cup of chocolate. The cute wala, lion cup. It's interesting. Now, can you see? But don't think I'll give it to you. The chocolates are unboxed. They will not be, they'll not be given to you. Because not majority gave the right answer. Can you see that? I'll just show you a little more close. Can you see the line wala stuff? Yeah. Mera share, mera jeeto, mera young officers. Come on, you got to give me right answers to get all these gifts and surprises with the Unacademy ka hat over here. Anyways. See, previous year questions is actually testing how far you are thorough with whatever UPSC has asked before. You have to by heart the previous year questions. There is no excuse for that. You should be very, very thorough. I'm telling you this. That is the sole reason exclusively for economy I am coming with the previous year questions. Clear? The complete previous year questions in a mixed format also I'll be doing in the special classes. Not in YouTube. But in YouTube I'll be doing tomorrow exclusive economy previous year questions. Clear? Along with few more questions from those areas towards the end. I'll show you the ratios tomorrow. From this area, this topic. This area, this topic. Today's class is exclusively focusing on one particular important, burning area. That is monetary policy, RBI, inflation, money, etc. Right? But tomorrow means from 2013 to 2020, the complete economy questions, whatever has come in prelims, I'll ask you. And I'll tell you why the answer is so and so, and the explanations and what you should expect for the current year. It's not just teaching the previous year questions. The technique to solve them and why it is like that and what are the next questions you can expect for the current year based on these. Because UPSC has a pattern for framing questions from previous year as well. They'll kind of connect it with the related current affairs. The method of 3C approach which I've taught you, the ultimate mantra, that will be working out there. And the BRMM, what is that? Brain retention memory method of interlinkaging. All these will work there. Clear? So tomorrow's class is indeed very important. Do come. 7 PM it will be in the Namma IAS Academy. I repeat, Namma IAS Academy. Clear? All of you have subscribed that now, Namma IAS Academy. Unacademy South, yeah. It will be in English only, so make sure that you're coming there. Now what a nice question. Your source book coaching class. Nisha Nujumudeen. You got it? Simple as that. For more questions come for the special classes, you'll even get it better. Anyways, now a little more about this particular topic if you see regarding legal tender money. It's an important topic, clear? Now the currency coins and notes, what we have, they are called as fiat money, right? And if you see, they do not have an intrinsic value like the gold or silver coins. But can you refuse the currency note and coin? No, they have a legal tender. You and me as a citizen of a country, we cannot refuse that for any kind of transactions or whatever it is because they have the legal tender. Maybe gold and silver is having a better value compared to currency note and coin. But to purchase the gold and silver today, you need to have these currency and coins because They are having legal tender. They are called as fiat money, right? And legal tender money is a kind of money which a creditor is under compulsion or force they have to accept in settlement of his or her claim. And these legal tenders, what are they? They are the medium to settle financial obligations and transactions which are recognized with the land of law. Simple as that. Clear? A little of extra information is that, see, the checks that you draw on savings or current accounts now these can be refused by anyone as a mode of payment because DD or demand deposits, they are not legal tenders. But currency and coins, currency and coins and notes, they are legal tenders. You cannot even think of rejecting them. But checks, you can even think of rejecting because they are not legal tenders, demand deposits. You got the point. So don't get confused. What a nice question. Somebody is asking me, somebody called HTDD, whatever it is. What is the punishment for not accepting legal tender? You don't accept, you will not get anything also. Without legal tender, you go to a shop and you tell them, you give some product like this and tell them, hey, I'm giving you this cup, give me a box of chocolate or give me one box of juice. They won't give you. You pay money, you will get it. Simple as that. Anyways. Yes, Midun, B is the definition, C is the example. I'll tell you. Look at this carefully. In this particular question, a lot of people will get confused with regard to B and C. I know that. That is why you see UPSC is smart. UPSC is what, guys? They'll try to twist you. You will feel that both the options are correct. But you have to go only for one option. That is what UPSC does. That is why I give you techniques like keyword elimination comparison. In the year 2018 also, if you see, look at the second one and the third one. The bank money in the form of check, draft, bill. You will think, yeah, they are also legal tender. You write and give a check, when you go to bank exchange, you get the money. You think it is legal tender. But I'll tell you something. Currencies, coins and notes, they are having higher legal, tender value. No matter whatever, if I give you a currency or a coin, you have to accept it because they are 101% legal tender thing. But if I give you check or draft or bills of exchange, you can reject, demanding me currency or coins. You got the point. So, C and D is kind of related. But C is having a clause. That is why in the explanation I gave you something called as additional information for you to not get confused. That's why the answer is B. Is it clear for all of you? Perfect. The next one. This is a question from 2016 again. We have already done. You were asking me, ma'am, why this question? Shilpa was blind in this question. Hannah, Shilpa, you didn't see the keyword formal sector. But it's a question from 2016, prelims question paper regarding credit disbursement. See, UPSC is very smart. Yeah, it is A. Very good. This kind of questions also they give you. See, the first part and second part. The same thing what you did. So you're getting a bonus point. Kallatharams, the same question repeated. Just to test your brains I gave to see how many of you will give A. Some people will still give D as the answer. I know that. For example, what if? I repeat, what if the option was which of the statements are incorrect in this question and you have an option, let's say B is 3 and 4. What will be your answer? They are thinking. Oh, B is the answer. They is saying B is the answer. Very smart. Yes, yes. Moneylender and traders are the wrong options. Very good. It's a very important question, guys. Now, here we go. From 2015 question paper, from this particular area, what I am taking for you, you had a question. Which of the following institutions is or are a part of financial sector? Commercial banks, mutual funds, NBFC, insurance company, payment bank. Individually, based on commercial bank, NBFC, payment bank, and in the 6 p.m. class of Unacademy, mutual fund and insurance company I have done. Individually also, because they are very, very important topics. Now, all together in one question you have. Quick! Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 1, 2, 3, 5 or 1, 3, 4 or 4 and 5? 2015 ka question paper it is. I can see Patel, Mithun, Priya, all are saying B. Oh, people have come with A also. What a unity in giving wrong answers. And that's a kudos to only Mr. Patel of the class for giving the right answer. It is D. And here Midun as well. Wonderful, guys. You deserve a chocolate. Yes, Krishna. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a song now of Madhuri Dixit. Ek do teen, hai na? That's a song, na? I'm not good in singing. You can sing. You can fill the balance. Anyways, the answer is option, number D, guys. Sab kuch. Yes. So this is a question from the year 2015, and if you see financial sector, don't you think so? Commercial banks, NBFC, payment banks, 1, 3, 5. 101% they are part of financial sector. You may not be sure of second and fourth one because people will think insurance companies and mutual funds. Actually, insurance company is also part. But see for the options having 1, 3, 5 together. Only option number A and D is having. So eliminate B and C, applying the KEZ technique. Out of A and D, make a choice. So the only option left out is option number 4. You got to know that even the second one is correct because mutual fund, it is inclusive in A and D. So fourth one, it becomes more simple for you because compared to mutual funds, a comparison of insurance company is even more easier because they are part of financial sector. Your LIC, your life insurance corporations, your national insurance corporations, the New India company, all these things, right? Because connect this question to the next hit list topic. Domestic systematic insurers, domestically systematic bank, and domestically systematic insurers. All these are important hit list topics. We have done a lot of MCQs and also, theoretical part on these topics as well. They are very, very important. Clear? This year you may even get individually questions based on that. So make a note of it along with the payment banks and also NBFC. Also NABARD, guys, there are chances for NABARD to come out of agriculture perspective this year. All these are important. Make a note of it. Now people will think that why payment bank is important. Remember I did a question with you with regard to payment bank to help all the small scale savings accounts for the object of financial inclusions. Why I did that is because when you do such kind of questions, you'll be able to do it better. So all these are coming under the broader object of financial inclusions. Clear? Even payment banks are also a part of it. So anyways, if you talk about the financial sector of a country, India, they're predominantly a banking sector, right? With commercial banks accounting for more than 64%. And every other banks form the remaining percentages. Now, I told you regarding NABARD. Now you know why NABARD? Because in the year 2016, this question was there. Now it has been how many years? 17, 18, 19, 24 years. In 2021 also they can ask you this question. There are chances for NABARD to come because in 2016 also there was a question of NABARD. Here we go. It is about the functions of NABARD. Coordinate the activities of all institutions involved in the rural financing system. Second, refinance support for building rural infrastructure. 3, accepting deposits from the public. Yes, Priya, how many questions left? Total it is 100, 99. So again you have few more. Don't worry, we'll complete. It's a marathon thing. So it will be there for another 1 hour as well. Quick. Oh my goodness. People are saying it's B. Really? Could it be C or D, guys? Why the third one is not correct? Huh? Brilliant. Yes, it's a question from the 2016 economy, area, guys, in the prelims examination. And if you see, the answer is B. We all know that NABARD, National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, they coordinate the activities of all the institutions, in spite of the extreme word all. Okay, which you can actually eliminate if you see with regard to rural financing. Yeah, they kind of coordinate every activity, which means that 95% chances there for the statement to be wrong. But 5% using the comparison technique of KEC, you got to know the first one is correct. Because it is from the rural perspective and also for building rural infrastructure. How can we say NABARD will accept deposit from public? Definitely no. It doesn't make a sense at all. Fatafat eliminate. The moment you eliminate third one, applying the elimination technique, A, C, D is gone. What remains is B and that becomes the answer. Did you notice something? In the previous year questions, KEC technique plays the role of king and queen. Very simple. The moment you understand third one is wrong, apply the intelligent technique of UPSC elimination. A, C, D is having 3. Eliminate. What remains is B and that becomes the answer. So you will be a little bit confused because of the extreme word all in the first statement. But this technique is giving you a double clarity or surety that that is the correct statement because of this technique of KEC. By eliminating the options with 3. You got the point. So in the UPSC level questions, KEC is more applicable. In some questions and all you will feel, okay ma'am, KEC is not applicable because I kind of pissed you with even 111 keyword. But UPSC level, 101% it is applicable. That's why I'm showing you these questions and I'm asking you to apply the KZ technique for a better clarity. Is it clear, all of you? This year also NABARD can come. I'm telling you, NABARD can come. Very, very important. You will be thinking why ma'am is saying this. There is a reason, that's why I'm saying this. Write it down somewhere and get back and tell me this. Now, yes, Tejas, ma'am, for all subject questions, KC is applicable. See, Tejas, KC is pan-India like a pan-India brand. Na? KC is also pan-India for pan-India subjects. In the context of every single subject. If there is MCQ, even for your chemistry, your biology, or any subject also, it is applicable. It's a method. Keyword elimination comparison. Here, the subject is not important. What is important is the method, how you apply it. It's a technique. It is inclusive. You got the point. KC is the Raja and Rani for all subjects. Don't worry. Be it competitive, be it academic, be it anything. Anyways, so if you see this NABARD, what are they? Then Apex Development and Specialized Banks. Since 1982, you have NABARD, and they're established by an Act of Parliament of India. Very important, noted. Before NABARD, not to manage the rural finance and rural development, RBI was doing it. Now, RBI was finding it quite burdensome. So, after nationalization of banks and all, they said that, chalo, let's have something called as NABARD, and let NABARD manage every other rural banks and other activities. RBI will supervise them, but NABARD is having a discretionary power. That is, NABARD has to report to RBI. That's it. So, RBI was kind of a little relaxed in this context as well. Clear? So what are the functions of NABARD, guys? Promotion and development, refinancing, financing, planning, monitoring, supervision. With regard to non-credit related means, they'll even be associated with credit planning and monitoring, coordination with a lot of agencies, institutions, and all the initiative taken by this NABARD. Now, their whole objective is nothing but they want to build an empowered and financially inclusive rural India through a few particular or specific low-rated departments, and they categorize them into financial department, development department, supervision department. That's how NABARD functions practically. After you becoming IAS officers, or let's say IFS or whatever, you can even be working with the NABARD as well. You can even get a posting there depending on the vacancies or whatever it is. So these are areas where you can kind of use it. Yes, Mithun, KC is not like a tool to cheat. No, absolutely no, Mithun. You cannot cheat. That is 101% true. See, KC is drilling your brains and you are forced to learn the concepts. After learning the concepts and the applicability perspective also, when it comes to UPSC, all the options will be similar for you. You will feel A is also the answer, B is also the answer, C is also the answer. How will you bifurcate? How will you make a choice? There comes KC. The most expensive equipment, or let's say technique out there, which is really used only by the brilliant people out there. If you know the technique, there lies your smartness. Yes, Venkatesh. Yes, Vicky. More and more videos will come, do not worry. Already there are videos of the same topic, the theoretical video, you can watch them. It's a very hit list marathon. In Unacademy Articulate UPSC channel, the hit list marathon, the most exclusively watched marathon of mine is the theoretical part of the same topic. You can just search monetary policy and all by me in this particular channel, you will get it. Clear? Midun, cheat techniques are there. Cheat code. That's why I said CWT, cheat word technique. But very rarely only I will tell you that. But KC, nobody can teach you because you would have studied about keyword and elimination. But keyword elimination compares in a single row, in a single thread. It is exclusively introduced by me. So that copyright goes to me actually. And that is something that is out of the box, the uniqueness method as such. So this will make wonders, no doubt in that. Clear? That's why people are scoring better marks, na? Yes, I can see a question from who is it? Shankara Acharya. Ma'am, right now NABARD is a part of government, not a wing of RBI. See, Acharya, I'll tell you, NABARD is basically they are a statutory body. I repeat, statutory body since 1982, as I told you, and they are as established by an Act of Parliament of India. Clear? They have the headquarters in Mumbai, guys. What is Mumbai? The commercial capital of a country, the financial capital, country's financial capital, right? And with regard to NABARD and RBI, I'll tell you something. See, NABARD, if you see RBI, the Reserve Bank of India is the central bank of the country, and they have the sole right to regulate the banking industry and supervise the various institutions or banks, and that even includes NABARD, because they're coming under the Banking Regulation Act of 1939. That is why. Clear? So 1949, sorry, not 1949. Is it clear? So why you say this government is because recently government has sponsored for the NABARD thing. That is why. You got the point. That is, if you see, there was a current affair saying that the government of India encouraged farmers in taking up projects and they were sponsoring. So the sponsored scheme was in association with that. In that context, it was coming up. And with regard to the ownership, if you see, the government of India wholly owns NABARD. But regulation is again with the RBI because payments and finance is coming up. You got the point. See, don't get confused. I repeat, NABARD is wholly owned by, NABARD is wholly owned by Government of India, but the kind of regulation, the kind of other supervision is exclusively done by the RBI. I repeat, RBI. So consequent to the revision with regard to the composition of, share capital between Government of India and RBI, now today NABARD is totally owned by Government of India, but RBI do has a place as such, no doubt of that. Clear? Did you understand the bifurcation? Don't get yourself confused. Why I told you? That's a very good question, Shankar, you asked, because I told you this year NABARD will come in this context only. Wholly owned. They will ask a question. They'll ask like, maybe they can ask you like this. Totally and wholly owned by Government of India NABARD. You'll be thinking like, really? You'll be thinking even RBI is owning them. But in reality, it is a correct statement. See, I just said what I felt. Let's hopefully wait and see whether that keyword will come. It may or may not come. If it comes, come back and tell me, ma'am, what you said in the YouTube class has come. Like how you said last year. Because last year 30 plus questions I predicted and 60 plus came. Some of them were the same keywords. I still remember Gudia, that girl in the class, one of my very regular student who came and told, ma'am, I couldn't believe my eyes. This has really happened. The same question. I was like, I was on cloud 9 as such. The same questions, the same keyword has come for the UPSC as such. I mean, the questions were there, but the same keyword, same statements and options. That was such a shock and surprise by God's grace. Anyways, so let's see for this year as well. Because hard work will pay off, guys. Hard work can be many times beat talent also. No doubt in that. And fortune will favor the brave. Don't you think so? So you people are out here under my mentoring. And yes, fortune will definitely favor the brave people. No doubt in that. Okay. One more thing. With regard to NABARD, they do not accept any deposits from the public. That is to be noted. Clear? So what do they do basically, guys? They supervise the cooperative banks, RRBs, the rural banks, and help them to develop a sound banking practice and then integrate your RRB and cooperative banks to core banking solution platform. Clear? They prepare all the district level credit plans to guide and motivate the entire bank industry with regard to cooperative and RRB as such. It's basically for the development of the rural India as a whole, the rural infrastructure, banking infrastructure in the rural area. The next one, with reference to cash management bills, consider the following statement. They are long-term bills. The bills are issued by RBI on behalf of government. They are eligible as SLR. What is that? Statutory liquidity, ratio securities for bank. Think and give the right answer. Quick. Cash management bill. Some are saying B, some are saying A. Come on, my officers. The answer is option B. Brilliant. Wonderful. Yes, guys. Only the second and third is correct. Anybody will know that the first one is wrong because cash management. Do you think they are long-term? Definitely no. They are short-term bills. Issued by whom? The central government. I repeat, the central government to meet immediate cash needs. So now the keyword long-term has made the first one wrong. Applying the technique of keyword elimination comparison. Once you eliminate option number 1, search for the options having 1 in your given code. A, C, D is gone. Fatafat eliminated. What remains is B, and you got to know that automatically the second and third one is the right answer. Yes, the method of KC made it more simplified for you people. Clear? The next one. With reference to capital market, consider the following statement. First one tells capital market deals in financial instruments and commodities that are long-term security. Second, secondary market exclusively deals with the issue of new securities. Quickly give the right answer. Here we go. Yes, Shankar, always cash is the most liquid of all the assets. It will be for a short period of time. That's a common sense to be used there. People are saying A. Oh my goodness. They are doubtful with A. Come on, fix your options with A. And here we go, my young officers. What is the answer? It is A. Wonderful. Only the first one is correct. Whereas second one is wrong. So secondary market. How can we say they deal with the issue of new security? That too exclusively. Again, applying the K-easy technique and the extreme word cut technique. Exclusive, inclusive, all these are coming under extreme word. The rule is that 95% chance is there for that to be eliminated. And now words like exclusive, inclusive, no doubt in that. There is no need of reconsidering them. They'll be eliminated. That is the rule of UPSC as well. They come under the tricks and tips as such. Clear? So capital market is the primary market. So that's what we call as a new issue market. So basically, if you see secondary market, they say they deal with the new issue of new security. It's actually the primary market that deals with that, not secondary. Clear? That's why you have to eliminate it, and the answer becomes A. It is not secondary but rather primary. And capital market, if you see, what are they? They deal with all the financial instruments and commodities which are long-term security, and they have a maturity of at least more than a year, more than 365 days. That's something to be noted. Securities which are issued to investors for the very first time are called as issue of new securities, and they are primary thing. New things primary, right? And after primary market, you have something called a secondary market, and that is most commonly called as the stock market or the stock exchange. And who is the stock exchange regulator, the official one? Yes, SEBI, Security Exchange Board of India. So that is again the next important hit list topic. Please have a look into that as well. Clear? So what is the main difference between primary and secondary market? See, primary market now they only have new securities issued, whereas secondary market now the trading is for already existing security. There is no fresh issue happening in secondary market. In primary, fresh issue happens. Secondary, the existing one they kind of do the trade. Simple as that. The next one, hard currency. Which of the following statements best describes that? So now you may feel that more than two statements are correct with regard to this particular topic. But look at the keyword. Which of the following statement best describe? Which means the option with the highest priority should be answered. Clear? Quick. Come on guys, you got to really be a little faster. People are thinking. What are the answers? I can't see your answers. I mean, yeah, now it is visible. People are fighting with C and D. I told you now, you will be kind of confused with two options. Wonderful. And that's a kudos to those few people who gave the answer as option number C. Hard currency. Out of these given options, the one single option with the highest priority is option number C. It is a currency widely accepted around the entire globe or the world as a form of payment for what? The goods and service. No doubt in that. It makes some sort of sense. That is why the answer is C. Clear? And this hard currency is something that is issued by any nation, guys, and they kind of view the hard currency as politically and economically stable. That's why they are accepted across the world as a form of payment for goods and services. And many times hard currency is always preferred over the domestic currency. Hard currency, soft currency, all these things are kind of hit list topics to be noted. Sometimes you never know from where UPSC can ask you questions. Out of nowhere, sometimes you feel some topics are least important. They can suddenly ask you a question from there. The previous year question papers have actually proved that, right? But you will think that those topics are not important. They are important in the context that they are indirectly related. They will be indirectly related current affairs or let's say the hit list topic of that particular subject. That's why always I use the keyword related current affairs. related hit list topic, because that is the way UPSC frames questions. Clear? The next one, we have done a question based on willful default. Remember, something based on that. Here it's a scenario. It's a kind of case study stuff. Now, a willful default would be deemed to have occurred in which of the following events. So something like a case study it is. Okay? You have to use your brains. Defaulting in meeting its repayment obligations to the lender, even when it has the capacity to repay. Second, not utilizing the finance from the lender for the specific purpose for which finance was availed and diverting the funds for other purpose. 3. Disposed of the movable fixed assets or immovable property given for the purpose of securing a term loan without the knowledge of the bank. Think and give the right answer. It's 3 different statements or 3 different events or situations. So now you have to put the concept of willful default. When does it occur? Default means fraudulent, misinterpretations, kallatrams and all, right? So think, out of these 3 statements, where are the kallatrams happening? Is it all the above or only 1 and 2, only 1 and 3? Think. What a damn surety for my young officers. Brilliant. Yes, the answer is D. Brilliant, guys. I did a question based on willful defaulter, I think 10-20 minutes before. And that has shown the result in this question. It's very good. Your brains are working. Good. So default is what? Non-payment of loan. You do kallatrams or fraudulent activity as such. Right? So willful default means willingly you will not pay it. That's the thing. Though you have money with you also, you'll be like, no, I'm not going to pay it. Such kind of attitude. So now, a willful default will occur in all the above events what we have seen. When the unit is defaulted in meeting the payment or repayment obligations, even if they have the capacity to pay. I have 10 lakhs but I will not pay it. So willfully I am defaulting. That's called as impertinence or a hangaram, or let's say the kind of that head weight. Hai na? The next one, devaluation of currency. Now I have done this topic before. Another question in the same scenario. It's very, very important hit list topic. Devaluation, depreciation, appreciation and all. Devaluation decreases the price of import purchase in the home country, that is domestic country. Second, devaluation can be employed to eliminate balance of payment deficit. 3. Devaluation will not be effective if the balance of payment disequilibrium is a result of basic structural flaws in the country's economy. Think. Quick! Oh my goodness. Only 1 or 2 people have come forward. Come on, think. Don't give multiple answers. Only one answer you give. Don't give me 2 to 3 answers. Yes, Priya. Priya and Shilpa has only given the right answer. Brilliant. Yes, the answer is C, guys. Only the second and third one is correct, whereas first one is wrong. Brilliant. We all know the devaluation of currency. What is devaluation? Reduction in the value of a country's currency. No doubt in that. But now devaluation is what? It is increasing the price of import. Don't you think so? How could you see devaluation will decrease the price of import? It will increase the price of import which you are purchasing in the home country. Because export is becoming cheaper for other countries, import will become costly for us when we do it in our country, India. Simple logic, I have taught you this. So applying the keyword elimination comparison technique that I have taught you, eliminate A. Because decrease is coming, it is the ulta, the opposite. Increase should be the answer. So A, B, D is gone. So automatically you got to know that the answer is C. In spite of you not knowing the second and third statement, your job becomes simplified. Within seconds to give the right answer using the weapon of KEC introduced by me. Clear? I've taught you devaluation also before. In spite of that, you didn't use your brains, many of you. And if you see in the context of balance of payment, what is BOP? It is nothing but a systematic record of all the economic transactions that has happened with the country India and the rest of the world for a period of 1 year. So in the case of devaluation, that will not be effective if the BOP disequilibrium is a result of all the basic structural flaws in the country's economy. Your current account, your capital account, import, export, when there are flaws in that, then it will not be effective. That's what they're trying to tell you. Clear? The next important question. Again, can you see something? Commercial bank. It's very, very important. This is a very, very simple question. But the most trickiest one which has come in the 2019 prelims examination, guys. Think and give the right answer. With regard to the assets in the commercial bank in India. Kallatram is there in this question. The keyword is tricky here. Advance, deposits, investments, money at call and short notice. Think. Is the question asking you the assets are the question asking you regarding the so-called assets of commercial bank in India or something that is not included? Look at the keyword carefully. It's a UPS previous year question. Brilliant. Brilliant. Yes, wonderful guys. The question is which of the following is not included? So the keyword is not. Out of this, advance investments, money at call and short notice. Yes, they are included. Whereas deposits, how can you call them as an asset? Of the commercial bank, they are not included. Clear? Deposit is something, they are not included in the assets. Very true. Very true. Now, a liability is what, guys? A liability is something that someone or institution is owing to other. I am liable to you means I owe you something. So now liability is the kind of responsibility obligations I can tell you that is coming out of the previous transactions, which is payable by the enterprise or let's say government through some assets processed by the enterprise. So whatever money, let's say for example, if I am depositing a money as a deposit in the bank, now it is a liability for the bank. That is, I am giving to the bank. Bank has to pay me on my demand. Either to a check or whatever I give, they have to give me back. Now, the assets are what? Assets are things that the firm is owning or what the firm can claim from others. For banks, if you see advances, investments and money at call and short notice, they serve as assets. Whereas deposits are what? We are going and paying. So it's a liability for the bank. Bank have to pay it back anytime. They not say the deposit is what they own. No. You got the point. So logically, if you think, it is not an asset of the commercial bank. Rather, the liability of the commercial bank. The keyword was not or incorrect. That is why the answer is D. B. And if you see such kind of questions appear to be very simple. You will be thinking that in UPSC you are studying so many things of bank and current affairs and stuffs like that. But you see the way they ask question, you do not even expect in your dreams to ask such kind of simple questions. So I always keep telling you one simple thing. UPSC will never ever ask you difficult questions. They'll ask you the most simplest questions. But the most trickiest one. This is a very simple question. You will definitely get confused B and C. In the 29 examination, this was one question which came from my plus course. That year, 12 plus questions came from my course and this was exclusively one question. And the only thing is that I did not give not as a keyword, I gave it as the assets and the liabilities. It was a consider the following statements which I gave. In the plus class, the course is there. Out of that, liabilities and assets was given and this was given. And here from that, you can see one portion that is taken. This is also what was predicted by me. It's a very important area, commercial banks as a whole. Why, and you see the question is very simple. So people will think B and C, deposit and investments, both are not the assets of commercial bank, you tend to think. Because investment also I can go and invest. You can think like that. But in reality, advance investment, money at call and short notice, they are assets and deposit is only liability. Clear? Yes, in the jam, Miss Urakam Vereno. Now you will get 2 to 3. All the lithium shakes, it's time for you to have that. You drink that, all the Urakams will go. All the sleep will go. Don't worry. UPSC is important, so open your eyes and sit. The next one. Again, this is a question from the 2019 question paper. I did individual questions on certificate deposit, commercial paper and promissory note. I predicted a question for participatory note. I still remember a student asking me, why are you teaching such kind of things, ma'am, overseas note, that, this, etc. Main bola, you sit, wait and watch for the examination, whether this is important or not. And to my luck, I should tell you, and to my luck, the question came. And that gave me double confidence to predict from that year onwards. In that class, Savan was there, I still remember. Yes, quick, what is the answer? Of course, I told you the answer already. Participatory note. Wonderful. Yes, the answer is that. Simple as that. Already gave you a clue. The answer is that. If you see, out of the following, options, something that is issued by registered foreign portfolio investors to overseas investors. The keyword overseas makes you understand that the answer is participatory note because no other options are connected to that. And though they invest in the overseas, do that also, they want to be part of the Indian stock market without registering themselves directly. So it is participatory. Clear? All these are hit list topic. And now there are chances for UPSC to ask you questions based on certificate of deposit, that is CD, CP and PN and all. Why? Because that's why individually I did some questions. This year they can even ask you like that also. Apart from participatory note, they can ask you these questions as well. Clear? So just recall the questions I did with regard to certificate of deposits, commercial paper, promissory note and all these are short-term deposits. Clear? Short-term securities I can tell you in fact. So what are participatory note? They are a derivative instrument issued in the foreign jurisdictions. By whom? The Stock Exchange Regulator, Security Exchange Board of India, SEBI. and that too should be a SEBI registered FFI against underlying Indian security. And this underlying Indian security instrument could be an equity, debt, derivative, or even maybe an index as well. Clear? The next one, with reference to call money market in India, consider the following statement. It is an interbank money market where funds are borrowed and lent. Second, the funds in the call money market are borrowed or raised for a minimum period of up to 14 days. Call money market. Think and give the right answer. Quick. I think I should start singing a song for you people to, build up your Josh. You should never be tired when you keep polling like this, when you keep giving the answers like this. People are saying C. Why you love C so much? But here we have Soham with option by A. Brilliant. That's a damn kudos to you. Yes, the answer is A. Only the first one is correct, whereas second one is wrong. If you see, as far as the call money market is concerned, they are an interbank money market where you can see the funds are borrowed and lent. No doubt in that. How can we say it is just for a minimum period of 14 days? That is 2 weeks call money market. If you see call money market, the maximum is 14. You can't say minimum is 14, which means minimum means you can even extend that to another 30 days or 1 year and all. The maximum itself is 2 weeks or 14 days. It's not minimum. The keyword minimum made the second one wrong. Automatically the answer becomes A. Simple as that. A lot of people forgot to see that small keyword. That is why you made such silly mistakes. Clear? The next question. This is a very, very hit list, topic. Remember, I taught you tight monetary policy, contraction, expansion. Why? Because last year, 2020, this question was there. If the RBI decides to adopt an expansionary monetary policy, which of the following it would not do? Look at the question carefully. Cut and optimize the SLR. Increase the MSF. Cut the bank rate and repo rate. Use your brains, guys. This is very important. This is what I gave last year. The exact question that came from my course for the year 2020 from this area. Yes, Sindhuja, you also gave A. I didn't see that. Brilliant. Quick. 45th question. You should be knowing this. I have taught you many a times. Expansionary monetary policy, contractionary monetary policy. Same question itself I gave you. That's what UPSC also you got it. How many times I've told you SLR, CRR, MSF, repo rate, all these are important. The instruments of monetary policy. Brilliant. Yes, now people are coming up with answers. Oh my goodness. Why give me, bullshit options like this? Don't give me like this. Finally, slowly from nowhere, Shilpa is coming. Very good. The answer is B. Come on, my question was, which of the following they will not do? What is the meaning of that? The next Kallatharam. Identify the incorrect statement. I never asked you the correct statement, yeah. Supposing if RBI is deciding, chalo, we are going to adopt expansionary monetary policy. Now, when they want to do an expansionary monetary policy, definitely they will cut and optimize the SLR. They will reduce SLR. So you cannot go for option number 1, which means applying the KEZ technique. Option number A, C and D is eliminated because 1 is correct. The only left out option is B. And that becomes the answer. So automatically you got to know that even the third one is correct option, which cannot be marked as the right one, because here what they will not do. Matlab, the incorrect statement was a keyword. You see how brilliant UPSC is to ask you questions like this. Even I have done the same thing, and this is a question again from there. So I'm showing you the questions. So it is kind of becoming easy for you to understand as well. Only 2 to 3 people in the class gave the right answer. Very good. In the free class also last year I gave this question. And Priya, if you remember, I predicted also the same thing. I gave it like select the incorrect answer. Instead of giving it, that is if RBI decides to adopt expansion policy, what they will do, and select the incorrect answer I gave. But here they give it opposite. What it would not do, and now select the correct answer. So reverse KEC. You remember why I taught you reverse KEC? After the 2020 examination only, reverse KEC I started practicing. Because UPSC itself has shown us that. The top of the question tells you incorrect. After reading the statements, now identify the correct answer based on the keyword incorrect. So this is reverse keyword elimination comparison. Now did you understand why I am using reverse KEC technique in many of your 6 p.m. class and other carnival classes I do? Because of this previous year pattern. They have changed it. They have changed their method, guys. Above the question, below the question. You will think it is correct. But you see above the question, it is UPSC pattern. It is not my pattern. They have invented it. So we are following that in a different way. Simple as that. Okay. Now, let's quickly have a look into this so-called concept because it is very, very important now. Monetary policy is what? The policy of RBI. Now, they have something called as expansionary and contractionary policy. Like a rubber band, they'll expand, they'll contract. Now, under expansionary monetary policy, the central bank of a country, RBI, they'll seek to increase the money supply. They want to increase more and more money supply. In the COVID-19 pandemic also, they wanted to what? Expand the monetary policy. If you see, cutting and optimizing this SLR, it will enable more lendable funds in the hands of bank. And it will increase what? The lending and thus money supply. So, similarly, cutting the bank and repo rate will make borrowing by the banks cheaper. So automatically this will actually increase money supply. The question was not with regard to increasing money supply. Rather, what will not increase money supply was the question. You got the point. See, be it the first or the third one, it will increase money supply. If they want to adopt expansionary means, then they have to go for 1 and 3 because money supply will increase. But the question was what they will not do. They will never increase the MSF because if they do that, it is contractionary, not expansionary. You got the point. Now, when they increase the marginal standing facility rate, MSF, automatically borrowings will become more expensive. So, money supply will not happen. So, you can't think of expansionary monetary policy, rather contractionary. So, now, in this particular question, though the keyword is expansionary also, the question is based indirectly on contractionary monetary policy because the keyword not is coming. So, you see how brilliant UPSC is. They are showing you expansionary monetary policy keyword, but the question is based on contractionary monetary policy. So, if you study expansionary, you should study contractionary also. Even without mentioning the keyword contraction anywhere, the question itself is based on contraction. How smart and brilliant UPSC is, guys. That's a kudos to UPSC for giving questions like this. That is why always UPSC is considered to be the most prestigious examination, guys. Because the children or let's say students are trained like that. Their brains have to work like that. Seriously. And one thing is there, yeah, sometimes, there are people, like let's say, they may get all the things right, but then they, after some time, what happens is like, they will not prove to give the so-called stuffs as well. I can tell you that. Yeah, Shilpa, we'll be smarter with KC. Definitely you should be, even after becoming officers. Come back with a Josh and tell me, ma'am, KEC has given us this tagline to go to Labasna. I should hear that. Because the very first stage is prelims. Then you have the mains and then you have the interview. So my sessions are focused on the first and the last one. Out of 3 different stages, 1, 2, 3, I focus on the first and the third stage. Of course, mains also I focus, but I am more expertised in the first and the third. Because they are the most important thing. If you crack the first, you can go to second. And now, even if you crack the second one, the third phase, interview phase is not a joke. It's very difficult. So I focus on the most main part, the core part. Prelims and the interview. That's my expertise in UPSC. Though I'm good in mains also, there I focus more because I know if you get through these, believe me, you'll get into service. That's a reality. Okay? Yes. The next question. The next marathon wala MCQ question, guys. From 2013, from inflation. So this year also you can definitely expect a question from inflation. Inflation benefits the debtors, inflation benefits the bondholders. What a simple question. So now, remember I've taught you effects of inflation. Effect on debtors, creditors, investors, savers, etc. etc. Because of this reason. 2013, they have asked this question. Yes, somebody called UPSC asked me saying only one. Good. The others. People are saying that yes, I discussed a question with you in debtors and creditors. What are the effects of inflation on debtors and creditors? Why? Because in 2013 you had a question like that. That is why taking the same keyword in a different way I framed the questions. Let's say another 15 minutes before. Here we go. Wonderful. The answer is option number what? It is A. Only the first one is correct. Clear? Yes, Shankar Rajaram, ma'am, I'm preparing at a very later age. I'm a banker. Will age be an active factor? Not exactly, Shankar. If you have atoms left now, you can definitely do. Age is just a number. Provided you have the atoms left and the category is there for you, means you can go ahead for UPSC. No doubt in that. Even if it is one atom also, make sure that you are doing it with that Josh. Oh my goodness, what was the answer given by the people? C. From where did you get C, yaar? It's not C, it's A. Bondholders are what? They are lenders. Come on, instead of giving you the keyword lenders, UPSC is very smart. They give you bondholders, which means lenders. They don't benefit in inflation. They are the losers. In deflation only they benefit. Remember, 15 minutes or 20 minutes before we discussed a similar question in a different way. The same meaning. I took that, I framed the question from the same 2013 question only, keeping the same keyword. That is how UPSC frames questions, guys. You should get to know how questions are framed. So, I am training you in that way so you yourself can frame the questions from the key areas. You got the point? That was a Kallatram. Bondholders, lenders. Pata nahi kya hai wo hai. Yes, Patil, bondholder means creditors. See, let me tell you, it's not creditor. They are a form of lenders. Yeah, exactly, lenders. Yeah, the one who gives. Creditors, exactly, Patil, creditors. The one who lend. And debtors means the one who borrow. So, during inflation, debtors will gain and creditors, bondholders will lose. When the price value or the price increases, what happens? The value of money will decrease. So, debtors will return the same amount of money, but they pay less in terms of value of money because value of money increase, but what they borrowed during that time, based on that only they will repay back. They will not repay on the current, value of money, right? So, thus inflation will bring about what? A kind of redistribution of real wealth in favor of debtors. Whereas the creditors or the bondholders or lenders, they will be at a loss. Creditors, bondholders, lenders, same meaning. They are at a loss. Clear? And they will lose as a result of inflation. And inflation will also make the interest rate to go up. In turn, they'll make the bond value to go down. Simple as that. Did you understand the practicality, guys? You should indeed. Next is the question from 2014. What does venture capital mean? Short-term capital provided industries, long-term startup capital to entrepreneurs, funds provided to industries at times of incurring loss, fund provided for replacement and innovation of industries. Think. Is it something based on industries or entrepreneurs? If you see A, C, D is something that is connected, applying the comparison technique, industries you have, use your brain. It is venture. Who starts a new venture? Is it an entrepreneur or is it industry? Think. In industry, who starts? Entrepreneur. Brilliant, wonderful, yes. The answer is option number B, guys. It's a long-term startup. Capital which is given to the entrepreneurs because entrepreneurs, they need long-term, not short-term. That's venture capital. Very good. That was a 2014 UPSC Prelims exam question, guys, from economy. Clear? So now in this context, the next hit list keyword is angel investors. Angel investors, venture capital, all these are important. So venture capital is basically the capital that has been invested in one particular project in which there is a substantial element of risk. Typically, in, let's say a new startup or expanding business. Startup basically, they have a potential to grow. And now when you're a startup company, you need to have a certain amount of investment. So the wealthy investors, always they like to invest their capital in such business where they have a long-term growth perspective. And that capital, whatever the startup has been investing, that is called as venture capital. And the investors are called as venture capitalists. They really expect a long-term return as well because they're startups now. It may result in loss or profit, but basically if you invest properly, it can give up to a profit as well. Clear? Yes, UPSC ऐसे मैम रिविजन कैसे करना चाहिए क्योंकि मुझे रिविजन करने का तरीका नहीं पता है मैं बुक को ही दोबारा पढ़ना लगा जाता है. See, you come for the classes. You make sure that if you're attending this time, now there is no time for you to get back to your books and fatafat start from the scratch as such. No. Use a smart work, go for a smart work approach, which I normally tell in my plus class and free class at Unacademy. Come for that and you will get to know it better. Clear? So don't rely on books alone. Bookish knowledge will be limited. It is something apart from that what you need for the UPSC. The next one. It is in the context of, Bharat Bond Exchange Traded Fund, BETF. Consider the following statement. It is the first corporate bond ETF in India. Second, basket of bond that is tradable on the exchange. I've asked you this questions last year also, the same topic. It's very important. Quick. Exchange Traded Fund. Bharat Bond Exchange Traded Fund. Think. Are they the first corporate or are they the second corporate in our country, India? Brilliant. Only one person. Where are the others? Why are you giving wrong answers? And here we go, guys. Both 1 and 2 is absolutely correct. They are the first corporate and they are also basket of bond, which you can trade on the exchange. No doubt in that. And such kind of exchange called as Bharat Bond Exchange Traded Fund, they were introduced. Why? So that we'll be able to create an additional source of funding for the CPSUs. Central Public Sector Undertakings, Central Public Sector Enterprises, Central Public Financial Institutions, and also other government organizations. So they are the first corporate bond ETF in India. No doubt in that. Clear? And they track the underlying index, guys, on risk replication basis, like matching credit quality, average vegetative index, something like that. That is enough. Nothing more is required. And regarding the maturity, they have a fixed maturity. As of now, it has 2 maturity series. That is 3 years, 10 years. They are long term only. Each series, they have a separate index of the same maturity series. So 3 and 10. That is how they go. Long term only both. The next one. Credit ratings. Many a times you have done this question. Very important. Consider the following statement in that context. 1. To assess the credit worthiness of a prospective borrower to meet debt obligations is credit rating. Second. The concept was first introduced by John Moody in USA. Is it John Moody or some other Moody? It's a Moody wala question. Quick, we have reached the 50th question from this particular area, guys. That's a damn kudos. You got to, we got to cover a few more questions now. You got to make it really faster. Otherwise, I have to go for one more carnival to cover those questions. That is why. On Tuesday, maybe I'll have to go. Because tomorrow, previous year questions, na? In Namma's Academy. That is why. People are saying B, C. Really? Wonderful. Both are correct. Yes, credit rating. That was introduced for the first time by John Moody in USA. And it is basically for the credit worthiness. It's a rating now. So, a credit worthiness. No doubt in that. So, 1 and 2 is absolutely correct using the comparison technique. So, now in the year 1909, it was actually introduced. And here, if you see, equity share is not rated. Primarily, ratings are an investor service. That's how it has been connected. Clear? And there are some world-renowned agencies like Moody's, S&P, etc. that is advising the borrowers how to overcome their debt burden and improve money management skill. And for that, they can use something called as credit rating. That's why this has been brought in today. And today, in the case of individuals, in the case of companies and even countries, you use something called as credit rating. This is enough, guys, from this topic. The next one, a question from 2014. If the interest rate is decreased in economy, what will happen? Decrease the consumption expenditure, increase the tax collection, increase the investment expenditure, increase the total saving. 101% applicability question. Think. Yes, Saket. Yes, Sindhuja. Go for one more. Oh, acha, you want to sleep? Really? I can feel that. Quick. People are thinking, and here we go. Only very few people. Come on, this is a previous year question, 2014 wala question. The answer is option C. Brilliant. When there is a decrease, that is, if the interest rate is decreased in an economy, automatically investment will increase. That is, lesser of interest, more of invest expenditure. Simple as that. They will not decrease the consumption rate or they'll increase savings. No. Rather, you will be confused with B and C. But if you see, the whole point is investment expenditure. That will increase. So this is a very, very twisting wala question also, because you feel almost B and C is the correct answer. But here, this is how it goes. Clear? When there is a reduced interest rate in the economy, automatically it is making the debt at very cheaper rates to the firms. And because of cheaper debt or money available, the firms will start going and borrowing more monies and they'll start financing the investment decisions at a very low interest rate. So money supply is increasing, so automatically aggregate or total investment expenditure in the economy increases. Simple as that. Clear? The next one, from 2015, this question is. This is also reverse KZ technique. You have to apply that to give the right answer. With reference to Indian economy, consider the following. Bank rate, open market operation, public debt, public revenue. The question is, which of the above is or are the component of monetary policy? The answer can be one or more than one. That is why they say is or are. And you have an option called as only one as well. So use your brains. You should be knowing this. Don't give me blunder wala answers for this. Wonderful. Yes, the answer is C. We all know that. Components of monetary policy or instruments of monetary policy. Bank rate, open market operations. Whereas public debt, public revenue, they come under fiscal policy, not monetary policy. Right? Simple as that. So eliminate 3 and 4. So automatically what remains is option number C, and we know that bank rate, OMO, they are 101% the instruments. Clear? See how simple questions they give UPSC, Hannah? And now individually open market, bank rate, all these are very important. Under open market operations only, the operation twist. You remember I asked you a question today, the beginning of the class, operation twist by RBI. We had a stuck also, in between the, I was not audio and audio video was not visible. That time, that question is based on this only. It's very important. Clear? And what is bank rate? The rate at which the commercial banks can borrow from RBI. It's called as a discount bill, discounting the bills of exchange, or let's say discount bill, a discount rate. Clear? Open market operation is nothing but it's also one of the quantitative instruments of monetary policy through which they'll control the money supply, increase the money supply. So basically, open market operation is the buying and selling of securities in the open market. When the economy is not having any money supply, completely they are frozen, or let's say they're not functioning properly, no money supply. So RBI will start purchasing securities from the open market. So when RBI is purchasing, money goes from RBI to the open market. So money supply increases. Similarly, when there is too much of money supply, slowly inflation will happen. Too much money will start chasing too few goods. Now RBI will employ the instrument or use this monetary policy instrument called as open market operation, and they will start selling the securities in the open market. So when RBI is selling the securities via open market, economy is purchasing. So money has been sucked from the economy to RBI. So they are able to control the situation. This is how they practically work. Clear? Just keep two words in mind. Purchasing and selling of securities in open market. Simple as that. And the two scenarios. That's enough. That is the government securities or G-Secs. They're instruments of debt. Now the government securities. Simple as that. Now this is a question from 2016. That's why I told you guys, if you see, majority of questions from the economy comes from this area. You can see a lot of previous year questions from this area alone. What is or are the purposes of MCL, that is marginal cost of fund-based lending rate, MCLR announced by RBI. MCLR, base rate, all these are again important. Think, these guidelines help improve the transparency in the methodology followed by bank for determining the interest rate in advance. Second, these guidelines help ensure the availability of bank credit, the interest rate, which are fair to the borrowers as well as the bank. Think, it's a 2016 wala question. We have done so many questions based on MCLR, base rate. I have to do the difference also. That was a year when base rate was changed to MCLR. Remember, both are interest rate only, the benchmark only, but there's some sort of difference in that. Brilliant. Yes. A lot of people with the right answer. Yes, both 1 and 2 is 100% correct. Very good, my young officers. If you see, in the year 2016 only it was implemented. In the very same year, in the UPSC Prelims examination, this question was coming. There was something called as base rate. Okay, that is also the minimum rate at which the bank cannot, lend. The same thing is MCLR, but there were some shortcomings for base rate. That is why in the year 2016 month of April, they replaced it. And if you see, the same year the question also came. And previously the base rate lending system was replaced by MCLR. Here, the bank will take into account the cost to lend an additional amount of 1 rupee. That is the minimum rate at which the bank cannot lend. That is what they are trying to tell you. In the MCLR, or let's say in the base rate as well. Clear? So earlier, if you see, when there was a base rate, the revision rate in accordance with the changes in repo rate, the rate at which commercial banks can borrow from RBI and all, they used to happen very slowly and different manner. There was no proper structure. When base rate was replaced by MCLR, that is marginal cost of lending rate, the same thing. Here, it is also the benchmark, guys. That is the minimum interest rate below which the bank cannot lend. Here, the banks, commercial banks, compulsory, they have to adjust their lending rates in accordance with RBI's repo rate in one particular manner. No kind of, fluctuations can happen there. So what happens? Efficiency and transparency in the entire system is coming. Kallataram is decreased to a greater extent. The commercial banks cannot take advantage of giving money, or let's say giving loans to people at a higher interest rate or a lower interest rate to capture more customers or anything as such. So all these kind of things are overcome. Clear? That is why MCLR was brought in. And here, under MCLR means the borrowers as well as the lenders. They will deal in a very, very transparent or efficient manner. And there is a fair lending rate ecosystem, no doubt in that. Previously, there was some discrimination. To some people, they'll charge a higher interest rate. To some people, they'll give a very, very low interest rate, even below the, minimum also. So there are so many stuffs like that. All kind of, was removed after the MCLR was brought in. Because in base rate, that was happening. Here, that is not happening. That is why it was replaced. Clear? The next one. With reference to RRB in India, consider the following statement. They aim to take banking service to the doorstep of the rural masses, especially in the remote areas of the country. Second, the Government of India and the concerned state government contribute to the share capital of RRB in the proportion of 50% each. Quick, click the right answer. Come on guys, it's RRB. People are sleeping over it. Huh? Even if I keep a 10-hour marathon, you should come. That is your spirit. I'm going to apply for a world record of taking the highest number of continuous online classes. I repeat, continuous online classes. Really, I'm not joking. I'm serious. Because already we have done last year. With 1 hour break or half an hour break, we have done 10 classes and all. 10 hours and all in a single day. Remember? Starting from morning to midnight. Quick. Anyways. Yes, Pradosh, world record is again another Josh. Anyways, now you bring the Josh to the class. What is the answer for this particular question? RRB, very important topic. It comes on an award. People are thinking. Is it 50% or 60%, guys? Think. 50% each, or government is 35, state is, central is 50 and 15. Think. People are using thinking. Come on, my young officers, the answer is A, which means only the first one is correct. We all know that RRB is owned and operated by the central government, state government and also sponsor bank. Now, central government has a majority of shares, 35%. Sorry, they have 50%. Right. And the, state government is having only 15%, whereas sponsor bank is having 35%. So 50 is to 15 is to 35. That is how the ratio goes. But here the question tells you that both central and state government equally they have 50% contribution, which means it doesn't make a sense at all. What about the sponsor bank? You got the point. Second is wrong. Whereas first one we know it is correct because rural banks and rural masses. Basically for banking at their doorstep, banking service at their doorstep is more important. Only then rural development can take place now. Simple as that. Clear? The next one, the next important hit list for this year, PSL. Consider the following statements regarding PSL scheme in the Indian banking sector. First one, Indian banks need to lend 40% of the total lending to the private sectors. Second, all foreign banks have to fulfill the PSL target of 32%. All is an extreme keyword. Think. And is it 32% or at least 25%? Use your brains. Quick. Here we go. Come on, you got to really use your brains now. The questions are getting little, practical and tricky now. These are all the highly prioritized areas which you can get questions, expect questions this year as well. Come on. Yes, Raj and Pradosh, good knowing that. Yes, Induja. Poll will come, you don't worry. You think it is a polling and you type now. People are saying yay. Oh, because you have an extreme word called as all year. Good. Smart choices, wonderful. And here we go. The answer is A. But only the first one is correct, whereas second one is wrong. And that was a clue I gave you. If you see, foreign banks having less than 20 branches have to fulfill only 32% of PSL target. We cannot say it is all the foreign. See, 32 is correct. Now, all is actually what the extreme keyword. We can't say every foreign bank have to fulfill the PSL target. Nothing like that. Foreign banks having 20% branch only should do that. Simple as that. So, eliminate. Automatically, the answer becomes what? It becomes A. And with regard to PSL, if you see, what are they? Priority sector lending is nothing but you have to, give importance to those sectors like agriculture, allied activities, education, all higher importance, guys, with regard to credit availability. These days, MSME, micro, small, medium enterprise is also a PSL sector. And now, Indian banks, they need to lend 40% to the PSL every year, guys. Public as well as private sector banks. No doubt in that. If you see RRB, Regional Rural Bank and all, 75% of their loan amount should go to the PSL sector. The remaining 25% only they can use for other activity. That is how it goes for RRB. Clear? And even they have a sub-target also. 18% of the total lending, it should go to agriculture. 10% of total lending, or let's say 25% to the private sector. Whichever is higher, whatever. Giving it to the vulnerable or let's say the weaker section society as a whole. It's a very important area, guys. And foreign banks having less than 20 branch have to fulfill only 32%. And they have sub-targets like for the export 12%, SME and then the small and medium enterprise 10% and all. Clear? But the foreign banks with 20 branches and above, in that case, their target is 40. It's not 32. That is also to be considered here. The next one. Consider the following statements regarding strategic debt restructuring scheme in India. It was introduced by RBI. It provided an opportunity to banks to convert debt of companies to 51% equity. Quick. Come on, fatafat, give me the right answers, my young officers. You got to really have the josh. Yeah. C is the right answer you are telling me, Pratosh. Really? Maybe. It could or could be. Only you. Where are the others? People are thinking. Don't Google and give me the right answers. Don't do that kallatramya. Kumar Rahul is saying C, C, C. Fatafat. Wonderful. Yes, the answer is C. Both 1 and 2 options are absolutely correct. So thus if you see applying the technique of KAC, okay. Strategic Debt Restructuring Scheme. Of course it is by RBI, no doubt in that. Don't you think it's kind of opportunity for the banks to convert debt of companies? It is a kind of restructuring now. So you're kind of revamping the entire thing. Simple as that. Nothing to eliminate. And since 2015 June, this particular scheme called as Strategic Debt Restructuring Scheme was introduced by RBI, guys. Why? Because they want to help the banks, commercial banks, to recover their loans. How can they do that? By taking control of the distressed listed company. And through this particular scheme, they give an opportunity to banks, I can tell you, to convert the debt of companies which could not finally fulfill the conditions. You got the point. And by end December 2016, only 2 such sales have materialized, in part because many firms remain financially unviable. Clear? The next one, with reference to ABC. What is ABC? Not the alphabet wala ABC. Academic Bank of Credit. Consider the following statement. The scheme is in line with Right to Education Act 2009. It provides students with flexibility to move between institutes while pursuing one degree or leave a course. Quick! ABC. Think about A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. Think about the song. And don't give me answers like that. Give me one solid answer. The right one. I expect that. Quick! The time starts now. It's going to end now. People are saying B. People are saying C. Which one? Should I slip it down or put it up? Yes or no? Hereafter, I'll give S and no here. Tomorrow I'll bring those things for you. Don't worry. I'll give S and no smiley for you. Don't worry. People are saying A, B and C. What a nice answering here. I told you not to give it as A, B, C, but look at your options. What have you done? In a row, A, B, C they are giving. And the answer is option B. Only the second one is correct. In this particular question, if you see, okay, this is a very, very recent current affairs stuff. This ABC or Academic Bank of Credit, it is said that they are in line with Right to Education Act of 2009. See, in the year 2020, in the context of NEP, National Education Policy, it was brought in. Clear? So now, Academic Bank of Credit was proposed under the National Education Policy 2020, and that will be unveiled. That is why the first was wrong and the second is correct. Here, students can have a flexibility, guys, to move between institutes while they're pursuing one degree or leave a course. It's kind of comfortable for them as well. Clear? So what is Academic Bank of Credit? Set up by the UGC. Under this, students will be given multiple entry and exit options. If you study for 1 year, then take a break of 2 years and again come and join, you will be a second year student, not a first year student. But currently what is happening, if you join for degree and skip in 1 year, you have to again join from the first year again. So you are not getting a benefit of 1 year what you studied. So to make it more comfortable for even the students of underprivileged groups and all, they're doing all this. Clear? A lot of flexibility, I can tell you. They can start from where they left. It's not necessary that they have to start from the scratch from the first year of graduation itself. If they completed 1 year, okay, from second year they can continue even after a break of 1 or 2 years. That's the whole logic behind this. It's a good thing. The next one. Consider the following statements regarding capital adequacy ratio in Indian banking system. It's the ratio of bank's capital in relation to total risk-weighted assets. Second, the RBI introduced capital adequacy ratio system for the bank operating in India in 2010. So, capital adequacy ratio is capital output ratio. Quickly the right answer. Capital to risk weighted assets ratio. Have you studied that? Capital to risk weighted assets ratio. The same thing. Capital adequacy ratio, capital output ratio. Multiple names you will call them. Quick. Come on, my officers. You got to be very smart. People are saying again C. Why you love C so much, Rahul? C wala mania you got. Yes, Shivam. Wonderful. That's a brilliant kudos. No. What did you say? B. I thought it's D. Anyways, no kudos to anybody and that's a flop. If you see that's a blunder answers what you gave, guys, it is actually D, which means that neither 1 or 2 is correct. Sorry, guys, the answer is A. Yeah, the answer is A, which means that only the first one is correct. Clear? Yes, Priya, finally you gave it. Kallatharam, I hope it is not Kallatharam. So basically, if you see second one talks about what? Second one talks about RBI has introduced that in the year 2010. Do you think that is in 2010? Since 1992 you have. RBI only introduced it, the so-called capital to risk weighted assets ratio, but in the year 92, not in 2010. In accordance with whom? The standards of Bureau of International Settlement, BIS, as a part of financial sector reforms. In the coming years, if you see the Basel norms, 1, 2, 3, 4, what you studied, they were extended to the term lending institutions, primary dealers, and also NBFCs. Clear? That is enough from this particular topic. How do you calculate CAR, guys? Total of Tier 1 and Tier 2 capital divided by risk-weighted assets. Simple as that. Also known as capital to risk-weighted assets ratio. Basically, to protect the depositors and promote stability and efficiency of financial system around the world, this capital adequacy ratio has been utilized. That is the purpose or use of this ratio, guys. This is why we use them. The next one. It's a question from 2016. If you love masala vada and masala chai and all, you love this question. Again, I predicted this in my offline institutions, guys, this question, and that came again. With reference to IFSC masala bond, sometimes in the news, which of the statements given below is or are correct? First one, International Finance Corporation, which offers these masala bond, is an arm of the World Bank. Second, they are rupee denominated bonds and are a source of debt financing for the public and private sector. So yes, your chai vada, masala chai and all will come quick. Not masala chai and masala vada. I was just kidding, guys. They are a bond because it is the Indian bond. Just to give that Indian, notion, the Indian cuisine name called as masala was given. That's it. Apart from that, nothing else is there. It has been issued in the overseas country. That also I can tell you with the denomination of Indian rupee there. I told you a lot of things. Now you should tell me the right answer. I already gave you the answer. Wonderful. Yes. Anup is saying C. People are saying C. But here we have Sindhuja with B. You have to think. Do you think they're an arm of the World Bank? Yes, they are. The answer is option number what? It is C. Both 1 and 2 is correct. So what is masala bonds? They are rupee denominated bonds which are being put up in the foreign countries. And why the so-called masala bond is just to make sure that it is of Indian origin. Clear? And it is International Finance Corporations, guys, who offer these bonds. That's why it's called as IFSC masala bond. Using the comparison technique of KAC, you got to know that the first and second is correct. And they are an arm of World Bank because international overseas connection is coming now. So the very first masala bond was issued by the IFC, International Finance Corporation, in the year 2014. And they are bonds which are issued outside India by the Indian entities to raise capital. And that too, the highlight is that when you're issuing a bond in another country, it is not in their currency or denominations. Rather, in the Indian currency or denomination, INR, they will issue it. That is why the name is masala bond. Clear? They're usually used by the corporates. Why? Because they want to raise funds from foreign investors. And this International Finance Corporation, they are an arm of World Bank. So obviously, when International Finance Corporation is issuing masala bond, this masala bond will also be a part of what? The World Bank. Simple as that. That is how it's connected. So all those who said the answer is B, if you see, the IFSC is a part of World Bank. So they are offering masala bond. So obviously it is an arm of what? World Bank. My question was not masala bond. See, look at this very carefully. 2016 prelims examination, you got this question. The first statement is not based on masala bond. The keyword is masala bond. The second statement tells they are rupee denominated bonds. Very good. And they are issued by whom? IFSC. And the first statement tells the International Finance Corporation which offers these bonds. Okay. They are an arm of World Bank. My question was not masala bond was an arm of World Bank. You got the point. That is why even the first one is correct. The meaning of the question changes when you read the statements. So kabhi grammar is also quite important, guys, for you to get a real understanding of the meaning out there. Fine? Which are the other arms they include, guys? The IFSC as an arm of World Bank, and other arm is like IBRD, then IDA, MIGA, Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, etc. Along with the International Center for Settlement of Disputes and all. 2019 wala question this is. Consider the following statement. Very simple. Most of India's external debt is owned by government entities. Second, all of India's external debt is denominated in US dollars. Think and give the right answer. Quick! Both first and the second statement is having an extreme word called as most and all. So applying the extreme word rule, you can either eliminate or you can think of considering that as well. For that, comparison technique of KAC is important to reconsider. Think. But here, think. India's external debt owned by governmental entities. Do you think? I don't think. Wonderful. Yes, my young officers. Neither one or two is correct. Very good. What are external debt? If you see, that refers to the money that you borrow from the source outside the country, right? And we have to pay them back in the currency in which it is borrowed. If you borrow in US dollars or UK pound, you have to return like that. And now you can get them from foreign commercial bank, from international financial institutions like World Bank, IMF, ADB, etc., etc. And that you can even get from the government of foreign nations. So now how can we say that most of our countries' external debt is from the government, is owned by governmental entities? That's not the case. Even non-governmental entities also we borrow. So first one doesn't make a sense. And how can we say all of India's external debt is coming in the US dollars? At all it doesn't make a sense. So this is a question from the 2019 UPSC Prelims examination. And the answer happens to be D. Neither one or two is wrong. Now here the trick is, less than 23% chance is there for the option to for the question to have an answer called as none of the above, or let's say neither one or two. And now in that case, the rule is that the question should be in the context of incorrect keyword. That is, which of the statements are incorrect, or the next trick is both the statements should have extreme keyword. I repeat, both the statements should have extreme keyword like this. This is what the 2019 question has proved to us. So this is another trick which you have to keep in mind. You can just note it down somewhere. Clear? As per the RBI, if you see the following of the observations regarding our country India's external debt at the end of June 2020. One is commercial borrowings. They remain the largest component. If you see out of external debt, now commercial borrowings, they are the largest, because the share is 38.1%, followed by NRI deposits, then short-term trade credit and all. See, US dollar denominated debt remained the largest component of a country's external debt with a share of 53.9%, followed by Indian rupee, then special drawing rights, SDR of which is the International Reserve Asset of the IMF, International Monetary Fund, then the Euro, etc., etc. Now, though US dollar was denominated debt was the largest component also, the question was asking you regarding all of India's external debt is coming in US dollars. That is wrong. Majority is US dollar, but you have a Indian rupee, you have the SDR and all. So that doesn't make a sense because of the keyword extreme. That was kind of extreme word, which will give a different meaning as a whole, right? That is why it was eliminated. Clear? Did you get it, guys? Yes, Pradosh. Good. Some of the additional information which I want to tell you people is, normally these type of debts, okay, they are in the form of tied loans. What is the meaning of that? These have to be used for a predefined purpose, and that should be determined by consent of the borrower and the lender. And many times if you see, government is also eligible to raise loans from abroad. The interest rate on foreign loans is linked to LIBOR. What is LIBOR? London Interbank Offer Rate, and the actual rate will be the LIBOR plus applicable spread, and that depends upon all the credit rating and all. So the credit rating, John Moody, all these things are again connected or related hit list topic. In the year 2019 you got this question. Now credit rating, I taught you now, John Moody and all, because it is connected to this topic. Did you understand why credit rating question was asked? Is because from the previous year questions, indirectly in the explanations you can see those words are coming. So that one word will lead to what? Another question out there. Credit rating of borrower, that is John Moody ka stuff. Simple as that. This is how questions are framed. So I'm teaching you how the questions are also framed, guys, for you to have a better understanding and self analysis as well. Again, 2013 ka question from inflation. Which one of the following is likely to be the most inflationary in its effect? So all the options are having inflationary effect. That is price rise effect. But out of this, the number one option with the highest inflationary effect is your question. Think and say. Repayment of public debt, borrowing from public to finance a budget deficit, borrowing from banks to finance a budget deficit, creating new money to finance a budget deficit. That is deficit financing, which is done by the RBI. Think. Printing of more currency, that is fourth one. Creating new money can also lead. Acha, you are waiting for my clue, Krishna, that you will give the answers like this. Very good. Kallatram on the rise. So Nija is saying B. You are close to the options. Borrowing from public to finance. More than borrowing has a limit, I told you. Fiscal deficit is coming. 3%. Now it is currently 4%. You will go for off-budget borrowing. But when you print money, think about the unconventional monetary policy tools. Helicopter money, QE and all, what do? You print the currency, deficit financing to finance, to have a money supply. So don't you think so that will have the highest inflationary effect compared to any of the options? Yes. And that's why the answer is what? Tell me, B or D? It is D. Creating or printing new currency, deficit financing. That to finance a budget deficit is actually having a higher inflationary effect. The more and more you print, after some point of time, too much of money will start chasing too few goods because everybody will have a higher purchasing capacity of power. You got the point. So obviously the purchasing power of money will be affected. Clear? And because of because of too much of availability of money in the market, aggregate or total demand will pick up, which will again lead to the rise in the general price level, etc., etc. Now, people who said the answer is B, it is a very close option. You are not wrong. You are actually right. But our question was, out of the options, only one could be the answer. Which is the most important option, guys, to have an inflationary effect. That is why we went with D. If you see, borrowing from the public to finance a budget and borrowing from banks to finance a budget, it will decrease the money supply in the economy in reality. So automatically, they will control the rise in general price level. They will not lead to increase like your last option, that is printing of currencies. So those who got confused with the B and D option, this is the reality. That question is framed by UPSC like that only. B and D, people get confused. They are close options. But many people don't understand that B is decreasing whereas D is increasing. That is the real logic behind it. Clear? Yes, Sindhuja, go miss, you got neck pain. Thoda sa, I don't know why, because I'm sitting continuously. I think it's nearing 4 hours. Let me see the time. No, it's 3.5 hours now. It's okay. That's why. It's okay. I don't think you would have sat for any MCQ classes like this. Continuous. The next one, 2015 ka question. No, now the questions are of previous year, so we'll fatafat go fast. From inflation. With reference to inflation in India, which of the following statements are correct? Quickly give the right answer. Controlling inflation in India is responsibility of government of India only. Why RBI can't do? Think. Second, RBI has no role in controlling. Bullshit. C, decrease money circulation helps in controlling inflation. Fourth is the opposite. Increase money circulation helps in controlling inflation. So now, first and second one is absolutely nonsense. We know, eliminate. Applying the KEZ technique. Out of C and D, you have to make a choice. And now this is a 2015 UPSC Prelims question. Come on, C and D, you got to make a choice. Is it decreased or increased? Decreased will help. Open market operations, when the RBI is kind of, selling securities. Use that logic. Wonderful, brilliant. Yes, the answer is C, guys. It is decreased money circulation, not increased. Very good, brilliant. Already I've told you, we can't say that controlling inflation is just the responsibility of Government of India. It is not only the responsibility of Government of India, but also the RBI. RBI is having the prime responsibility. That is why they are using the various monetary policy tools or instruments like repo rate, reverse repo rate, CRR, SLR, etc., etc. and open market operations and all to control what the inflation in the economy. Clear? When there is a decreased money supply, what happens? The aggregate total demand of the economy comes down. Automatically, price is coming down. Inflation is decreased. This is a question from 2017. Okay, when demonetization happened in 2016, the next year they asked this question about demonetization in India. So in the year 2017, this question was appearing, guys, in your examination. The Government of India announced demonetization of all 100, 500, 1000 banknotes of Mahatma Gandhi series. Why, guys, Mahatma Gandhi? In note, you can find some other series. You can find Nehru ka series or you can find Vajpayee ka series. No, na? Why Mahatma Gandhi? Think. Second, aim was to increase the formalization of economy and bring more people into income tax net. Formalization of informal economy is one thing. Then transparency, kallatharams, all these things to reduce corruption. So use your brains, quick. Okay, Sindhuja is saying B. Come on, use your brains. Why? Don't you think so? 100, 500 and 1000 was demonetized. Don't you think so? You have a new 1000 rupees note. Do you have a new 500 note, 1000 and 100 wala note? You have 500 and 100 notes. Think. People are giving me vivid answers. I don't know why. This is a 2017 prelims question, guys, which came. My question is very clear. Apply the reverse KEC, my young officers. Oh my goodness. Why are you giving me answers which are correct? My question was, which of the statements is or are not correct? which is equal to give me the incorrect statements. Now after reading, that is which of the statements are incorrect about demonetization, after reading the statement, now give me the correct answer. So the method of reverse keyword elimination comparison which I kept on teaching you is applicable in this question. This is from UPSC pattern, and that is why if you see now people are telling the right answer. Very good. It is A. First is wrong. 100 was not there. Only 500 and 1000 they kind of announced. Clear? Basically to reduce corruption, to reduce the use of illegal or illicit and counterfeit cash to fund all the illegal activity, terrorism and all. That happened on 8th November 2016. So now the first one is the wrong one, and indeed that is the right answer because of the keyword incorrect. And based on these statements, give the right answer, which is the incorrect statement. Apply the reverse KZK technique. Simple as that. Clear? And second one is correct, guys, because formalization of economy, transparency, it was brought in. So second is correct. So we can't go for that. See, in 2017 itself they asked. From this, what do you understand? UPSC from economy, they will not ask you static portion. They will ask you static plus current affairs mixed questions. One will be static explanation, one statement will be current affairs explanation, which means economy is one such subject. If you study static only, you can go for current affairs. And if you want to go for current affairs, static portion is important because questions are framed like that. Look at every single question, and they are very clever that they prefer to ask you questions based on what happened last year with regard to the preceding year's question paper. So this year also your COVID, your Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, your unconventional monetary policy tools, QE, quantitative easing, helicopter money, LTRO, long-term repo operations, targeted LTRO, all these are very, very important. Write it down somewhere. Okay, along with the demonetization we know and the GST, they want to formalize the economy. It's simple as that. The next one, DPI, Digital Payment Index. Quickly give the right answer. Aim to reflect accurately the penetration and deepening of various digital payment mode constructed by Niti Aayog with March 2018 as a base period. Look at the question carefully. Quick. Yes, Shivam. Applies the reverse KEC. Apply the reverse KEC. I give a clue now. Don't give me blunter wala answers now. 2 to 3 heads with this I'll give now. Started. People started. What a unity in giving wrong answers. Tell me from where you got this. And that's a kudos to Krishna for giving the right answer. Very good, it is B. Look at this. Applying the reverse KEC technique. So now, based on the last question, which is from UPSC Prelims examination in the year 2016, they followed a reverse pattern. Incorrect, consider, and then correct answer. So the keyword is incorrect. Same thing. Which of the following statements are incorrect? With regard to DPI. Read the question and now give the correct answer. Which means the wrong statement with regard to this. So reverse KEC, the same thing. Clear? Yes, Sindhuja, you also gave up. My eyes was not working. I didn't see that. Anyways, brilliant. The answer is, B. Yeah, this is reverse KEC technique. I don't know why people fatafat gave me the wrong answer. Anyway, it is released by RBI, not by Niti Aayog. Okay. So the keyword Niti Aayog and the keyword DPI. See, payment itself you got to know, guys. It has not Niti Aayog, the independent think tank of Government of India. What is the full form? National Institute of Transforming India organization has nothing to do with payment. It's RBI. You got the point. It's a wrong statement. But since the keyword is incorrect, you got to give the right answer based on incorrect keyword. The reverse keyword elimination comparison is applied. So the answer becomes B. Because C and D as 1 and A is 1. So it's B. Clear? Yes, Shivam, incorrect nahi dekha. You will not see because night time, raat ka incorrect also nahi dekha. Pata nahi kya hai wo. Anyways. Now, you can see the parameters and all. If you see the so-called RBI's Digital Payment Index, they published on the website of RBI. www.rbi.org.in. I take data from there, guys. Because they're very authenticated, I can tell you. And that they do it on a semi-annual basis, 6 months, not annual or biannual or biannual. Not 1 year, let's say in 2 years once and all. Rather semi-annual basis. From March 2021 onwards with a lag of 4 months. That's how they do. Very simple question. FSR is released by whom? Financial Stability Report. This question can even come for the 2021 prelims also. Very simple question. RBI, Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, India, bracket, Department of Revenue. It's a report, not an index. Use your brain. It could be a department also, because report can be released by even an institution, no doubt in that. But people are saying, no, the answer is only A. Very good. That's a kudos to you people for the right answer. Yes, the answer is 8 is RBI, as we all know. What is FSR? You may even get consider the following statement while a question from this area. So let's quickly have a look into it. The explanation for you to have a better understanding. So this FSR is something that is released by RBI, and they reflect the collective assessment of the subcommittee with regard to the FSDC, Financial Stability Development Council. With regard to the financial stability, the problems of that and all. So it's a kind of something that reflects the resilience of the financial system. To strengthen that, we have this. So FSDC, FSR is also important at this topic. Clear? So it also discusses the issues based on, or let's say relating to the development and also regulation of the financial sector. Next one, nationalization of bank was the watershed moment in the history of Indian banking. It coincided with what? So nationalization of bank was was under the previous year questions of economy. So in this year you can even get. That's why I gave you this. Think. Founding of RBI, announcement of first industrial policy, founding of NABARD, none of the above. Think. People are saying B. Praful is saying B. Praful, Pradosh, Nuja, Priya. Really? Could be. Come on, yaar. Nationalization of bank. Why are you running behind industrial policy? My question is, it coincided. That is when there was a nationalization happening. Okay. That time. The meaning of this question is, when nationalization took place, was it that year RBI was found? Yes or no? Was it that time NABARD was found? Yes or no? Or was it that time industrial policy was announced, the first industrial policy? Or none of the above? The same time. Now Priya is saying none of the above. 2 to 3 on your heads now. So what will be the answer? It is D. None of the above. What nonsense was that? Still people are giving B. I don't understand. Why are you loving this industrial policy? Oh, because nationalization, industrialization is coming up. Guys, the question was, it coincided, means same time what happened. None of the above happened that time. I'll tell you. See, nationalization, it was in the year 1969. Whereas RBI was founded in the year 35. So it cannot coincide. Then, NABARD was in the year 1982. After nationalization, it cannot coincide. Now, industrial policy resolution was in the year 1956. After that, nationalization itself came. So how can you say that it was in the announcement of the first industrial policy? Definitely no. So it doesn't make a sense at all. That is why the answer is none of the above. You got the point. From where you got option of B here, what was that blunder ka stuff? Yes, Pradosh, the keyword is coincided. Coincided means what you know. I am taking a class for you now. The same time another teacher is taking. Same time the same topic. So it's coinciding. It's not like I am taking now and half an hour later somebody is taking. No. Or the tomorrow somebody is taking. The same day, the same year. When they are doing it, then and there. So it's not coinciding with anything. So the keyword is coincided. Pata nahi kya hai wo hai. From where you got so much of brains to give me such blunder answers. I'm kind of enjoying these blunder things. Okay, I should tell you this. Yes, the option is D, Pradosh. Yeah, it is D. That is enough. The next one. With regard to accommodative monetary policy, consider the following statements. AMC, very important guys from this area. Accommodative stance. It's a current affairs thing you can expect for this year examination. In the context of COVID-19, this question is. Quick. 1. Central bank reduce money supply to keep inflation under control. Central bank expand the money supply. Central bank increase the interest. D, none of the above. Quick guys, you got to be really fast now. I have to finish fatafat few questions. Priya is saying sleepy. I'll pour some water to your eyes now. Or I'll sprinkle water. Magical waters of KAC. So fatafat your brain will, wake up like anything. Sindhuja is like almost, let's wind up. 2 to 3 on your heads now. A UPSC candidate should never say wind up. Now I will wind you up now. I'll grind your brains now. Don't tell me that. Anyways, come on, don't you want all these beautiful line box of chota wala chocolate and the black box of chocolate, pink box of chocolate, Unacademy ka new wala hat, all these things? Who will get all this if you go and sleep now? Think. Oh my goodness, people are behind option number B. Seriously. Wonderful. Yes guys, very good. The biggest clue was Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. That is money supply to boost up that the COVID-19 pandemic. That is why this policy called as accommodative monetary policy was brought in. It's called as loose credit or easy monetary policy. Clear? And don't you think so that is basically to expand the money supply to boost the economy? This is in the context of Atmanirbhar and also COVID-19. Simple as that. That's why the answer is B. Clear? It is not to increase the interest rate. If you see, interest rate was constant or stable for the very first time during this pandemic. So C cannot be correct. And how can you see reduced money supply? What nonsense. When there is complete shattering of the economy, you can never even think of reducing money supply. There is no money supply for that to reduce. You got the point. And you cannot even think of inflation happening. Inflation was coming up. It is opposite, but they will never think of reducing because the economy is completely trashed. So they only left out option is C, and that becomes the answer. Clear? Sorry guys, B, and that becomes the answer. Expanding money supply to boost the economy. Clear? Sometimes they can give you which of the following statements are correct with regard to loose credit or easy monetary policy instead of accommodative monetary policy. So you should know the different names as such. And now this is basically done. That is to expand money supply to boost the economy when the growth is slowing, when you measure it by GDP. And these measures are meant why? Because to make money less expensive to borrow and encourage more spending. Simple as that. The next one, electoral bonds in India. Consider the following statement based on that. First one tells it is a bearer banking instrument to be used for funding all political party. Second, during the purchase of electoral bond, RBI as an authorized bank may call for any additional know your customer documents if it deems necessary. 3. RBI has kept limits on the purchase of electoral bond. Now this is a question in the context of polity plus economy mixed. Both connections are coming, but you have RBI there. That's where this question is given. It's a bond wala thing. Okay. Think. First statement has something called as all. So use your brains. It may or may not be correct. I'll give a clue to you. Listen. All, may, limit. Think. Wonderful, Sindhuja. Yes, here we go. The answer is option number what? It is C. Arey, why did you say D? Normally D is 1, 2, 3. But to twist your brains, I give C as 1, 2, 3. Baap re, why is your brain not working, mera bacha log? What was the question, Maharshi? Was the question correct? No. The question was identify the incorrect or the galat wala statements. What is electoral bond? They are a bearer banking instrument to be used for funding eligible political party. The question tells for all the political party. So all means every political party, anybody out there. It doesn't make a sense. Eliminate. Though you eliminate that also, you cannot, say that will be the right answer because the directive keyword is incorrect. So eliminate option number D, applying the elimination technique of KC because they don't have one. Out of A, B, D, make a choice. Now, what do you apply here? Applying the cheat word technique. Option B tells 1 and 2, B 1 and 3. So what is the next option out there I've taught you? In such kind of scenario, apply the cheat word technique. The sequencing is also correct. 1 and 2, 1 and 3. So the answer will be all the above. And that is why the answer is C. Did you understand? So here, once you understand one is, incorrect. You have to, one is incorrect, but still that is the right answer based on the directive keyword. Eliminate option without 1. So out of A, B, C, you have a ratio and now the sequencing is also matching. 1, 2, 1, 3 and 1, 2, 3. So now cheat word technique is something that makes you understand that the answer is all the above. You can even cross check using the KC and you will get the same answer only. This is a cheat word technique, okay, which I have taught you for these special classes in Unacademy. You got to use that. Yes, Shiva, ma'am, what is CWT? Cheat word technique. That is, when you eliminate option number 1, if you see, except D, every other option is having 1 now. That's the right option, but D doesn't have. Now, option A tells 1, 2, B, 1, 3. So, in such kind of sequencing, there are more chances for the answer to be 1, 2, 3, all the above. In many questions, if you see, and this is how it works. It's called a CWT. But, for example, if option A is, 2, 3 and B, 1, 3, then the answer cannot be 1, 2, 3 because sequencing is wrong there. So now the whole point is through the cheat word technique, you got to know the answer is all the above, and you can kind of reconfirm that using the KZ technique. You have got a notion that all the options are correct. Now kind of compare them. Sometimes you can find some variations in a very rare cases, and the answer can also be 1 or 2 or 1 and 3 as such. But in 95% or let's say 98% chance is always there for the questions to be all the above in such kind of scenario. That's why this is called as cheat word technique. This is a sub-technique of the KEC introduced by me. the sub, all these comes under KAC. Clear? Simple as that. And now who can redeem this electoral bonds? Only by an eligible political party, okay? And they'll be valid for a period of 15 days from the date of issue. For example, if you are issuing today, or let's say on 1st March 2018 till 15th of March it is valid. 15 days it is eligible. 2 weeks. That's it. And what is the minimum amount for donation for this electoral bond? 1,000 rupees. There is no maximum limit. It will go to crores and crores of rupees. No doubt in that. And under electoral bonds under the scheme may be purchased by a person who is a citizen of India or incorporated or established in India. It could be anything as such. And who can sell these electoral bonds? The State Bank of India, SBI. They are the sole authorized bank of the government of India for selling this. Clear? SBI. The commercial bank, the largest commercial banks out there. The next one. Which of the following mechanisms can help to contain food inflation? Quick! Increasing import duties on food articles, more procurement, that is collection by the Food Corporation of India FCI, and imposing stock limit. I repeat, stock limit. So look at the keyword. Contain means what? Contain COVID means reduce. Similarly, contain food inflation means reduce food inflation. Come on, my young officers. We got to go with a little more questions. You got to really push yourself now. Otherwise, I'll wind up and we'll do it tomorrow. I do not want to stress you more. The remaining things I'll teach you in the special class. Don't worry. People are saying, see, from where your brains are working, I don't understand. Very good, very good. Start going with 2 and 3. Brilliant. What is more? More is an extreme word. So use your brains. And the answer is option number B, which means that only the third one is correct. Imposing stock limit can actually help to contain or reduce food inflation. For example, 1 second. No, your answer can be, wait. Your answer can be C also. Wait, I will tell you. Now, if food articles are allowed to be imported, okay, supposing if they are imported, it may contain inflation or reduce inflation as the demand for import will be higher or if the price is lesser than domestic produce. That is also there. That's very much important. Now, import duties, what happens is that they will only curtail the import and hence will not help food inflation. So, first one cannot be correct. So, now what do? You eliminate option number, A. Applying the KEZ technique, A and D is gone. Out of B and C, you got to know the third one is 101% correct. Now, procurement by FCI. Now, I'll tell you, listen. Procurement by FCI will reduce supply to the market. Thus, inflation will increase. I repeat, inflation will increase. However, if the stocks with the Food Corporation of India is released strategically in market, then they'll help in containing. But if you more and more FCI is procured, then inflation will increase, Olena. So the answer is, B only, no doubt in that. C is all wrong. Yes, Pradosh, C is also possible, I feel, based on second line, procurement. See, procurement by FCI is okay. When you procure more and more food items by the Food Corporation of India, what is happening? Shortage is coming. Supply to market is less. Let's say they're procuring more and more onions. Now, in the market, supply of onion is less. That is why if you see, in the COVID-19 pandemic, you were even paying 150 rupees to get 1 kg of onions. So, do you think when the supply is less and the demand is more, you can contain or reduce inflation? No. There is no logic at all. That's why the answer is B. Clear? So, though the options are very close, 2 and 3 is very close options also, there is a reason for you to eliminate B, because more procurement means you're actually decreasing the supply. When you decrease supply, automatically demand is there for the essentials, and food is an important element. Inflation will increase, price rise will happen. You got the point? Yes, Priya. Supposing the keyword strategic was there, more procurement by FCI strategically means then the second is correct. This is generalistic. More procurement or collection by FCI means, you cannot say it will help in reducing. Rather, it will increase inflation. Simple as that. Clear? That was the Kallatram I did in this question. People thought, okay, ma'am has said this and the answer is C. No. The answer is B only. I think only very few people. I think only Praful and Maharshi has given the right answer for this. Yes. The answers be very tricky kind of questions. These are simple one, but yet tricky. The next one. A virtual currency. Today everything is virtual now. Here we go. Consider the following statements with regard to that. It gets generated through cryptographic techniques. Second, can be treated as a fiat and non-fiat currency. Third, distribution of these currencies requires blockchain technology. This is a very, very important question. Last year you had a question from BCT. Blockchain technology. This year also you can expect this BCT, artificial intelligence, IoT, Internet of Things, cloud computing, edge computing, cryptocurrencies, bitcoins and all. Very, very important at list areas. Quick. Here we go. I do not know what happened to people. Anyways, a few of them are right. Very good, guys. The answer is B. Only the first and the third one is correct. Brilliant. Second one, fiat and non-fiat. How can you treat something as fiat and non-fiat at the same time? It doesn't make a sense. Applying the KEC, eliminated, because fiat and non-fiat means legal and illegal tender. At all, no sense. So automatically C and D is gone. Out of A and B, you got to know third one is correct. And we all know that virtual currency. Come on. Cryptographic technique and the keyword virtual. They are highly connected. And also the blockchain technology, the third statement. Obviously, the answer becomes B. Very simple. Applying the method of KEC in that comparison is playing the role of king and queen to give you the right answer here, along with eliminations. So basically, virtual is kind of unregulated, which means they are not a fiat one. They do not have a legal tender. They are a digital kind of currency. Only in electronic or e-form they can get them. So through a designated software, they are stored and transacted via mobile computer applications, or let's say through some so-called dedicated digital wallets and all. And the transactions, they occur over the internet through secure dedicated network. You got the point. Clear? And this virtual currency now, they consider to be a subset of digital currency group that also consists of your cryptocurrencies, which is again coming under the so-called blockchain technology. So since they're coming under the blockchain network now, they're not controlled by the centralized bank authority. So they're out of the formal banking system perspective. Kallatram is coming. The next one, consider the following statements about DSIB, domestic systematically important bank. First one, RBI declares only PSB as domestically systematic important bank. Second, bank becomes systematically important due to their size, cross-jurisdictional activity and interconnection. 3. Banks whose assets exceed 2% of GDP are considered part of this group. Quick! $74th wala question. Fatafat, give me the right answer, my young officers. People are thinking which one to go for. Is it so? Brilliant. People are going with B. I think people are loving B. But come on, my young officers, to your surprise, the answer is C. There lies the twist in your question. Let me tell you, the first one. One second, hold on. First is wrong. Yeah. It is said that RBI declares only PSBs as domestic systematically important bank. How could you say that? The keyword only is coming, which is an extreme word where you can eliminate. Applying the KEC technique. And also, apart from public sector, even private sector banks, if they are having a better, size and capital, they can have. Your HDFC, ICICI, are they public sector? No. So you cannot say this is correct. Eliminate. Automatically, A and D is gone. Out of B and C, make a choice. Second one is correct, you got to know. Now, third one. You have to make a kind of choice in that. It is said that banks whose assets exceed 2% GDP are considered to be a part of this group. Do you think they are right? See, as far as this particular question is concerned, the answer is what? The answer is C, which means that even the third one is correct. More than 2%, yes, they will be a part of the so-called DSIB. HDFC, ICICI Bank are all a part of this domestically systematic important bank. You know, a bank is given this tagline when they have more number of branches operational within your country and also abroad with a high amount of capitalization or net worth, I can say. That then they'll be given a tagline called as DSB. It's not necessary that they should be a public sector bank. You got the point. And now more than 2% of GDP, up to 4% is the current limit. They'll be considered to be a part of this group. Clear? Which means 2 and 3 is correct. Simple as that. So majority of people ran with B, but if you see, the answer is C. Clear? Did you understand, guys? And this is not related to the PSL and all. It's something different from that. Do not be confused in that perspective. Clear? See, all these are kind of tricky wala questions. Very simple, you feel, you see. People thought only second is correct, but even third is correct. My question was, banks whose assets exceed 2%, which means exceed 2 means it could be 2.53 or 4 or 5% also. I never said less than 2. Exceed 2 means it could be any number. But the keyword exceed means the meaning is more. That's why the third is wrong. The current limitation is 4. Current, I think, yeah, it's 4 as I told you. The requirement is only 4% of the total demand deposit. Simple as that. The next one, open market operations. Consider the following statement in that context. They are conducted by RBI with an objective to adjust the rupee liquidity conditions in the market on durable basis. Second, these operations are conducted only on quarterly. I repeat, only on quarterly basis in a manner that balances inflation while helping bank continue to lend. Third, RBI carries out open market operations through commercial banks and does not deal directly with public. Yeah, third one makes a sense. I can tell you that. And every option is having 3 except A. So elimination becomes easy. Applying KAC, eliminate A. But still out of B, C, D. Now, this is something where you have to use your brains. Sheet word technique. Do you think it will apply? 1 and 3 is there. Is it 2? It's not 1 and 2. Rather 2 and 3 is coming. So sheet word technique. Do you think it applies? It will definitely not apply. Not applicable. Sheet word technique. Clear? And also if you reconsider the statements, you have an extreme word called as only and quarterly basis in the second one. So use your brains. You got to eliminate it. Automatically what happens? A, B, D is fatafat eliminated. What remains is C and that becomes the answer. 1 and 3 is absolutely correct. And we know 3 is correct. Clear? The same thing what I've told you regarding open market operations in the previous questions when I explained operation twist and also another question in this context. Very important topic. The same explanations. The next one. Consider the following statement. Unlike core inflation, headline inflation takes into account changes in the price of food and energy. Second, RBI uses consumer price index combined as the sole inflation measure for the purpose of monetary policy. Is it CPI or WPI? Think. Third one, consumer price index numbers for industrial workers measure a change over time in prices for a fixed basket of goods and service consumed by industrial workers. So the third statement is very particular with regard to CPI for the industrial workers. So use your brains and give the right answer. We'll finish this fast, guys. Quick. And these are perfectly fine before going for examinations from this particular area. Questions out of this only will come, so do not worry. From these keywords and these key topics. From this particular area I'm telling you, that is money, monetary policy, banking, RBI, inflations. Nothing out of the box can come. And whatever I tell you, QE, helicopter money, LTRO, those points also just note it down. People are saying the answer is D. Brilliant. Yes, 1, 2, 3. Sab kuch is correct. Very good, guys. Very good. We all know that second is correct because today consumer price index is considered to be the sole anchor for monetary policy measurement or inflation and all. So, except 3, if you see every other option is there. Now, 1 and 2, 2 and 3, sheet word technique doesn't apply. But here practically if you see, yeah, with regard to industrial workers, it is correct. And also, unlike core, it is not like unlike the question is. Headline inflation takes into account the price of food and energy as well because core doesn't take into consideration the price of food and energy. In Western countries it is okay, but for a country like India, food and energy plays a massive role. So we have to take that into consideration. That is why the top or the headline inflation takes into consideration that, which means 1 and 3 is correct. Clear? The next one, LTRO. If you see, this is again a very, very important hit list area because it's a recent current affairs. Okay. It is a tool under which RBI provides money to banks at the prevailing repo rate. Second, LAF, Liquidity Adjustment Facility, repo rate and repo rate, that's what they're talking. And MSF, they offer banks money for their immediate needs, ranging from 1 to 28 days, whereas LTRO offers money for 1 to 3 years need, long term. It makes a sense. Third, LTRO operations are intended to prevent short-term interest rate in the market from drifting a long way from the policy rate, which is repo rate. It may apply, yes, Sujit, ma'am, CWD, sheet word technique. I've already told that you can, go back to the video and play it once again. I will tell you, don't worry, when the question comes. Wonderful, guys. Yes, the answer is option number D. Very good. We all got to know that the first one is correct. I'll tell you, Sujit, what is CWT? Applying keyword elimination comparison technique. Keyword is correct. Next is LTRO. We got to know that LTRO is what? It's a tool under RBI, the unconventional monetary policy tool. That is the only difference. Where they are giving money to commercial banks at the prevailing repo rate. 1 is correct. Applying the elimination technique, look for the options where there is no 1 to eliminate. Except C, every option is having 1. Now 1 and 2, 1 and 3. Sequencing is happening. The sub technique called as cheat word technique is applicable here. 1 and 2, 1 and 3. In this kind of scenario, I have told you many a times that 99% chances there for the answer to be all the above, and that is what you can see here as well. Now, having understood that the answer is all the above, reconfirm it once again, applying the KEZ technique. Look at the second and third one. Don't you think so? LTRO is for not short term, rather long term at the existing prevailing rate. Obviously, so 2 is correct, which means eliminate B. Out of 1 and 2 and 1, 2 and 3 have to make a choice. And now, basically to prevent short term and for long term only, LTRO is there. That's what the second statement is telling you. When you compare, you got to know the answer is D. You're kind of cross-checking as well. This is called a CWT. It is very clear, Sujit. And the others who do not know what is CWT, the newcomers. Yes, Min. What a name here, Min. It reminds me of Minna Minanga. In my language, Minna Minanga. It's like luminescence, the kind of fly that ejects light, na? Luminescence objects. Minna Minanga. Your name is like that, Min. Anyways, it reminds me of a poem that I wrote when I was a small, girl in school. In Malayalam, I wrote, okay. Minni tilangunda minna minange, pari nadakum. Okay, leave it. It's a long story. But I have written that. It is very nice and I got it published also. When a small girl I did. I think 5th standard or 5th or, no, not 5th year. 3rd or 4th, I think. 3rd or 4th standard. Yes, I wrote that. Why? Because I used to love this, this kind of bee, okay. That's how it came into my brain. I thought I'll become a poet that time. I was very good. I have a collection of poems and it's called as Glimpse of Joy. I was good in literature that time. Glimpse of Joy is my book name. It was very interesting. About the night, about a lot of a lot of things like that I've done. I loved my English teacher a lot that time. She was very, active and brisk kind of lady. So I was kind of, I used to admire her a lot and that's how this English got into my brains. I thought I'll be taking literature for my degree and all, but later it got converted to history to become archaeologist. And then after the 8th class, I decided no, it is economics. That should go to my brain. But still, what happened? I went for BCom. Then I again shifted off to economics. That's a long journey. Anyways, so when I saw your name, it reminded me of that. Minni tilangunda minna minunge. Anyways. No, that's good to hear, Priya. Yeah, I remember you have sent me once your collections. You're a good writer as well. I still remember. Yes, Pradosh, now also as a hobby you can write. I am not getting time to deal with the Kallatharam for the UPSC people. Where I'll have time a poem. Teaching UPSC candidates itself is a big poem for me. Inventing new tricks has become my new hobby, Kallatharam, KEZ, tricks, tips. That's my hobby now. Yes, Krishna, how many more? Actually, to be honest, you have 20 more. 25 more. But can you all sit or shall I wind up? Or we'll wind up with 30 questions. With 80. 2 more and I'll wind up. So remaining 20 I'll do probably on Tuesday. Because tomorrow you have in Namai's Academy. I'll just quickly do it for you. Don't worry. Okay. 2014 ka question this is. Prelims examination. In the context of economics of the following, you saw the purpose of SLR, statutory reserve requirements. Quickly give the right answer. Enable central bank to control the amount of advance the bank can create. To make the people's deposits with banks safe and liquid. Prevent commercial bank from making excessive profit. To force the banks to have sufficient vault cash to meet their day-to-day requirements. Working capital. Think. Yes, Shivam, ma'am, आपकी academy कहाँ है? Unacademy, Shivam. Where else you want me to go? I also associate with other academies, but currently only Mera Unacademy. That's it. Yes, quick. Oh my goodness, people's brains are not working. I understood that. This is a previous year question and here we go. Some are saying B, some are saying A. Anyways, the answer is A. Only the first one is correct. I think a lot of people didn't give the right answer. Majority rushed with, B and D. That's not the case. It's very tricky question. To make people deposits with, with bank safe and liquid. What is that? SLR is in that context? Definitely no. Eliminate 2. It has nothing to do with the people deposit. SLR is one of the reserve requirement, guys. The commercial bank will keep amount of reserve with themselves for their purpose, not with the kind of deposit of people to be safe. You got the point. Simple logic. The moment you understand that thing and eliminate option number 2, come to your options. B, C, D is gone because 2 is there. What remains is A, and automatically you got to know that even the 3rd and 4th is also wrong. And the answer becomes A. Simple as that. All these are previous year questions and then you're giving me, ulta wala answers. You got to really sharpen your previous year questions. Tomorrow I'll come with that. Don't worry. 7 p.m. Tomorrow we'll have only 50 questions here because previous years now. So don't worry. We'll finish faster. In 2 or 2.5 hours we'll finish. The next one. Consider the following statements with respect to core inflation. First one. Exclude transitory or temporary price volatility, especially from prices of items such as fuel and food. Second. Core inflation is calculated using WPI. Is it WPI or CPI? Think. Come on, yeah. Even my brains are not working now. I think I should wind up. Because my neck started paining. It started giving me a lot of trouble. Honestly speaking. But still, that's okay. Come on. People are saying C. Really? Come on, yeah. I don't understand what's happened to you people. And that's a kudos to Sindhuja. Wonderful. Your brains are working midnight, Sindhuja. It is A. Very good. The answer is A. Do you think core inflation is using WPI today? After 2016, Monetary Policy Committee was put forward. Remember, I have taught you. It is CPI. It is not WPI anymore. Oh my goodness. I don't understand. How can people be so dumb in making such blunder mistake? It is actually A, my young officers. Mera bachos. It is A. The next one, consider the following statement. RBI primarily factors in retail inflation while making its bi-monthly monetary policy. Second, a broad-based domestic and global economic recovery can lead to rise in inflation. Quick! Come on. Is it bi-monthly or is it quarterly? Min is saying only one. You are smart, but you got to really think. No, Sindhuja, last question. Should I wind up with this or you want me to take me to another 20 more questions? 15 more you have, if I'm not wrong. Half an hour is required, 15 more. Half an hour if you give me, 1 o'clock I'll wind up. Midnight classes. It's a marathon, na? Let's go, little more. B people are saying. Arey, the answer is C. Come on, that's a kudos. Nobody is having a kudos. Kudos goes to me. The answer is C, guys. Both 1 and 2 is correct. If you see RBI, of course, they factor retail inflation when they make the bi-monthly policy. It is not wholesale. Retail only they focus. That is why CPI, Consumer Price Index. The question is indirectly asking you regarding CPI, guys. Retail and CPI. Same thing. And only things are broad-based domestic and global economic recovery can lead to inflation. Obvious. 1 and 2 is correct. This is a question from 2020. Okay. Commercial paper, certificate deposit, call money, whatever I taught you. And also zero coupon bond. Individually also I have taught you a lot of questions on this. Remember, all together under one umbrella. Only thing is that participatory notes I have not asked. That's all. Sure, we'll wind up. We will go with more questions. Don't worry. Quick, guys. Last year's question. That's why I individually practiced with you a load of questions based on this commercial paper, that is CP, CD and all. Also zero coupon bonds. Come on. Think. We know that commercial paper, call money, certificate deposit, all are short term. Is it long term? Oh my goodness, I have given the answer to you. Wonderful. Yes. Only one person is given the right answer. Brilliant. The answer is what? C. We know that certificate deposit. Are they long term? No, they are short term. Be it CP, CD, CM, all are short term. So eliminate. Automatically A and D is gone. Out of B and C, make a choice. Either 4 can be correct or 1 and 3. We know that the 1 is 101% correct because commercial paper is the short term one. And they are unsecured promissory note, which means 1 and 3 is correct. You got to know 3 is also correct. Because you can't say that the option of B is correct because only 4 is there. 1 is excluded. Look at the options of UPSC here, very smart. In the plus class these days, prelims boost MCQs when I did, I started practicing you people with options like this instead of 1, 2, 3 because UPSC last year na, few of the questions they changed their pattern. They stopped giving all the above 1, 2, 3 or 4 like that. Rather they wanted to make sure that elimination technique is utilized by the candidates more. Because you are here to eliminate. They want your brains to work like that. That is why many questions you can't see all the above in the recent pattern. All the plus class students will know. You remember the midnight classes we did 10:45 to 1 a.m. In that I gave you all this and I think Sindhuja, Kriti, all these people will be knowing. Yeah, the same thing. That because it's based on the last year question paper option pattern, I did that. You have to train yourself like this. And why is the second and fourth wrong, guys? Second, because it is long term they gave. It is actually short term, certificate deposit. And last is zero coupon bonds are interest bearing short term. What nonsense. Zero coupon bond means They are non-interest bearing bonds. I've taught you this individually also in the economy current affairs class in YouTube. Remember, they do not bear interest bond. They call it as discount bonds. Clear? I took you sessions on this topic now because it came in last year question paper. They do not have any interest at all. 2015 this question was there. Convertibility of rupee implies what? Convertibility. Come on, quick. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go. You should be giving me the right answer, guys. Only one option. The best suitable option you should give me. It could be B, it could be C. Or it is A. Being able to convert rupee into gold. Rupee notes into gold, maybe. Allowing the value of rupee to be fixed by market force. Anyways, guys, I couldn't see anybody with the right answer. The answer is C. No. Sujit and Priya has given. Sindhuja, very good. Even Praful as well. Yes, the answer is C. It means that rupee can be converted into other currencies in a free fashion for various purposes and vice versa. Simply as that. It has nothing to do with gold or with the market forces or let's say developing international market. Nothing as such. But basically people tend to get confused with B, C, D more than the first one anyways. But the answer, the most priority wala answer is option number C. Clear? In two different perspectives, we can understand this convertibility. One is capital convertibility and another is current account convertibility. Capital is what? Rupee can be converted freely into other currency for all the capital transaction purpose. And in our country, India, if you see in reality, we do not freely allow capital account convertibility. That is not possible. Current account means rupee can be converted freely into other currencies for trade purpose, like import-export purpose. And in our country, we allow current account, not capital account. Just note that. What is applicable for our country, India, is current account convertibility, not capital account. Clear? This is another important point to be noted. Next is a question from 2016 from the same topic, from the same area. With reference to bitcoins, sometimes in news, which of the following is correct? Bitcoins are tracked by central bank of the country. Second, anyone with the bitcoin addresses can send and receive bitcoins from anyone else with bitcoins from anyone else with a bitcoin address. What an amazing statement. Confusing wala statement. Third, online payments can be sent without either side knowing the identity of the other. Yeah, that makes a sense. There are a lot of privacies there. That is there. Quick. Do you think bitcoins are tracked by central banks? First of all, bitcoin itself is coming under cryptocurrencies, which is coming under the blockchain technology and fully kallataram. So why would central bank come? Use your brains. Brilliant. People started giving option number D like that. Come on, my young officers, one is wrong. Central bank has nothing to do with bitcoins. They are illegal, right? This is a question from 2016 question paper. So when you eliminate one, here we go. A and D is gone. Out of B and C, you know that B is, the second is correct. Because they can address and receive bitcoins from anyone else, no doubt in that. And identity is not known as well. So 2 and 3 is correct. Clear? That's why the answer is B. Simple as that. Because they're a cryptocurrency. Since 2009 you have bitcoins. And they're not in physical form. And they're not backed by any sort of acceptable assets like gold and all. They're in the context of online or virtual currency. Like when you subscribe for Unacademy, you can redeem the points. Apart from the referral code Nisha is live, which will give you 10% discount from the fee amount. You can even redeem points called as coins, which you earn via this quizzes and all. The virtual currency, I'm not saying that is cryptocurrency, I'm telling that something like that. Only virtually, you can't use that currency to buy something. Only for one particular purpose, you can virtually see them. You can't touch, you can't feel. But you can see them and you can kind of utilize it. Something like that. Clear? And do not come under the regulation of central monetary authorities or RBI. They're kind of outside the financial market they work, the regulated financial market. Kallataram is on the rise. And the current affairs of cryptocurrency is that in the year 2021, recently if you see, RBI said that all the private cryptocurrencies are to be banned and the RBI has to bring a normal framework for the cryptocurrencies to make sure that they are in lieu with so many efficiency and transparency perspectives. The next one. This is also a question from the year 2016. What is or are the purpose of government sovereign gold bond scheme and gold monetization scheme? Very important. Think. To bring the idle gold lying with Indian households into economy, to promote FDI in the gold and jewelry sector, to reduce India's dependence on gold imports. Quick. Quickly give me the right answer. What are you people doing? Come on guys, you got to really be fast because you have to wind up at 1. It was a 3-hour marathon, but it went up to 4 hours. More than 4. I think that is a record without a break. I think I should tell the Unacademy team also. It's a record. Without a break, with the same energy, with the same vibe, we have gone. The students are out there. Very good. A lot of people are saying C. Very good. Yes. Only the first and the third one is correct, whereas second one is wrong. If you see sovereign, gold bond scheme and the gold monetization scheme, how can we say this to promote FDI? That too in the gold and jewelry sector, definitely no. Eliminate. The moment you eliminate that, automatically B and D is gone. Out of A and C, make a choice. First is correct, you got to know, and the third one, if you see, to reduce the dependence on gold import, because we do import a lot of gold. That's practically, it makes a sense. That's why the answer is C. Clear? Now, the sovereign gold bond scheme, or let's say the gold monetization scheme, okay, that was not a new thing. It was introduced way back in the year 2015. Why? Because we want to reduce the country India's dependence upon the import of gold, because we do import a lot of gold. Okay. And through this particular gold monetization scheme, the gold held by the households, you or me, you can start depositing them in the bank. Just like normal saving accounts or how it has been operated. You go and deposit the stuffs now, something like that. So the difference being that the amount credited in the account would equal the value of gold brought in. That's the whole point. And it has nothing to do with increasing FDI. See, you're going to bank and putting your gold out there. What it has to do with increasing FDI or foreign investments in gold and jewelry sector? See, the whole point is to reduce import of gold. That's it. It has nothing to do with FDI at all. That's why the second one has to be eliminated. Clear? The next one. It is a question from 2019. In the context of India, which of the following factors are contributors to reducing the risk of currency crisis? The foreign currency earnings of India's IT sector, increasing government expenditure, remittances from India abroad. Quick! Oh, okay. D is missing. Let me give you D. D is 1, 2, 3. Sorry, 1, 2, 3. Please note it, guys. D is 1, 2, 3. Okay, the moment I gave D, Priya is saying answer is D. What a brilliant answer. Very good. And that's a kudos. I think kudos goes to me, not to anybody else, because nobody gave the right answer. What is the answer? The answer is option B. Only the first and the third one is correct. When there is a currency crisis, what we will do to reduce them? Do you think we'll increase the government expenditure? From where will you have the currency? First of all, crisis is happening. So where will you have the money with you to do the expenditure? It doesn't make a sense at all. Eliminate. So C and D is gone. Out of A and B, you got to know one is correct, because that is making a sense. And now third one, remittances that you get from abroad, it is helping you to reduce the crisis. Clear? Did you understand, guys? Foreign currency earnings of India's IT sector will lead to what? Increase in supply of foreign currency, and that automatically will further increase the forex reserve. So more money supply and less demand for foreign currency relative to what? The INR, Indian rupee, help in reducing the risk of currency crisis. And this is a situation, guys, currency crisis, where the value of domestic currency that will fall drastically relative to other currency. So now this will occur due to so many reasons I can tell you, like price rise or inflation, when you have fluctuations in financial market, when there is an increasing demand for import, when there is a deficit in BOP, etc., etc. Multiple situations. If you understand this first point, now believe me, you'll be able to apply this in any situations. The practical situations I'm telling. These questions come like that. Clear? Again, a question from 2019 based on this area. Which one of the following is not the most likely measure of the government or RBI takes to stop the slide of Indian rupee? It's a brilliant application level question. You should be knowing the answer, because you will all be working up the previous year questions, right? Think. Curbing imports of non-essential goods and promoting export, okay? Encouraging Indian borrowers to issue rupee denominated masala bonds. We already did that. 3. Easing conditions relating to external commercial borrowing, following an expansionary monetary policy. Did notice something in this question? I individually did questions based on all the 4 options, and all the 4 options since 2013. One area you have got a question: commercial borrowing, expansionary monetary policy, tightening monetary policy, masala bonds of international financial cooperation, then import export. This year also, revolving these key areas, you can get a new question, but it is not out of the box. Based on previous year question with different keyword, they'll give you. That is what I'm also doing in my classes. So these kind of questions is enabling me to make you understand what are the kind of questions that come, how it has been going. You understand? People are saying the answer is D. Brilliant. Yes, it is. Because, why is the answer D? Because the keyword is which is not the most likely measure. which is taken by RBI to stop the slide of Indian rupee, which means incorrect statement. So a lot of incorrect statements was common in the year 2019, I can tell you. It is 4, whereas every other options are kind of favorable, I can tell you. Clear? The sliding of Indian rupee, or let's say any other currency, is termed as depreciation. Now, instead of giving you the term depreciation or appreciation or devaluation, you see how smart UPSC is. They give you slide of Indian rupee. What is the meaning of that? To stop the depreciation. That is why, guys, I told you it is very, very important to, understand the keywords and the next terms, because UPSC plays with your brains. And currency depreciation, it can occur due to a lot of reasons. Increasing demand for import, when there is a higher current account deficit, when there is insufficient flow of FDI, outflow for investments, when the economic growth is very poor, etc., etc. In our country, India, who governs exchange rate? Flexible or fixed? Both are governed by RBI. India follows a managed floating exchange rate, which means the exchange rate of rupee is based on what demand and supply of rupee in the market. But when the rupee becomes more volatile, now the RBI will interfere. Why? Because they want to manage the volatility. Otherwise, a lot of repercussions can happen. And now, this expansion monetary policy is basically to increase the money supply. They're not mostly the likely measure, guys, to stop depreciation or let's say sliding of Indian rupee, because they can cause the rupee to slide or depreciate more. Rather, the opposite of that will be used. Contraction. And now, expansion monetary policy, as I told you, money supply will be increased. You got the point. That's the whole logic here. And now, revolving these only, guys, I've asked you different questions as hit list topics and all. But now when you see this, you're able to understand, okay, ma'am has asked all these questions with different keywords, and they are from the previous year questions only. Because like this only, UPSC will ask you questions. UPSC is not going to ask you anything out of the box. Very simple. If you get this simple logic, believe me, 101% I can guarantee you, you will clear the prelims. This is my word for my young officers. Because I'm teaching you the technique also how questions are framed. You take a look into it. That is why I didn't give you the previous year questions before. I made you do the mock questions and then I give you the previous year questions from this particular area for you yourself to see how the keywords and questions are framed. You see every single option. We did at least 5 to 10 questions from each of these options individually. And they're also in lieu with the previous year other questions as well. You got the point? The next one. It is also a question from 2020. If another global financial crisis happens in the near future, okay, which of the following actions or policies are most likely to give some immunity to India? Again, an applicability analytical question. Now, depending on the short-term borrowing, foreign borrowing, opening up to move foreign bank, maintaining full capital account convertibility. Think. You see, majority of questions in the year 2019 and 20, I repeat, is from which area? Monetary policy, banking, RBI, inflation and all. That is why I told you 101% questions will come from this area. That is why I think nobody has done this marathon in this channel before of this area exclusively. I did theory also for you. So those who do not know the theory, go for that marathon. 2 hours 45 minutes marathon of theory from scratch to advanced level. Theory plus current affairs and now the MCQs. Mock plus the previous year. So you are packed with regard to economy. Fully thorough. This is my objective. That's why I did it here. And I hope this benefits you. Yes. 87 people are saying yay. Brilliant. Yes. This is a previous year question and the answer is A. Only the first one is correct. Now, if you see, we all know that when you don't depend on short-term foreign borrowing, obviously some immunity or strength for a country can be gained. Whereas, when you open up to more foreign banks or when you maintain full capital account convertibility, you are not getting more immunity. It is a wrong thing. Eliminate. And what remains is A and that becomes the answer. Clear? Now, what is this global financial crisis? We experienced it in the year 2008-9, but our country, India, was far better, I can say, compared to US and all, because of the advice given by Manmohan Singh and Raghuram Rajan sir and all, the economists of those days and even today. So now this crisis refers to extreme stress in the global financial market and bank system. So when there is a fast changing global environment, automatically demand organizations to have both financial stability and as well as liquidity. Right? If you're not depending on short-term foreign borrowings, it will give you more immunity and strength because financial crisis they can induce significant hardships on both international creditors and debtor nations because they are forced to enter into default. So now taking into consideration the economic and political perspective, it will make it more difficult to resist coming to the help of a distressed nation. So let's not depend on foreign borrowings, short-term foreign borrowings, simple as that. That gives us a better strength. Clear? And now, why the second is wrong, See, at the time of global financial crisis, there is a high risk of banks becoming inefficient in the recovery of non-performing assets. You can connect this to bad banks, ARC, asset reconstruction company and all, and declaring themselves insolvent in near future. So what happens? If you allow more foreign banks, our country will be at a huge risk. No immunity will be created. That's why it is wrong. And third one, if you see this capital convertibility, now they are a feature of a country's financial regime, where you can conduct transactions of local financial assets and all. So with global financial crisis, this will definitely prove to be a big galat or mistake, I can tell you. That is why even the third one was wrong. The next question from 2013, again, an increase in the bank rate generally indicates that market rate of interest is likely to fall. Central bank is no longer making loans to commercial bank. Central bank is following an easy money policy. Central bank is following a tight money policy. Third and fourth is a high competition for you as well. Quick click is the right answer. Definitely it cannot be A and B. That I can guarantee you. In such kind of questions now, options with one word change, they will have the highest priority for the answers. Here C and D is like that. Only easy and tight is changing. Remaining everything is same. Quick. Wonderful guys. I could see only one or two. Oh my goodness. Very few people with the right answer. And that's D. Central bank is following tight monetary policy when there is increase in bank rate or discount rate. Simple as that. Because bank rate is what? Rate at which RBI is giving money to commercial bank without even a collateral and all. Right. So now it is this will make further on lending by these banks to borrowers expensive. Automatically lending activity will decrease and money supply in the economy will also decrease. Simple as that. Too much of interest rate, nobody is going to buy. Nobody is going to borrow. So when the RBI is employing a tight monetary policy, automatically money supply will reduce. That is a general logic. Automatically inflation is brought under control. So the meaning of that is when there is an increase in bank rate, tight monetary policy has been imposed by the central bank. When there is a decrease in bank rate, the opposite. A kind of easy monetary policy is put forward by the RBI. That's what they are trying to say. Again, a question from 2013 from the same area, open market operation, which means that since those days, since so many years, this area is a hit listed. You can see from there onward, they only focus on this area, guys. Quick. Borrowing by scheduled banks from RBI, lending by commercial bank to industry, purchase and sale of government security, none of the above. We all know. Acha, don't tell me the answer is D. What nonsense. It is C. Open market operation is equal to purchase and sale of government security is the key word out there. That's the answer. This is the fourth or fifth time the same question is coming with the same keyword, and in the previous year questions also same questions has come. Very important. The next one. 2014 this was there. You see again from the same area. Marginal standing facility rate and NDTL, that is net demand and time liability, sometimes appearing in news, are used in relation to what? Banking operation, communication networking, military strategies, supply and demand for agriculture products. Quick. This has to be fast. MSF, NDTL. Your time deposits and all come in this. Is it banking? Maybe. Come on, yeah, it's banking. Who doesn't know? Do you think MSF and NDTL comes in communication, military and agriculture? What? Anybody with common sense will know the answer is bank. It talks about the banking perspective. Right? And the answer is A. What is MSF? It is a rate at which RBI is lending to commercial bank at overnight. See, repo rate and MSF are something that is similar. Repo rate is a rate at which commercial banks can borrow from RBI for a period of some time. Short period only, but it can have some point of time. MSF is also short-term borrowings of the commercial bank from RBI, but that can happen overnight. Fatafat like that without much of formalities and securities. But the amount is less. But in overnight you can borrow. That's the whole point. So it's a very, very short borrowing scheme. Repo rate is also short-term borrowing, but MSF is a very, very short borrowing scheme. Or only for the scheduled commercial bank. And banks will borrow funds through MSF during severe cash shortage or acute shortage of liquidity. They will not go for repo rate. In utmost emergency, they will go for MSF. Clear? What is NDTL? Net demand and time liabilities. Difference between sum of demand and time liabilities of a bank. That's the deposits I'm talking. With the public or let's say any other bank. And deposit in the form of assets which is held by another bank. That's called as NDTL in simple terms. Yes, Suhail? That is okay. You can watch the playback. Again, the next one. Which of the following are regulated by RBI? Housing Finance Company, Merchant Banking Company, Venture Capital Fund. I have done this question for you in the 6 p.m. class. Quick, click is the right answer. Come on, quick. The question is regulated by RBI. And this is in the context of non-banking financial companies. Chit funds, Nidhi. Think. Come on, come on. Yes, yes. People's brains are working in the midnight. Wonderful, Sindhajai. Yes, Pradosh. Brilliant. The answer is D. None of the above. Because your housing finance bank, your merchant bank, venture capital, all these are coming under non-banking financial company, not your RBI. Clear? Your chit funds, Nidhi companies, all these things. And they are regulated by whom? The Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. That is important to be noted, guys. Here we go. Clear? The next one, with regard to monetary policy, consider the following statement. First one, RBI is vested with responsibility of conducting monetary policy under the provisions of agreement on MPC Framework Act. Second, objective of monetary policy is to maintain price stability and achieve growth. Yeah, stability with growth. That is understandable. Third, inflation target is set by RBI in consultation with Government of India once in 5 years. Maybe. But this is an extreme word, guys, once. But still think. Inflation target 4% with a plus or minus band of 2%, 2, 4, 6. Ideal is 4, maximum 6, minimum 2. That's what they're trying to sell in the third statement. So is it once in 5 year or 4 year? Use your brains. It's B. Only the second is correct. Whereas first and third is wrong. Nobody gave the right answer. See, monetary policy is basically policy of RBI to control the money supply using monetary instruments like open market operations, bank rate, repo rate, CRR, SLR, etc., etc. And we all know that objective of monetary policy is what? Growth with stability. Second is correct. That's why the B is correct. Why first and third is wrong is because, do you think it's as per the agreement on monetary policy framework act? Definitely no. Is it once in 5 years? Once is an extreme word. Is it once in 5 years? It could be. But why it is wrong? Why it is wrong? It is once in 5 years. Inflation targeting is done once in 5 years. Why it is wrong? It is ulta. You see, inflation target is set by Government of India. I repeat, GOI. In consultation with RBI. But I gave you, it is set by RBI in consultation with Government of India. You got the point. It is Monetary Policy Committee framework, guys. But in that MPC also, the pattern is GOI. Government of India will consult with RBI, not RBI with GOI. You got the point. That is how the sequencing goes. Yes, very good, Priya. It is MPC. I just interchanged the statements, the words indeed. Simple as that. So, though the statement appears to be correct also, the sequencing is wrong. So, it is eliminated. Automatically, the answer becomes B. You got the point, all of you. Yes, Pradosh, that was a twist there. Yes, Min, this kind of questions you will get. Don't worry. I'll give you this kind of questions only. Now, the first one is wrong is because it is said that RBI is given the responsibility of conducting monetary policy under the provisions of agreement and monetary policy framework. That is not the case. If you see in the year 2016, you know what happened? We had the monetary policy committee. RBI was amended to give it a statutory status because they want to implement flexible inflation targeting framework, not monetary policy framework. You got the point? And this flexible inflation targeting is a very interesting topic. One of my colleagues also has done a thesis on this. Brilliantly he has done on RBI, flexible inflation targeting. That fellow is from Andaman. Brilliantly that fellow has done. That's how I know about this topic more, because I was also part of that and kind of, we did it together. It was his thesis, but I also read a lot of articles on that. It's a brilliant thesis. Anyways, the next one. With reference to, which of the following statements are correct with reference to PIDF? Payment Infrastructure Development Fund. I will not give you more time. You got to wind up. It's already 1. So only 3-4 questions are left. Quick. Is it managed by an expert council with finance secretary or RBI governor? Quick. One can be correct and wrong as well. Oh my goodness. People are taking time. And the question and the answer is option number B. If you see, recently RBI announced the operationalization of PIDF scheme. An advisory council under the chairmanship of RBI Deputy Governor BP Kanugu has been constituted for managing this. It's not your finance secretary and all. Clear? It doesn't make a sense at all. Because it's a fund, again RBI. So simple as that. The first one is wrong. So automatically what remains is B and that becomes the answer. Clear? That's why I gave you a clue. People are doing great in midnight, I feel. And if you see, in the PIDF now, they give a lot of focus to Northeastern state. And this particular fund, they'll increase payment accepted infrastructure by adding 30 lakh touch points every year. Tier 3 to Tier 6 center, that is to be noted. That's enough. That many points are enough. Then if you see the type of acceptance devices to be covered in the scheme is physical POS, point of sale, MPOS, mobile point of sale, GPRS, PST and QR code, what you normally see as scanning, all those things. And this particular scheme, PIDF, is on a reimbursement basis. And accordingly, the claim can be submitted only after making payment to the vendor. It is operational for, the fund will be operational for 3 years. From Jan 2021 to 2023. Another year, a year more. Because now it is 2022, one now. So 2 more years. The next one, NPCI, National Payment Corporation of India, consider the following statement. First one, an umbrella organizations for operating retail payments and settlement payments in India. Second, initiative of RBI and Indian Bank Association. 3, incorporated as a for-profit company under provisions of Companies Act 56. Quick! Come on, my young officers, use your brains. People are saying A, some are saying B. Come on, go for one option. Brilliant. Yes, Priyanshu, that's a kudos to you. It's a girl power. A lot of girls are giving the right answers. Very good. The answer is A. Only the first and the second is correct. How could you say National Payment Corporation of India? It is for-profit company. Do you think it is for-profit or not-for-profit company? That was a keyword out there, which made you to understand that the answer is A. Clear? It is not for profit here, it is not for profit company. And they are coming under RBI, we all know the second is correct. And first one, they are umbrella organizations which comes under the payment and settlement system in India. So these are the keywords which made the answer to be A. Clear? The next one, consider the following statement with respect to blank check company. First one, an entity specifically set up with the object of acquiring a firm in a particular sector. Second, money raised through this company is kept in a current account which can be accessed while making the acquisition. Blank check company. Think. Your time starts now. Oh my goodness, what are you guys doing? Yes, what is the answer that you gave? Oh my goodness. A lot of people made mistakes. Brilliant. Now Shivam, you will get 2 to 3 on your heads, and Priya, double on your heads. Pradosh and Priya for giving the clues. Why did you even make a comment as incorrect? Kallatram on the rise, helping your friends out there or what? Applying the KEZ technique, if you see. The incorrect, the keyword was incorrect, which means you have to identify the wrong statement. That is why the answer becomes B. Actually, the first one is correct. Okay, blank check company. It is an entity basically put up with the object of acquiring a firm for one particular sector. But as second one, they say whatever money is being raised, they can be accessed. That is not the case. It's a wrong statement. Clear? Whatever money they are raising those blank check company now, they kept an escrow account. I've taught you this also. You were making a fun of it. Crow wala account, escrow account. Which they can be accessed. In the question they say, they are kept in current account. No, it is escrow. I have done this question for you, remember? When I think about, when I tell you about crow only, when Sindhuja was saying crow, remember? I think in the prelims booster I did this, or in the free class. I think in the plus class I did this escrow wala term, I believe. Anyways, I still remember teaching you that. And now this is in the context of, initial public offering. Supposing the acquisition, guys, for this kind of blank check company is not made within 2 years of IPO. Now the special purpose acquisition company called as SPAC or blank check company, they'll be delisted and the money will be returned to the investors. So blank check company, SPAC, all these things, both are the same thing, guys. They want, basically they aim to raise money in an IPO, initial public offering. And at this point in time, they do not have any operations or revenues, I can tell you. Clear? And these are basically done to are basically done because they want to attract the investors. Quite attractive they are. So despite they being shell companies also, such kind of blank check companies now people are sponsoring. That is something to be understood. The next one, escrow account. What is escrow, guys? It's a legal concept where you will describe a financial instrument whereby an asset, or let's say escrow money, that will be held by third party. There will be two people. Let's say me and Pradosh or Sindhuja, or let's say Shivam is there. So there are two parties. Now let's say, for example, third party like Priya is coming up. So they will be dealing it on behalf of the other two parties that are in the process of completing a transaction. And third party will hold the funds until both parties have fulfilled their contractual requirements. So basically, if you see real estate, the buyer and the seller, you have a middleman out there, the kind of brokers out there, something like that. So that is called as escrow account. Clear? But not only real estate transactions, but you can apply them to any situations where the fund will pass from one party to another and there will be a middleman or third party. Simple as that. Clear? When the keyword third party comes, think about ATMs. Bank-owned ATMs, brown label ATMs, white label ATMs. This is the next keyword that should come to your brain using the technique called as BRMM, what I taught you. Brain retention memory technique. Clear? The next one, very important topic. Which of the following monetary policy measures can be taken by the RBI for infusion of liquidity in the market? First one, buying government securities from commercial banks, increase in CRR requirement of commercial bank, LTRO. Think. In lieu context of this, helicopter money, quantitative easing. Don't forget these concepts. You can get questions based on this as well. We have done a lot of questions in this context. So, and also TLTRO, targeted long-term repo operations. Clear? Yes, quick. It's polling time. What are you people doing? You got to be really smart, my young officers. People are saying C and D. Competition is between C and D, really? And that's a kudos to those few people. Only one person said C. Oh no, two people only said C. Oh my goodness. What happened to the others? Majority with the wrong answer. What a unity here. No box of chocolate for you all. People are busy collecting andas, I believe. I don't know why. The answer is C. Only the first and third is correct. Now if you see second one, increasing CRR. Do you think when you increase CRR, see, cash reserve ratio is what? It's a reserve requirement. Let's say for example out of 100 crore, 20% is supposed to be the CRR, which means 20 crore goes to RBI from commercial bank. Only 80 crore is available with commercial bank to give it to the public as loan. So when you increase CRR, do you think infusion of liquidity money supply in the market increases? Definitely no. It will decrease. So eliminate. Automatically B and D is gone. Out of A and C, if you see, one is correct. And third is also correct. LTRO and buying government security from commercial market will definitely lead to increase in money supply. No doubt in that. Which means that the answer is C. Did you get it, guys? So you should know how practically this works. That's quite important. Don't you think so? What a blunder and mistake people did. I don't know why. I think night time now their brains are not working that much. One more question to go, so do not worry. With reference to sovereign gold bond scheme, consider the following statement. This is a question which is taken from the previous year question perspective. Based on that, you had a question, so based on that, another mock question. It was launched with an objective to increase the demand for physical gold and increase the domestic saving. Second, in this scheme, gold bonds are issued by RBI on behalf of central or union government. Quick, this is the last question of the day. The last question. Yes, Ritik, I must get fully assorted chocolates from Kodai, ma'am. 2 to 3 heads also I'll give you with a koda. You know what is koda? Koda you mean Kodaikanal matlab. But in Malayalam koda means what you know? Umbrella. 2 to 3 on that I'll give you in your head. If you tell me to give. Hardly some right answers you give and you're telling me to give the right answers. I mean chocolates. Oh my goodness, for the last question at least give me the right answers. I don't understand why people love option number C. Come on my young officers. The answer to this particular question is B. How many times I've told, even the last year question, one of the last year's previous year question also I had the same topic. From there only I took. Now, do you think to increase demand for physical gold, okay, that should be the case, and increase domestic saving, this has been brought in, sovereign gold bond scheme, physical gold. It is to reduce the demand for physical gold. See, physical gold is there, but sovereign gold bond scheme is to decrease the demand for physical gold, my young officers. That is why the first is wrong. So, automatically the answer is B. And gold bonds, yeah, they are issued by RBI on behalf of Union government and central government. Simple as that. And these are issued as Government of India stock under the Government Securities Act of 2006. And these are a part of domestic savings, your gold bond scheme, I can tell you. And they use for the purchase of gold in the financial savings, but reducing the demand for physical gold. And since 2015, you have this scheme. And in the year 2015 itself, this particular topic has come for the UPSC Prelims examination. You remember? So thus, how are these gold bonds sold? Through commercial banks. Then, Stock Holding Corporation of India Limited, designated post office, whichever is notified, and also recognized stock exchange. It could be NSE, National Stock Exchange of India, your Bombay Stock Exchange, either directly through agents, something like that. Clear? Come on, here we are. Finally, we are done, my young officers, with the exclusive marathon series. Thank you so much for cooperating for this entire, 4.5 hours. I shouldn't tell 4.5 hours, yeah, 5 hours literally. I thought it will be a 3-hour class, but believe me, I never thought you'll sit with me for 5 hours. Continuously, I don't think anybody has done continuous 5-hour marathons. There are 10-hour marathons with different teachers. But one single educator doing continuous 5 hours, I don't think in Unacademy articulate somebody has done. When the team comes to know this, they'll ask me, ma'am, are you serious? Did you really do this? But anyways, I never felt bored, or I never felt that the time was going, because this was indeed very important. So thank you so much, my young officers. This is a very important topic out there, and is indeed very important for you people with regard to the upcoming UPSC Prelims 2021. Exclusively from this area. You saw how many questions since 2013 has come till 2020 from this area, and also the mock series based on previous year questions are framed and given to you with the 360-degree coverage. So 100 questions from this area is equal to 100 plus solid economy, static and current affairs topics you have done. Nothing more is required. So your time is saved, your preparation is more effective as well. So yes, what are your scores? Tell me, out of 100, or let's say 900 questions, 98 questions. Some people are getting 80. Brilliant, yeah. 80, 85. Brilliant. Yes, Sindhuja, Miss Kallatharam Parayno children's scores. Hey, no. Priya also got 86. Very good. Brilliant. Where are the others? Yes, Priya. 5 hours record breaking. It should be record breaking. I am very happy that my students were there 5 solid hours. You never knew. Even I never knew. I thought after 3 hours, my energy will drain and I will not be able to do for you. But I think my energy has gone up so high because of seeing the Josh and the amazing improvements by my young officers. That's okay, Ritik. You can watch the playback. This will be there. This will be there in the channel. So nothing to worry. So if you do love this exclusive marathon series of MCQs, guys, do not forget to like, put your valuable comments in the feed box, subscribe the channel, and wait for more marathon series. Tomorrow for 2.5 hours to 3 hours, you will have old exclusive MCQs on previous year economy questions from 2013 to 2020. And also I'll tell you which are the important areas to focus based on the previous year economy questions for the upcoming 2021 prelims. Clear? That will happen on Namma IAS Academy YouTube channel. The notifications will be put forward in my Telegram channel, in my WhatsApp and everywhere. Nisha Nujumudeen at Unacademy for UPSC is the name of my channel. Clear? You can just Google my name. You can find all my social media platforms out there where only Unacademy profile links you can find. So yes, Priya, that will be from 7 p.m. So thank you so much, my young officers. It's time to sleep. So yes, good night, Shubhratri and Jai Hind. That was indeed a great marathon, and I too felt very happy that you really enjoyed. So you people deserve double dose of chocolates and hats from me for really sitting continuously with 5 hours with me. Shall. So don't forget to once again to like and put your valuable feedbacks in the comment box. So wait and stay tuned for more upcoming marathons like this. Thank you, good night and Jai Hind.